Hello, everybody. All I see are patch notes on my Twitter. I'm just trying to avoid looking at them.
I got her!
Mm-hmm. Jajawa! Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I don't even know what I'd be cosplaying. I think it's the way it's structured with a web page. I ran out of memes. I literally had to start using. Look at picture I had to use. I used the picture yesterday, so instead for the Twitch announcement. Gosh. You gonna have some takes on these? I have not seen the patch notes. Do not leak the patch notes, or I will commit a war crime live on stream. Don't say anything. Wait, why did I not even link my? Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. All right, so we have a quick 30-minute replay review first. Then we will look at the patch. Hold on to your butt cheeks. Don't read the notes. In fact, don't even if you read them yet, don't read them. Don't read the notes. Save yourself the pain that is inevitably going to happen. All right? The patch wiped the codes, but my wonderful student recorded the VOD ahead of time and then uploaded it. The quality is 1080, so we're all set and we're good to go. So let's take a look at this. You'd rather watch Spylo than play comp right now? Is it that bad? Surely they fixed Mauga, right, chat? Right? I mean, like, unironically, like, right? I mean, they seem like... I didn't, Clups. I didn't. I put it in there. I didn't put it immediately on the thing. You just see it. I did for a second. Or Plays, thanks for the sub.
Pretty epic.
And Unbound OW, thank you for the sub as well. So yeah, let's do this review. Let's do this review. So this is another sub. Braxbro, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. It is not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Hey, what are you spinning? Hey, Beth? Here's a dice. Okay, anyway. Diamond, this is Diamond Tracer. So let me adjust the rank here in a second. 7 hours of sleep. I feel like my mechanics are holding me back on that. I think I have a good sense of positioning. Okay. Carter, thank you for the sub. Would I refer to myself as Crazy Crow Coach? I would not, but that's actually, but it's not a bad idea. When is a good time to use Blink? Okay. Wait, did I get another sub or does it just do the noise again? Oh, Salt. Thank you for the sub. I didn't even see. Thank you for the sub, Salt. Hey, Poke. Okay, Salt and Poke and Pepper and Pooker and... No, Cat, do not carry the dice in your mouth. I just look over and my cat is carrying like a game dice just around in his mouth. Just like walking around the house with it. I'm like... Okay, anyway, let's take a look at this. So this is Diamond Tracer. When is a good time to use Blink? Well, great question. I think the good time to use Blink is sometimes for movement, most of the time for juking. And if any of you guys have seen, any of my Tracer reviews, by the way, he found a dice somehow, Beth, and it was like walking around with it, carrying it in his mouth. I put it away under the box. It was really funny. It's fine. It's fine. Under one of the things, I think. We'll get this. Okay, so anyway, using blink around movement, but more often than not, using blink, well, I won't go full screen, to juke damage, to juke, avoid pressure. Yeah, not reading patch notes. Yeah, just hold tight. So yeah, let's take a look here. So this is console, this is diamond. And let's take a look here. Yes, you guys can't read. Bat Moira, Junkrat. I can't have soup, just not right now. In like 25 minutes, I will spew my soup in rage at the patch notes. Maybe. Ram, Torbjorn. So this angle is okay. You know, with Tracer, it's always about like setting up an off angle for pressure, right? Like either finding a way to get around so you can shoot them in the back, or finding a way to get to the side so you can shoot them in the side. But basically using your mobility, using your self-sustain to be able to avoid a lot of the pressure, especially centered around the choke, and then be able to get pressure on the back line. This angle is primarily used so that you can get around here and then shoot people from these positions over here. That's pretty good, but that should be your goal. This angle up here, shooting down at them is kind of, it doesn't really give you a lot of options, and there's not a lot of health packs in this general vicinity. So if you go up top through here, you should be looking to like double or triple blink through off to this angle here. And then from here, you know, looking to tickle and harass from here, because there's a health pack here and there's a health pack here. The other alternative is if we go back here, is you can actually wrap through here and then go this way. And then you can go through this building as well. You can harass this way, you can harass this way, and you can go all the way wrap to the, you know, the back building, right? You can harass from there as well. Man, I do not miss using Epic Pen and YouTube videos, but yeah, that's probably your best bet. Obviously, like jump scare there. And this is kind of part of the reason why this angle isn't always the best, because if you need to get out of here quickly, because otherwise you just don't do a whole lot. Good. Perfect. Exactly what you needed to do. Perfect. And then from here, so then now that you're here, what makes Tracer really unique is like any DPS would love to be there if they could hold this angle and live here. This is great. This is perfect. So now you just need to shoot. It's a Life Weaver at this range. It's perfect. Obviously from here, he rotates around. So you rotate around. This is good as well. Now you can shoot the Junkrat in the back.
Junk scare.
Holy crap, you actually scared me with that bit notification. I think I had everything turned up too loud. Thank you for the bits, mate. what the heck, man? Why am I gonna... Okay, anyway, so yeah, this is good. And this is where like blinks are good. Because like, you don't need to use blink now because he's not looking at you, but you do need to use blink now because he starts to look at you. So then shoot, you blink, there's your next blink, shoot again. He doesn't quite hit a direct. You don't need to use your recall just yet. You get actually a little bit of healing, I think. I wouldn't go back here. I would instead like keep your distance just a little bit and just keep shooting harassing. At least you're on an angle though. This is okay. Get the health back, go back. I wouldn't double back. I would go right back to where you were. I think the problem with you right now is that it took you a long time to set up. And then when you did, you did damage and then you just kind of stopped. Like I think there's an opportunity. You needed to keep doing damage, right? Like keep doing damage, right? Like even there, it's like it took you a long time to get set up. So I appreciate you setting up in an off angle. I appreciate you using your blinks for movement, but I think you disengaged a little too soon. I think you had your recall, you had a blink, you had a good angle. You needed to keep going. Yes, lots of downtime, agreed, right? So we have the right fundamental, but we're not doing enough once we get there. Keep shooting. Go grab that mini health back and keep shooting. This is downtime, right? You have two options. You keep shooting and keep harassing here and just dodge the Junkrat mine so that you don't get one shot. Or you quickly go grab the health pack to our right and then poke from the other angle instead. But there needs to be a decision quickly. Because right now it's like, because like now you're chasing the Ramatra, but that's such a long engage. And now you've lost your angle. You could have just wrapped around behind. So you don't want to chase people that are that far away. You want to take who's close, who's accessible. And again, that's the Junkrat. I know it's frustrating. I feel like I'm not really getting a kill in this Junkrat, but you've had opportunities. And you would have had more opportunities if you'd been more consistent and patient with it. I'm doing a review before the patch review, yes. This will be only a 30-minute review, though. So this will be a quick review. Again, get on that angle. You know, and then this also might be one of the things where like if you're struggling this much on this angle, it might be that this off angle just it isn't the best. I do think that generally this angle is better when the backline's positioned over here. But if the backline, everyone is way over to our right, it might be better to go on start on that side of the map or that flank in particular. But I actually don't think that's the major reason. I think that the angle that you took here is okay. You're just doing it you're not doing enough once you're here. Yeah, and then, you know, we probably should have recalled that, but it's anything. Yeah, this is console, guys. This is console. This is also Diamond 5, so, you know. Good. Awkward blink there. But, you know, kind of like this kind of shows a little bit of inexperience because you go to high ground, but why? You just took an extra 10 seconds to go in an angle that's basically just as good from here. There's no real benefit to high ground as Tracer as much because you're not going to be staying here. You're going to be dropping anyway. So what's the point of the high ground, right? Because everything's too far away if you stay up top. Well, that was scary. That Lucio jump scare shriek. Good angle here. Hit the pulse, hit the pulse, hit the pulse, hit the pulse. I mean, it does the job, I guess. This just needed to be a faster blink. I think you thought that you had covered, so you were safe, but you needed to blink extra there. So like, hey, you know what? It counts. It works. I mean, really, I mean, it was a fine pulse. It was well timed. It was a good angle. You got kind of smoked, but you know what? I will take it. And it looks like you're going to win the fight off of it. Good trigger discipline. Listen, you guys check out this trigger discipline. This is perfect. So we reload, dump our clip, stop shooting right here, and then realign our crosshair and keep shooting again. So instead of just like holding down our I guess right trigger finger, I guess it'd be for console. That was perfect. Some of you higher rank players would benefit from doing that, right? Yeah, it wasn't a J3. Guys, true story about J3. I didn't play in ranked very long in Grandmaster, but I only spent, I would probably say like 2 or 3 weeks in Grandmaster, and then I quit playing like entirely. This was like back in 2018. I only had a couple of games against DeFran. I had a couple of games versus Metro. I won't talk about the Metro game. And a couple of games versus J3. And I beat the ever-living crap out of his Tracer as like a 4.1k Ana. And I distinctly remember thinking, this guy's a streamer? This guy is... J3 has had... My point is that I think J3's Tracer has been bad for like 6 years. In fact, he was like one of the first streamers that I was like, dude, I'm dominating this guy in Tracer. Like, I do have a clip of me dominating him somewhere on Numbani third defense. I have a DeFran VOD. I have the one of the game I played with DeFran. I actually have the video of that because I played really well. But I mean, obviously, really well is relative. This is like low GM. I wasn't that good, but yeah, his Tracer has always been a little sussed out the box. Let's put it that way. Yeah. By the way, can we just admire look at this? Woo! I guess that 360 counts. I like the fact that we're starting on an angle here. This angle is okay. I would say with a little bit of map knowledge, I would say a slightly better angle might be here. So this room right here is a little bit more behind, a little bit flankier, and there's also a health pack right here. So I kind of like starting on this angle better, because then if they all start on high ground, you can also go up the stairs immediately as well. I mean, obviously J3's Tracer is like passable, right? But I've always thought that Tracer had a better point and shoot. That's how you use Blink. This is how you use Blink. You asked me how to use Blink, and you're showcasing me exactly what Blink is powerful. Right there. That was perfect. I mean, you literally had him running in circles. He did not hit a single shot on you. Perfect. Great job. Great angle. You took a 1v1. You timed it well. You used your blinks perfectly. Great job. No spoilers on the patch notes. No spoilers. We will look at it soon. Trust. You know what? Honestly, I freaking love patch day. Even when they're bad, it is so much fun. And like the excitement of like not knowing like what they messed up. Okay, so let's talk about this. So first off, this angle is a little awkward for you. Because there's not really any health packs over here. And also because you had to cross in the open street and then go up top. You were already over here. It's probably better to just continue this way and take this angle here. Because there's also health back here as well. That probably would have been a little bit better. The other thing here is that you just didn't blink. You didn't blink. It's a little bit unlucky because you got shot by the Torbjorn at the exact same time. So watch, you actually got 2-tapped by the Torbjorn and the Junkrat. And the other problem here is that I think you go a little bit early, right? There's nothing really happening right now. I'm not responding to that comment. So there's nothing really happening right now. So you generally kind of want to be a little bit late. I think even if you're going to hold this angle, just wait for them to either drop or start getting a little bit more distracted. But you definitely don't want to go in first. Like Junkrat and Torbjorn can almost one-shot you. Junkrat, it's like 120, right, Chad? Or 110? Is it 110? 110? I don't even remember. They've made so many tweaks to that number. And then Torbjorn with the headshot is 140. So just try to wait. Just try to wait. And then I think coming from a slightly better off angle would be better as well. And that's something that's going to come with practice because the Tracer looking for like what are the best angles, where places have health packs, what flanks are the best. That takes practice and that takes time, and that's why this character is really challenging. So you're completely ignorant of the patch as well. Watching you play in Pugs makes me think that you're ignorant of a lot more things than just the patch. I think that seems to be a common theme. I'm sorry, you didn't deserve that violation. We tried so hard to win that Route 66 game for you, and we just refused to stop taking damage. That game was depressing. That game was depressing. Good flank. You got a pulse bomb coming up here. We tried so hard. We literally had to put freaking like the Overwatch League All-Stars just for you to win. Every single time I play with you, I'm like, man, look at that movement. That movement's pretty good. And I'm like, oh, you're doing that. Oh, okay. Okay, so back to the review. You're not just a chatter. You are not just a chatter. Okay, good angle here. Good timing. Notice that they're distracted before you went in, and then you blinked in response to their distraction, and then you blinked again. Obviously, unfortunate that you blinked off of high ground, but you got the right idea. This is good. And you see, the Junkrat's so distracted, right? This is great. This is really good. This is really good. You force him off of high ground. You go for the pulse. Obviously, you missed it, but it was fine. It's fine to go for. You're still in the back line here. Blink. You might need a recall here. Beautiful. You set that up. Nobody was thinking about tire. Beautiful. This is a great fight. Great angle. Great timing. Great use of your blinks. Mechanics are pretty good. This is textbook Tracer right here. Textbook Tracer. And again, I know that it's console. It's not as fluid as all the elite people with PC would think, but this is good. This is good Tracer play. It's console. You cannot do the things that you can do in PC. That's all. I was obsessed because you can't handle something better than them. Listen, I don't think I've played Overwatch at all. Oh yeah, this is just bad. This is just bad. So two things before I get distracted. I actually don't think the timing of this is too bad. This is a fight happening right now, so it's fine to start fighting. You were a little close to the Ramatra, and then you just, if the Ramatra pops Nemesis form and chases you, that's good trade. Like, that's good trade. Not only because, like, oh, it's the tank. Screw that. You could just walk away from him, and he's doing nothing, and you could do something. You just didn't blink away, that's all. It's a mistake. I just had another Tracer review earlier today, and we were talking about, like, how, like, one of the things that separates good Tracer players from bad Tracer players, a lot of the time, is just avoiding stupid deaths. Because you're playing a character that can die like this. Anything can kill you. So many things can kill Tracer if you mess up. But good Tracer players, with their movement, with their blings, and so on, and their positioning, they don't die stupidly. At least not as often as they could. So, it's just like one of those things where it's like, a better player doesn't die there. That's it. A better player doesn't die there. You blink further away. So it's fine. Super simple. Do console players get a lot of hate in Overwatch? Not really, no. There's a little bit of snootiness, but not really. No, I don't really know what to compare it to, but I don't really think so. I think it's also helped that like when a lot of the crossplay tournaments came out, it turned out that some of the really good console teams are actually pretty good. Like you see some of like the J3 stuff. And for me also, like every console player that I've coached that's transitioned to PC has done really, really well. And they've had very, very little issue making that transfer. So it's like, whenever you talk about like console players being bad, it's just the limitations of their technology. It's not at all like the player itself. Okay, so let's talk about this angle here. So it's a fine angle. The timing is also good. I think maybe getting this close is maybe not the best, but it is what it is. I think the issue here is that like you always kind of have to know, like you don't want to escape by running back to anywhere where the enemy team can catch you, right? So here, when you run disengage from the soldier, you might want to lean back this way, where they're more towards their spawn. There's a health pack over there, like right through this door. So you can, if they do chase you, well, you can just keep running, and you can just keep running and wasting more and more and more time. The problem is that you end up kind of looping around, and then you get caught by Ramachas, and then you get your recall force, and then now you're like screaming, help, 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 and you're just kind of running in circles here. And like, you are wasting time, but obviously that's not something you want to risk your life unnecessarily when you're distant. You need to know, like, if I get pushed, where am I going to, right? So, yeah, high elo console. That's my biggest problem with consoles. Like, I don't know how anybody plays high elo console, like top 500 plus console, where everybody's just zimming. It's like, until they find out a way to like discourage that, like it especially if you play anything that's like aim intensive, like it must suck to. Wow, did you guys see this? I think if I get this up, but I was gonna say this is such a nice clip. So he goes with the squishy. It's well timed. He doesn't blink because he doesn't need to, or she doesn't need to. What is going on? Are they chasing each other? Yeah. And then you blink to chase. You blink to dodge the Cassidy. The only thing here, and this is where like I don't really know what to advise here because I don't know enough about settings. But you see that the Cassidy has turned his attention on you. And so you need to blink. And so you do. But the problem is that it's really important that when you blink, that you're able to turn your crosshair faster than they can turn theirs. And you have the advantage of knowing that you're going to blink ahead of time. So your reaction time will always be faster. The problem is that your sensitivity or whatever is so low that by the time you actually turn, he's turned as well. And so that kind of kills the advantage of the blink. Now, it'll take a second for him to like acquire you, right? But it's still like, it's not amazing. I think that's one of the things that I've watched from your play. I don't know a lot about sensitivity, but I think your aim acceleration or whatever your sensitivity, it needs to go up a little bit. You need to be able to turn a little faster if you're going to play this character. Because it's like you're blinking well, but it's taking you so long to turn with the blink that the advantage of the blink is gone. Angle's good. Like again here, like it just feels so sluggish, right? This is all really good. You're forcing both supports. That Ram is getting absolutely smoked, and then the Cassidy gets no healing because all the healing resources are on that, and then he dies. So yeah, it's just living in the backline. Great trigger discipline again. You guys see that again, where we lose the soldier for a second, so we stop, realign our crosshair, resume shooting. Really good habit there, and that finishes the kill. Beautiful job. Oh dear. Will we finish the kill? Freaking Ram. Dang it, dude. That's unfortunate. That pulse needed to hit. Wait, I guess he died either way. Maybe it doesn't matter all that much. All right. Go. Freaking tree. Shoot. I would probably go for the Mercy. Actually, I don't really know who I would go for. They can both heal each other so easily. I guess just choose one and go. I think he played this fight really well. Then he gets smoked. I say that. Perfect timing. I think he played this fight really well. The angle was good. Timing was good. The movement was... The biggest thing was like just how painful your movement was. Like that Cassidy should have died way sooner than he had. And if your sensitivity, you'd be able to make that 360 or not 360, 180 faster, then that Cassidy would have died. Nope, I have not. I will check out the patch in T-minus 10, 12 minutes, something like that. So hold tight. Clench your glutes with your fingers and just squeeze. Soon, TM. Yes. Grab the mini health back. You pass the mini health back. So I like you setting up the angle here. It's good. But there is a mini health back right there. You can see it right there. Grab it. Go. Now's the time to go. Your team is fighting. I know you're not full HP, but, you should have thought of that before you came here. Good. Nice. I mean, it's perfect. It's good. There's no complaints here. You didn't even need to blink because he didn't even turn around, and he's 1 HP. So obviously this is a little scary, but he's 1 HP. So a little bit of trigger discipline there. Recall back to high ground. Love to see it. The biggest thing with you has always been like on the attack, the angles that you were taking were not optimal. You were not timing them perfectly well. There's a lot of downtime, and then your movement with your blinks has been really sluggish. And Chad is offering their advice when it comes to what to do when it comes to dealing with that sensitivity. Great angle, great timing. Obviously a little bit spooky that you ran past a soldier. I don't think you saw him. Yeah, I don't think you saw him. I don't even see him. Where is he? Where did he come from? Chat, where was the soldier? I'm like thinking that he was over here, but I don't even see him. Wait, where is this guy? Yeah, I know he came from the stairs. Thank you, Captain Obvious, but like where? Okay, is he like really deep on the flank? I guess maybe you can't see people through walls when you're not in the replay viewer. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, he's there, whatever. It's fine. It's still good pressure. Blink, good blink. You could grab the mini health pack, or you can just go back in. We got to make the decision quickly, though. He's still looking at you. Grab the mini. Grab the mini. Grab the mini. Grab the mini. Go for the pulse. See, that's just painful. That's just painful. It's okay. You actually might live this if you blink. Yeah, you should have blinked faster to the other health pack across. Yeah, and then you just get rolled. I mean, but honestly, like this isn't even the worst thing that like the worst engage. The timing was good. The angle was good. You got caught by surprise by the soldier. You needed to grab the health pack here, right here. Grab the health pack. Grab the mini health pack. You didn't grab the mini health pack, and then you kind of misplay the micro of this engagement, right? So, for example, you turn your shots. You mess up your blink. That's just agony. And then you mess up your pulse bomb. So then he ults you, and you're still good here. Right here, you need to blink across, blink to here, and get to cover because there's a health pack over here. Instead, you go up top, but you go up top, and then he catches you, and then you also blink into the wall there, so you're not able to get as much distance here, and then you die. So it's like all the mechanical aspects of this were bad. So it wasn't the worst thing. Your team still wins the fight without you because you got good distraction and you took 1 for 1. Good. Annoying, but fine. Good job. Yep, good. Go back. Go back to the angle. Go back. Ah! You just needed to blink this, that's all. You need to blink this. If you blink this, you kill this guy. 100%. I can tell you guys that this player has a lot of experience on tank, and so this is probably not somebody that has put a ton of hours on Tracer. So it has like some decent game fundamentals, like the angles and all that kind of stuff, right? But just is very not a lot of hours on like the mechanics of Tracer, and then. Good. Nice timing, nice clip, all that juice. I love that ram behind gets flagged by automod. I don't know how long that ram was behind. Nice start of the pulse. Good timing. He was distracted. Should have hit it, but that's pulse bomb. It is probably the most difficult mechanical ultimate in the game. Good job going for the mercy there. Stay with her. Stay with her. You're too scared. You're too scared. This has happened a couple times before where you're like, oh, they know I'm here. Wait. So you give up, but don't. As long as you have your blinks, even if they know that you're there, you can just avoid the damage. Like right here. I think you're too gun shy of this soldier. Where in reality is you could just blink out behind the corner. He'll miss his helix. You go for the the mercy, and then if you get in trouble, you double blink to cover, or you recall and you try again. Just because the enemy team knows that you're there doesn't mean you have to stop doing things. Okay, jolly. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep pressuring. Like as long as you have good blink management, good cover, you don't have to only rely on the element of surprise. You should start fights with the element of surprise, but you don't have to continue the fights with the element of surprise. Right? You have all your cooldowns. You have cover. You have a mini health pack. You know the soldier's there. It feels like you go in for these big surprise kills, and if you succeed, great. If you don't, you kind of give up, reset, run away, and take a chill pill and smoke some weed, and then come back 6 hours later. You don't. But if I think part of the reason why that feels like that is because your blink your movement with your blinks is so sluggish that you end up dying a lot. You're like, these blinks aren't very good. When in reality, you actually have everything that you need to survive that engagement for longer if you were just faster and more experienced with using your blinks. I think that's the key thing. You look at this with 3 blinks, off angle, cover, recall, you should be able to live like freaking Hiroshima. But you're because you're bad with your blinks, it's like they don't matter, This is just the C9. It's not really your fault. Okay. Yo, what's up, Fawn? Here's what I will say with your Tracer. I think you need to work more than anything else. You need to really, really work on your sensitivity and how flexible you are with your blinks. It actually looked like you knew when to blink. You just weren't very good at actually doing it when it came to pivoting and turning and moving around the map. And that's something that's going to come with a lot of reps. You need to practice. You can practice in deathmatch. You can practice in rank. You need to practice that thing. You've played ball. You know how important things like Tex and things like that are. And Tracer is really, really important. You've managed to pick another DPS character or another character with a high mechanical demand. Maybe the highest mechanical demand, really. I think the timing of your engagements was sometimes a little bit too early. It wasn't bad, but it's definitely a macro, big picture, fundamental detail, which you can improve on. I think your trigger discipline was good. I think your target priority was good. I do think that you could also improve on what angles that you're taking. So angles that have more health packs, flanks that are maybe a little bit easier to set up on with more cover. I think that that's something that we kind of broadly applied it here. But every single time you play a new map or a map that you're not as familiar with on Tracer, you should be asking yourself, what angle makes the most sense right now? And then it's going to take a lot of trial and error. Of course, you're going to have to figure out, okay, that was good or that was bad, or maybe that was bad, but it's actually good. I just played it wrong. You need to practice that more. I think that's mostly it. I think that's like really the fundamentals of your blinks. Just keep an eye on your timing and then keep an eye on which angles that you're choosing. I think recalls were mostly fine. The pulse bombs were fine. You need practice on them, but when you were going for them, who you were going for them on was fine. You just need more practice. That's always the trickiest thing with Tracer is like, it feels like once you have like the base level of understanding with the character more than any other character in the game, I think really without exception, even Wrecking Ball, the character requires practice. You just have to hit your shots. Like maybe Widowmaker is a close second, but Tracer is like a whole other animal when it comes to like the practice demands, the mechanical demands, because it's not just you don't hit your shots, you don't win fights. You don't hit your shots, you die. You freaking die. You just die. So I think that's going to be a big thing for you. And I think that's going to come from practice and competitive, but also hopefully you have a better idea of what exactly you need to practice here. Spilo wants the game to be 5 Tracers versus 5 Tracers. No. Okay. I guess we'll leave it there. If you have any questions, mate, you know the routine. You can just message me and chat. It's finally time. It's time. You know what time it is. It's time. No, it's not soup time. I mean, actually, I guess soup time. I'm kind of excited, guys. Is this going to be really bad? All right. So here's what I always do. First reaction is always like just like gut instinct, get all the emotions out. I will release a video tomorrow, almost certainly, with like maybe a little bit more of an analytical response, maybe a little bit more I had time things to process things. But in the meantime, bracing for a train wreck, is it that bad? Okay, guys, before we start, because if you've read the patch notes, give me a one-word adjective in chat. Give me a one-word adjective in chat for how it is. Because I'm not. Why? Bemusing, underwhelming, fear, lackluster, fall off, mid-troll, missed weird, dumb, unhistory, car battery, Spilo smelly, tone death, not tone deaf, but tone death. Ouch. Cheeks, scary, hog, oh dear, irrelevant, lost, oh no. All right, let's do it. English, it's good. All right, here we go. How do I, okay, let's just do this. Base health increased, base armor decreased. I don't like this change. I think I will wait to give my full opinion on the change till I read all the patch notes. But I think that this character needed survivability through armor. I mean, I think we talked about this, right? Like his survivability is through sustain, but he blows up instantly. He did less of that when they gave him more armor. I don't like this. If you're going to nerf something with Mauga, I don't think armor is what you start with. Does this kill him or no? I don't know. Incendiary and volatile chain guns. Ammo decreased from 350 to 300. I do like this change. Makes each bullet count more. I don't know if that's enough to make it matter. We will look at the rest. I'm purposely not. I'm not cheating. I am looking at that one line. But yeah, I think having more reload time if you're inefficient with your mechanic ammo is good. So sure. Lifesteal decreased from 70 to 60%. Sure, I guess. Cooldown increased. Sure, I guess. I mean, it felt kind of like it felt a little bit of short cooldown, but I actually didn't have a problem as much. Like I do agree with Sumito to an extent that I don't think the problem is necessarily the length of cooldowns so much as the power. So I would prefer if they nerfed it harder, and then left the cooldown as is. I look like Megamind. Yeah, my hair is super bushy right now. I don't know what's going on. So what's up, Goose? So I think like reducing the lifesteal even further, or the damage reduction even further. Maybe not the damage reduction. Maybe the lifesteal would be the way to go. Would be probably where I'd want to go. I think. Am I real? No. No longer grants infinite ammo cage fight. Still reloads Mauga's chain guns at the start of the ultimate. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I don't really think the infinite ammo was necessary. It still gives you the reload, so that's all fine. It's a minor tweak, but okay. Berserker overhealth conversion rate decreased from 60 to 50%. Didn't they buff this last patch? So it's like more of your crit goes to overhealth? I don't know. This is, yeah. I don't know if this is enough to kill him. I don't know if this is enough to kill him. I'm gonna be honest. Hey, Pokeline, I appreciate it. I really don't think this is enough to kill him. This will maybe make him more map situational, and it's definitely a nerf. But I really don't know if this is enough to kill him. I think you needed to be harsher with Overdrive a little bit more.
I
Thanks for the
played
bits.
some with him today and literally couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah, so I think they needed to be harsher with this nerf here in terms of like this. The lifesteal needed to be nerfed harder, and I honestly, and they still, I still don't feel like, besides the ammo change, nothing about this says to me, hey, you should spend more time shooting squishies and less time farming the enemy tank. They're just flat nerfs without really adjusting the playstyle. This, in fact, you can actually argue that these are very, 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 very slight tweaks that actually encourage tank shooting more. Because if he is has less armor, he's more reliant off of his sustain to keep him up. The armor is what allowed you to spend time shooting non-tanks, and the higher conversion rate meant that you didn't have to, at least my understanding, I need to think more about this, but it feels like initially like you didn't have to shoot a tank to get enough overhealth for it to matter, right? I don't know that it's his intended design. I'm not so sure. The whole counterplay of having one gun being able to ignite and the other being able to finish, I know you can fire both at the same time, but there was an intent there to have managing your weapons. Otherwise, they never would have given you the option to shoot one or the other. The problem is that they've continually failed to actually make that work. So, I'm going to give this, to be honest with you, a D-. You completely missed the objective of what you needed to do with this character, which is crazy to me because it's not even a question. This isn't even like, oh, it's a Spilo viewer bias. Everybody knows. Yeah, I'll zoom in a little bit. Everybody knows that this is what this character needed. All anybody was talking about wasn't just that Mauga was strong, but that all that you do is shoot tanks. And this doesn't address that fact, besides the slight ammo nerf, which, as I said, is in partly compensating the opposite direction in the wrong way by these nerfs. So you've nerfed Mauga, but you've changed almost nothing about him fundamentally. He's the same character. He's the exact same character. And this is also arguably not nuking Mauga. That's the other bad thing. So you talk about like, it's a good, I'll give it a D- and not an F because they did nerf the character. But the problem is that it's not an actual nerf. If this is an actual nerf without really changing the character, fine, screw it. Let the character be trash. The character design is bad, whatever. We'll bump it up to a C+ if they actually nerf the character. They didn't fix the issue, but they nerfed the character. But they didn't. They really, I'm not so sure that this is enough to push him out of the meta. I'm really not sure. Yeah, I agree. Overheat mechanic would be interesting. Yeah, that's good. That's a potential solution. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that they could fix this. There's a lot of ways that we could fix this. I mean, all of your ideas are correct. Yep, poke. Yep, 100%, 100%, 100%. I don't care how they want to fix it. This isn't it. They didn't fix it. They failed. D-. Really disappointing. Really disappointing. And my major concern as well, like I just said, is that it's not even that they missed the mark with this. I honestly don't even know if it's enough to push him out of the meta. I wish it, because this is the thing. If the character is not fixed, then I don't want to see the character in ranked. I don't want to see the character in ranked. Orisa, removed fall off damage penalty? Wow. Huh. I mean,
and so continues my quick play only season.
I mean, again, guys, we cannot cut off our nose to spite our face here. You can't be like, yeah, buff Orisa because I freaking hate Mauga. Because it is Orisa. You don't like Orisa either. And this is not a terrible change. It seems like they're trying to lean into Orisa being like more of a pokey style tank, which is interesting. But if you guys want a hot take, this should be married with probably a nerf to fortify as well. If you're going to give Orisa this, then you really need to give her, like, because you have to understand, this is a significant buff to every tank that isn't Mauga, right? Because I get it. Orisa was terrible versus Mauga. But now you've buffed Orisa versus Mauga significantly, and then just freaking buffed Orisa significantly, which you really shouldn't do, even if you could argue that this is one of the more fun parts of her kit. And I would agree. I think, like, of all the things to buff, fine. But you would need to compensate this by nerfing the more frustrating aspects, which is her fortify survivability. So right now, I only am happy. This is like a little bit of icing on the cake, but it's just poop underneath. Like it's terrible. So I'll give this one a D. I don't mind this buff, but it has to be married with a nerf. It has to be. I like this buff too, but again, it has to be married with a buff. This is power creep, ladies and gentlemen. This is power creep, where this character is so stupid and so strong that we're going to make this character feel a lot better because it felt really bad. But does Orisa feel really bad versus every tank? No. Orisa feels really bad versus Mauga. So why are we punishing every other tank in the game for Orisa feeling bad versus Mauga? Listen to me again. Why are we buffing Orisa's matchup versus every other tank in the game when she only struggled versus Mauga? It's just, the thing is again, I don't even dislike this change in a vacuum, but it's not in a vacuum. That's the problem. All right, Roadhog, take a breather. Total amount healing reduced from 400 to 450. Cooldown. Okay, so fine. More counterplay for Roadhog. More 1.5 seconds is probably still too short. The total healing is fine. Sure. I mean, it's still Roadhog, but B. Fine. I get it. Sure. No. Whatever. The big thing here is the 1.5 second change, more so than the 50 health. Uncle Khan, thank you for the sub, because it gives you more time to actually CC, interrupt. Yeah. Wow, that's a big buff. That's a big buff. Oh, man. All right, so far we're going to give this patch, let's say, a C-. But this just demoted it to a D. D. Why? Sojourn is already one of the more dynamic, flexible characters in the game. I've already had many discussions about my problems with her railgun, what they need to change with the railgun. This didn't even remotely come into the conversation at all, and for good reason. No, this is terrible. This is terrible. So she sits at 25, right, chat? So she never drops below 25, right? Unless you use the rail, correct? It never decays. That's insanity. 25 is a lot. 25 is a lot. Because the key thing is that she just enters every fight with 25 charge. This isn't the thing is, it's like, this is a pretty big buff. It's not like it's going to literally be single-handedly make Sojourn the most broken hero in the history of the game. The problem is the spirit of the change, right? So first off, it's not a good change. But the second thing is, like, she didn't need it. Like, it's just like, it's total. Who said it was it? It's not tone deaf. It's tone death. Yes. Total tone deaf and tone death. Why? Again, this feels like one of those things, like someone who's looking at the win rates or the win percentage and missing the forest for the trees. And again, if you were to buff Sojourn, this would not be the change that you would want. You would want a slight tighten on her spread. Because that's the worst part of Sojourn, right? That's the part that feels the absolute worst and shouldn't feel the worst, right? But this is we don't need help here. We don't need help here. Why? Like, why would you buff this? Again, guys, this isn't like dead game, bro. Like, you're not gonna go into your games and be like, oh my gosh, this is unplayable. I mean, you might still have Amalgam meta, which is probably the most unplayable thing that there is. But none of these changes necessarily are gonna make the game feel like,
I see Sombra.
yeah, I'm scared too. I'm scared too. Thanks for the bits. But it's like overwhelming. It's the creep of like, this is like overall probably not a good change. You know, this is fine. I'll give that one a plus. You know, this is probably doesn't really address any of the issues. You know, so and this is definitely a negative thing. It's like when you see a patch, you expect things to get better, not worse, right? So is this going to be dead game, bro? No, it's not going to. At least so far. But you're kidding me. Like you had one job and you made it worse. At least so far. All right, Sombra. Grace period where stealth can be canceled immediately after entering it increased from 0.5 to 0.7 seconds. So does it means like disruption with damage? I played a lot of Sombra, and the terminology always confuses me. I think these are just quality of life buffs, like goofing up your stealth when it comes to out of spawn and like throwing your translocator, but there's like an awkward delay. Okay, so we'll give this one a quality of life. The funny thing is, AF4ML, thanks for the sub. If you guys asked any Sombra main or any person who plays Sombra, what's the first quality of life change that they would ask for? I know which one I'd ask for, and I put 25 hours in the character when the rework happened. What's the first quality of life? Fix translocator. Fix the speed, fix the size, fix the active hitbox, fix the translocator. It's actually just broken. I promise you, if I played one game of Sombra, anytime I play Sombra in Pugs or Quick Play, I can literally go every time I play Sombra, every game, there's at least once, twice, sometimes 3 times that I either die or almost die because a translocator screws me over. And I'll pull up the replay viewer and be like, look at that. Why did I do that? Every game, literally every game, it happens. And yet, I don't know, maybe that's just not a fixable thing. But The stealth is not the first thing that I would have wanted. So I'm still finding ways to be negative, but it is what it is. So we'll leave it at D. Maybe. I just don't know if it's enough to push to C+. Hey, Beth. Hang on 1 second, chat. Wait 1 second. Okay, sorry. Support. So we'll leave it at D because I just don't think this is enough to really bump it beyond. Biotic Nade. Effect duration reduced from 3.5 to 3 seconds. Sure, we'll give that a D+. I would prefer if it was like, I think they need I still think that they need to nerf it more for tanks. Because I think 3.5 seconds is probably too long for anybody. So I think 3 seconds is reasonable for squishies, but I still think 3 seconds is too long for tank. I think 3 seconds is too long for tank. I think 2.5 is more reasonable. I wish that they would nerf it. They would have gone 3 seconds and then 2.5 or 2 seconds for tanks, and then it had reduced the cooldown to like 10 seconds again. Because I freaking hate third. It was at 12 second now. Oh, I hate nade cooldown. It feels so long now. So we'll give D+. That's a good change. Okay, EDI. Solar Rifle. Primary fire charge gain is no longer paused by secondary fire nor channeling captive sun. That's a quality of life change. It is a buff, but it is a quality of life change. That's fine. Ammo increased. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Captive Sun now fully refills secondary fire resource and resets overheated status. Sure. Remove the damage fall off penalty on the Sunstrike explosion. This one, what does that mean? What does that mean? As in explosion does full damage? That's pretty. Wait. Oh, on the initial application? Okay, the Sunstruck explosion does more than 50 damage. What is it, like 100 something, right? So what is it? I don't understand this. Does it tell me it doesn't do the full 100 damage if you get hit by anything? It's 120, so it does the full 120 always if you get hit by any damage. Because that seems kind of quite strong if that's the case. That's not it. Okay. It does the damage it do if it hits someone direct at all ranges. It's not the explosion, it's the one where they get hit. So the initial application is always 50. Okay, so when you initially fire it, it does the bam, the 50 damage. It will always do 50 damage. Okay, that's fine. If it's not, but that's terribly worded. It should be Sunstruck application, not explosion, because everybody thinks explosion, the explosion, right? That's whatever. I mean, it's a weird change, I guess, but it's whatever. I love that. The fact that my chat is disagreeing with each other is all that you need to know about this change or how it's worded. It's not clear at all what it means. The fact that 120 is the Sunstruck explosion. Okay, so then now that one's broken. So I don't even know what to think now. So this is either a fine change. I'm going to leave this at D+ because I think there's some good quality of life changes here, but I don't think the ammo change is good, and I'm not sure that if this is the full 120 damage, then this is bad. If it's not, it's fine. I don't like the ammo though. I don't think the ammo is necessary. It does feel like supports have so much ammo. Yeah. It does not do 120, it just does 50. No. We know that. Like, we're talking about, is this talking about the application
notes for this patch
or the conclusion? Yeah, no dev notes. That's true, actually. You know why there's probably no dev notes? It's probably because this is a rushed patch. People coming off a holiday break. That's probably why. It's about the 50 you tested? Okay, so I'll leave it at D+. I'll leave it at D+. I would say this is a net neutral change. I'm not a fan of EDRE. I don't mind this change, and I don't mind this change. This change is irrelevant. I don't like this change, so overall, it's like neutral. Lifeweaver, I'm scared. Projectile speed increased. Hey, sure. I'm a fan of that. No longer pierced by piercing projectiles. I don't know if I'm a fan of that. What goes through pedal platform? Fire Strike does, right? What else does? Ram Punch and Fire Strike. I kind of feel like, I don't know if I like this change. Let poor Reinhardt hit let poor Reinhardt hit it, man. Come on, man. Okay, rail. I don't know. I don't know. This is relatively inoffensive for the most part, but I don't know how I feel about it. I also don't like Lifeweaver, so I'm a little bit biased here. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I get that it's standardizing it, but I don't think that. I think standardizing pedal as a barrier is totally fine. To be honest with you, you know, like why does it have to be terrain? Why? Is it because coalescence would be too strong? Like it would just be too easy to burn through coalescence? Because you walk on it? I mean, I guess. But I honestly, I call foul on this whole like consistency of game logic. Because let's be honest, this game isn't consistent with its logic at all. Your ultimates disappear half the time. Sometimes they don't. EMP cancels some ultimates and doesn't cancel others. Some shields function in different ways. It's not consistent at all. So why does it have to be consistent? Make it fun, you know? Either if you're gonna make it more consistent, this is a weird one to start with. You know? But whatever. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I don't want to be overly negative about a relatively minor change. No. I don't know. And it's whatever. This is a good change. I like this. This is a good change. It's the best. It's the weakest part of his kit. It was the worst part of his kit. It's the most fun part of his kit. That's fine. And the projectile speed is definitely the buff that he needed. He didn't need tighter spread. He didn't need more damage. The projectile speed is the change. So I'll give this a C minus. Yeah, C minus. Overall negative patch. I actually think that they did more bad things than they did good things. I think the support changes were okay-ish. Obviously, you could talk about like, you know, what was not changed, you know, and that's a negative thing as well. But I generally don't do that. I think this is actively negative. I think this is actively negative. I think this is almost totally indifferent. And the crucial thing as well is that the negative things I think are like more immediately actionable. Like you're gonna feel these, I think, before you feel like the Roadhog change. Maybe I'm wrong. The Roadhog change is maybe the nade change you'll feel, but yeah, I think that those are at least as immediately noticeable. How to make these patches B plus territory? I mean, nerf the right things with Mauga and buff the right things with Mauga. Have a fortify nerf that goes alongside with this. Titan Sojourn spread, and then maybe minor nerf to disrupt her rail elsewhere, or maybe just leave as even if you're just a buff Sojourn and just tighten her spread. Don't buff her ammo, and this would immediately be like a B minus B plus patch immediately, just with those changes right there. Sojourn just means that once you build rail, I mean, I can literally show it to you guys, assuming that, these patch notes aren't lying to me, which I don't think they are. I'll show you. Give me a second. I would say this patch was slightly positive, mostly just because Mauga got nerfed a little bit. If you actually take the Mauga changes out, I think it's actually a negative patch. Okay, so this is the change.
We're in this together. All of us.
Ignore the latency. See the charge? See the charge? It's not going down. And that goes all the way to 25. So it'll stay at 25. And then 30 will decay to 25. See?
Better luck next time.
Twitter, EDR is already bugged. EDR has had a lot of bugs, I swear. Yeah, I don't know. Let's look up the SimL7 thing.
And what Twitch chat is telling me that there's a bug right now with the logging. In which you get infinite ammo.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look, it literally says negative in the bottom right. Oh, dear. I mean, she'll be disabled in like an hour, I promise you. She'll be disabled. She'll be disabled if she isn't already disabled. But she'll be disabled very soon. Yeah. But yeah, I do think that this patch is probably overall slight positive just by the fact that you're going to see a little bit less Mauga in your games. A little bit less. I don't think it's going to be enough to kill him, which is kind of what we wanted, which is sad. The problem is obviously that Mauga is probably going to be replaced by Orisa because, I mean, Orisa is going to feel really good versus Mauga, I think, now. Because a fortified Orisa is not, like, I mean, a fortified Orisa is going to demolish a Mauga, I think. Tech, can you come on? Is Tech Tristan still in chat? Can you come on? I want to test something. Let's change the map to something small. I agree, Caprice. Any tank that has a tank busting identity is just really stupid, in my opinion. I don't think tank busting should be a legitimate role. Certainly not of an enemy tank. Spilo was the one who found out? Sure. Whatever you think. Alright, go Mauga. And then we'll 3, 2, 1. And then I will, when I start shooting, you can just start shooting back. You ready? Here we go. Holy crap. Holy crap, y'all. Holy crap. Now, I know some of you guys are saying, yeah, but the Mauga's going to be getting healed, right? But the Mauga's also going to be getting shot by your teammates as well. And by fortifying, you're completely denying his overcharge. He literally cannot heal. You ready? You're done. You're cooked. You're cooked. You're totally cooked. Orisa destroys Mauga. It's over. It's over. He's using cardiac. He is using cardiac. It doesn't matter. Orisa demolished it. Another tank on Orisa's list now. I mean, this is awful mechanics. And you can already see that I whittled his armor down. Look at that. I totally trolled the fight. And with just my thing, if I had tracked that 5% better, he dies. It's over. It's over. Orisa demolishes Mauga right now. Fortifying, he's cooked. Fortifying, he's cooked. And the thing is like, you guys have to think about it. Like, if the Orisa pops Fortify, the Mauga literally has to run away. She literally has to run away. Because unless there's another fat, juicy target to heal off of, the Orisa will kill you. She will kill you. Because you can't heal. It totally steals your healing. But what are you gonna do? Shoot a squishy? No, of course you're not gonna shoot a squishy. Can't heal me now. Can't kill me now. Then I javelin, and that's it. Look at that. Easy peasy. Because also your ultimate is fortified too, right? So you don't give healing when you're ulting as well. And then if we talk about like the range, I imagine the range you feel pretty good, feels pretty good, right? I mean, this is crazy, guys. Who can counter Orisa? I mean, the same stuff, right? Mobility counters Orisa on maps with good mobility. And the raw mirror, Zarya counters Orisa. Although with the range buff, Orisa now has options to counterplay the Zarya with more range poke here. I mean, this is crazy. You know? Like we're talking, like you said, this is what we talked about when I said, like, you know, cutting off your nose to spite your face, right? We're all happy that Mauga's dead, but it came at a cost. Shadow King, thank you for the sub. It came at a cost, and this is a pretty steep cost. This is a pretty steep cost. You can ult and cage fight. Yeah, that's true. That's actually really true. Tech, do you have ult? I should probably, let me farm ult off of you. 89? All right. Well, I gotta farm ult off of you anyway, so. I'll just let you heal off of me, then I go back to spawn, and then I farm ult off of you. This would just be so much faster if we just started spawn with ultimate. Give me a second. Yeah, let's just do this. And then we'll just restart. Because it's actually true. I didn't think about that. Orisa Mythic was undersold. That's hilarious. Because yeah, I mean, Orisa ult during Mauga, you just deny his healing right there, and he has to cancel cage fight because you probably will almost one shot him. Look, okay, look, watch this. Pop ult, pop ult. Stay in here. Just take it like a man. Fortify. I mean, guys, that's actually insane. That's actually insane. It totally shuts it down. You literally just die. You full charge your ultimate and then have fortify afterwards, or even just javelin spin to deny his healing. It's over. Actually, Tech, can you come back? Check to see if the Orisa ult also damages your shield as well. Does it damage your shield as well? Because you can see your barrier. Check to see if it damages your shield as well. Ready? Go for it. I don't know if it reaches it. Does it damage your shield? No damage? Okay, that's the only thing going for it, is that it doesn't do any damage to the shield. But I mean, look at that. I just took his entire HP out and he's done. Like, that's it. I'm pretty sure I hit the shield. I saw the green outside of it. We'll do it one more time. Maybe I didn't hit the shield. There's a chance. I thought I was. I saw the green outside of it. I'll try it one more time. We don't have to fully charge it. Do it again. Any shield damage? No? Okay. All right, well, that's the only thing going for it. So no damage done. You know what? You go, Orisa. You can't see the shield HP? Really? I thought for sure you could. Yeah, that's true, chat. It doesn't damage other shields, so why would it damage this shield? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, this is huge. Like that. This is the bigger Mauga counter. Like this is the real Mauga counter. Especially because Mauga still isn't good enough versus squishies, right? So it's not like you can go like, oh, they're all going Orisa. I can just dive backline, which a lot of other tanks can do. Mauga is not good enough at that, right? Not with these changes, right? They didn't do enough, right? They didn't do enough. So he's actually not good. He doesn't have the option. Like he can run away from Orisa, but yeah. I'm not saying that it's totally unplayable. You just cannot play into Fortify at all. We made it all the way through Quinston. So this is huge. This is huge. Now, again, keep in mind that you're still very fragile to Mauga when you don't have Fortify. Also, screw off Orb. You guys want to see something really funny? Check this out. So let me actually show you something here. Let me... just watch carefully. You know what? Actually, that's not fair. That's not fair. That's just, you know what? That's just rude. That's just rude. You know what we're gonna do, chat? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna be polite. We're gonna be polite. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do this. Yeah, get it right up in there. Get it right up in there. You know what I'm saying? Get it nice and in there. Yeah. There you go. Let's get a little bigger there, just a little larger. Is that big enough? I don't think that's big enough. Am I the only one who thinks that's kind of small? Like that, like we can do better. I think we can do a lot better. In fact, I don't even think we could do better. I know we could do a lot better. Can it get possibly any bigger? Maybe. That's pretty good. What do you guys think? Is that good? I think that's good. You see that in the bottom right of your screen there? You see that? Like Jaws. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, whipsy doopsy doodle. Let me click that right there. Oh, just missed. Just missed. Just missed. Man, this is hard. It's a smaller hitbox than you really give it credit for. Like, click right. Oh no! My bad. I clicked the wrong thing. I just don't know what happened. My bad, guys. My bad. Silly me. Clicking the wrong thing. Okay, actually, how do I set this to normal? I don't know enough about OP. Wait, where did my face go? Wait, no. No, I clicked the Overwatch specific window. No, karma! No, sweet justice, I didn't deserve this. No, my face. No, why is it moving my face cam? Where is my face? No! Crap! I didn't select everything. I selected just Overwatch and it selected everything. Wait, no, I can't control Z it. No, wait. Can it control Z enough? Does it do it? Does it go back far enough? I'm back, baby! I'm back! No! Stop! Select Overwatch. Okay. See, this is good. We're good. We're back. We were never gone. We're totally fine. This is exactly how we drew it up. Not even for a second. See, we're getting there. We're almost there. Almost there. Ali! we're never gone. We are so back. We are so back, man. Look at that. The question, was it worth it? And yes, it was worth it. Absolutely. You have to pay the sacrifice to just pay social consequences. There we go. Brilliant. You know, okay, here. Posture check? Bro, after all that, and you're gonna posture check me? Really? If it was worth it, do it again? No. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much is everyone freaking out over Twitter? Seriously, you guys tell me. How is everybody freaking out over Twitter? Let's see. I see Samito. I see the freaking London Spitfire. I assume Lemon Kiwi's freaking out of that. Landon, patch notes definitely normal. Man, who is that hunk? Okay, I'll play tank again. Thanks, dev team. Really, Kaluch? You'll play Orisa? Ultraviolet's losing it. Yeah, who is that 6-foot warlord? Seriously, who? Did I see the Metro fake notes? No. Let me see. Where is it? Is it on Twitter? Okay. Metro is really swimming in the Twitter clout, you know. That one Gibraltar clip, you know, and the guy. I would say that he's swimming in the revenue, but let's be honest, Twitter revenue is a joke. So he's swimming in something. Yeah, Metro, okay, give credit to Metro. My mate has really embraced the whole heel of Overwatch. He's needed to do this for years. He's finally done it. Like, I feel like the last couple of months, you know, specifically, he's finally embraced it. And like, look at it. He's blowing up. I know his Twitch views have been up. You know? People are like literally rage watching him in droves. You know, good on him. He's found his niche. You know, somebody's got to be the heel. It's not going to be me. I'm too perfect. So who's going to be the heel besides me? You know. At least it's consistent. See, the key thing with being the heel is then you can be a total ass, and it's just content at that point. You know. No. I'm proud of him. He's finally embracing his terrible personality. Okay. Anyway. All publicity is good publicity. Yeah. You guys didn't. All right. We'll move on from there. Okay. So I wanted to do some content. Awkward's not the heel. Awkward, you have to know that you're the heel to be the heel, I think. And Awkward has some legitimately good stuff as well, so he can't be the heel. Commands add patch notes reacted 30 minutes into stream go back and watch or wait for vid tomorrow. No, Orb. No, Pugs. No. I'm legitimately going to start an underground black market for Pugs just to avoid...
a team comp of our most hated heroes. I think it goes something like Mauga, Bastion, Ilari. Who else is on that team?
Oh, man, that's a good question. Mercy? I feel like most hated heroes would be different than like most hated composition. Like, I feel like a Mauga, like... Bastion, Pharmacy, or like a Sojourn Mercy would be really annoying, but yeah. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. So people have been asking me, like, I don't even know how many times. I've had people in my DMs to watch two videos. Dos. All right. Cheers, Hag. Thanks for the bits. And those videos have been on my watch list for a long time, and I have not seen them yet, so we're gonna watch them. And it's going to be in our theme today of how is Overwatch 2 fixable. One of the videos is, coincidentally, 5 rules to fix Overwatch 2 from somebody I've never heard of. And then the other one is the Tickety video, Overwatch is not balanced, which is blown up, which is sick. So I want to watch both videos. I want to give my takes on those videos. And then I want to turn this around because I feel like I need to wash my mouth out because I'm so sad from today's patch notes and all this stuff that... oh, dude, there's a Samito video. That's right, chat. There's a Samito video. Maybe watch the Samito video too. And we can talk about the positive things. Maybe. So maybe. Let's watch this.
Much of the discussion.
You guys are gonna have to tell me if the echo is bad. If the echo is bad, let me know because I really don't want to wear headphones. But if the echo gets really bad through the mic, just let out a blood curdling scream. I generally don't do React content unless I have something new or interesting to say, like a comment. Hey, wait, is that me? I'm in this video. Whoa, okay. So I don't do every video React content because, like I said, I'm only gonna do React content if I feel like I have a different perspective. So yeah, but I haven't seen this one, so I'm just gonna hope and pray that I have something new besides like, yeah, I don't want to be React content. Andy.
Question around Overwatch 2's balance is muddled and increasingly unproductive. So what do I mean by that? Well, the focus of this video...
Oh, we forgot to change the rank, guys. Whenever we do anything productive at all, whether it's Overwatch League analysis or this, it's bronze. It's always bronze.
Was to spark a conversation. I'm looking to augment the balance philosophy we as players use to discuss Overwatch. The player base of Overwatch is vast, variable, and volatile, ranging from middle-aged fathers to teenage esports prodigies strapped to gaming toilets. As such, to facilitate a productive dialogue, I want to present a framework for how we as players approach crafting balance concepts.
I like his alliteration.
In essence, we all play video games to have fun. It's amazing. But where that fun comes from varies. The perspective of every player deserves to be heard. My goal is to supply the tools of constructive criticism.
That is by far the hardest part of Overwatch, is that because it's like, what is Overwatch? It is like one of the, I don't play a lot of other games, so it's kind of hard to compare, but I feel like Overwatch has like one of the most broad appeals out of just games in general. It feels like a little bit like the Elden Ring, but not very good. Whereas like Elden Ring did a lot of things, but I think did them fairly well. And Overwatch, I think, doesn't always do those things well, but it does at least try to do a lot of things. Yeah, it's on 1.25. I'll slow it down because he actually talks pretty fast. I'll slow it down a little bit.
Not to speak for everybody. This video has 2 parts. First, I'll present 5 rules to guide the balance debate. In the second part, I'll provide examples of my rules in action. Together, we'll dive deeper into the philosophy of Overwatch
Love the examples
balance.
idea. That's one of the biggest complaints with a lot of these videos is that people complain but provide no solutions, and we've always tried to do better.
Before we begin, I want to put forth some questions for you to ponder throughout the video. What is fun in the context of Overwatch? How do we craft concepts that solve issues for the long term? And
good question. This to me is the question that has never been asked, at least publicly, that we know of. So much of Overwatch 2 balancing seems random without really a vision or a goal of how we design or how we create heroes. And if they do have a vision, they do a terrible job of sticking with it. That's probably if I picked one thing with Overwatch 2 balance to pick, it would be it's not balanced well or lazy or whatever. It's that there is no vision with how they create heroes or how they create. It is totally random. And if, like I said, if there is, I don't even have to agree with the vision. It just needs to be some sort of consistency, and there is not. This is probably the thing that is missed the most in Overwatch 2.
Aim to be
Thank you for the
both fun
subs. By the way, thank you, Blurb, for the sub.
It's
Light
been
Waves.
70 months and yet you're still having technical issues like an absolute boomer. Here is a random spiller quote from 2023. It's fun the same way that beating on preschoolers is fun.
I don't remember saying that, so I don't think that much. Surely I would never say something like that, chat, right?
and competitively viable.
I would never say something like that. Hey, Paul Fi. How's the volume level for you guys? Is it okay? Thank you for the sub, Lightways.
To start off, I think it's important that you all know where I'm coming from in my experience with Overwatch.
Okay.
I've been playing off and on at varying levels of interest since OW2 launched in 2016. I took an extended break shortly after Ashe launched, returning
Yeah, this is actually really fast. Like, this guy talks faster than I do, so maybe we put it on normal speed.
briefly when BAP and Sigma dropped. Since then, I didn't play the game until OW2 launched late last year. In OW1, I peaked at High Diamond as primarily a tank player. This was before the advent of role queue. Currently though, I primarily play quick play. I peaked at GM3 as support, with my tank and DPS role sitting at mid diamond. If I were to just say, make the game fun and call it a day, that wouldn't be very helpful now, would it? Instead, I'm going to boil down my definitions of fun Overwatch into these 5 fundamental rules. Each of these is essential to inform balance concepts and criticisms conducive to improving the game. 1. Each role must be defined and consistent. What is
Alright.
it that tanks do? Why should I be excited to pick tank over other roles? Are they resigned to be ability and damage sponges? Perhaps you think it's their job to take and deny space. Or should they be an imposing presence in a teamfight that you must work around rather than tunnel through? Not all these concepts are mutually exclusive. We'll come back to these definitions later. 2. Consider every player in a given match. How does a tank interact with the other 9 players, or on a more macro scale? By allowing all 3 roles to have some form of soft or hard CC, you enable situations where one player can be chain stunned for more than 10 seconds. Sure, the abilities are fun for the side using them, but it's certainly not for the receiving party. At this point, we're just begging to
Sure.
return.
So you're not just considering the player that's having fun, but playing versus that is also has to be considered as well.
Overwatch 1. 3. Balance cannot be strictly numerical. Of course, number changes are the easiest in terms of concept.
This is more of a semantics. I think balance can be strictly numerical, but design cannot be. I agree with his point. I'm just playing semantics with him.
Developer hours and immediacy.
This is a
However, they
good
can only
point.
alleviate so much tension in the long term. Often, making these types of changes incrementally exaggerates specific issues, such as the immense damage and healing creep streamers like Flats have talked about.
I do think the numbers have gotten insane, but I don't think it's just support fault. I don't think it's support fault alone. I think it's just in general. I think that damage numbers for tanks, damage numbers for DPS, and damage numbers for supports and healing numbers have all gotten too high for what the health pools are.
Though, crucially, I want to stress the strict
I don't know exactly what the point is here. I'll let him finish his point before I go off in a tangent. But this problem is talking about the design, meaning that you cannot just tweak numbers. You have to fundamentally change how the ability works. But that's not been brought up yet. So I assume that that's what he's about to bring
part
up.
of this point. Changing numbers is not inherently bad, and often can be a good thing. Take Bastion as an example. The recent change to his weapon spread is a number change, but does not affect his most irritating matchup, shredding tanks. Now, if this change were alternatively a nerf to his per pellet damage, perhaps even tightening the spread of his weapon slightly, we maintain or perhaps strengthen
Does this guy watch my views? Does this guy watch my videos? That's literally word for word what I
his
said.
effectiveness against squishies at short to mid ranges, all while attenuating his threat against tanks.
Maybe I'm not that
Obviously,
special. That's
many
probably
may
more of a
argue
general
Bastion
opinion,
needs
not
a
just mine.
full-scale rework, which I don't disagree with, but this demonstrates the value of appropriate number changes for short-term adjustments. 4th, control and counterplay are essential.
I don't feel like he really elaborated on his points. Like, what does rule number 3? I agree with rule number 3, but then he didn't really elaborate on it because he brings up a flat quote that talks specifically about number changes, but not about like how number changes aren't good enough. Content stealer? That's not a content stealer. It's not a content stealer. If he takes it, this is all his taking other people's ideas and then applying his own opinions and structuring a really good, well-made video. This is not content stealer.
The feeling of being in control of your character, like you lost a fight to the player and not the game, is critical for any shooter. We should strive for nearly every death to feel like, man, if only I saved my ult, or if I landed my ability,
Yeah,
I would have
it's a good
won.
point.
In the same vein, long cooldowns are antithetical to being in control of your hero.
Okay,
Abilities
good
like
to know.
Lamp and Life Grip, which are only seen about once per fight, feel terrible on both sides. Leaning into these impactful but infrequent abilities creates clunky kits, which ultimately feel inconsistent. As
True.
Stylo recently argued on an episode of the Group Up podcast,
The point needs to be shorter cooldowns, more choices, more counter.
It's me.
And you can't fix that by changing the cooldown. You decrease the frequency of that instance, but it still feels terrible. If they increased hog hook duration to 10 seconds, right, the cooldown, it would still feel terrible for somebody to get hooked. If they increased Suzu to 25 seconds, it still would feel terrible. So for me, it should be slightly less impactful abilities that are not game changing, that have counterplay, and that allow more frequent decisions. And then they need to try to introduce through character design as well as ability
Long
design,
clip.
abilities that always have counterplay. We either need to stop making characters like Roadhog or Mauga.
See I think I'm nitpicking here, but I think like the first part of this point should have been in Rule 3 because it talks about like not just tweaking numbers, you know. And then I start talking about counterplay, but I'm just splitting.
You
hairs.
have zero way of playing around CDs and spam. They have nothing. Or we need to change the way that those abilities, that those tanks.
Shut up, Brana.
the most complained about abilities in Overwatch, more often than not, have fundamental flaws in their design. Decreasing the theoretical frequency of these abilities is detrimental to both the controlling player and the opposition. The abilities will still be used in the same way as before. Instead, increasing the cooldown only acts to the detriment of lower ranked players who lack the judgment to perfect their ability usage. Fifth,
That's
not
actually a good point. I didn't think about
everything
that.
needs a rework. This point was best articulated by Dan.
Dang it, guys! Dang it! Dang it! Why is he gonna call me out like that, bro? Man, aww. Rats! There goes my next 12 projects, guys. We were gonna do the tank rework part 73. We were gonna rework my rework of the rework of Roadhog. This is true, though. This is true. I think one of the things that I think people sometimes in my chat come up and be like, you know, why haven't you like given ideas for Reinhardt, or why haven't you given ideas for Genji, or why haven't you given ideas for Brigitte? And it's like, you know, I think there's some tweaks that maybe some of those characters need, but really, I do think that I would say, maybe this is a hot take, I think half of the Overwatch 2 cast is honestly pretty much fine as is. Another 15 to 20%, 25% needs like some minor tweaks, adjustments with how they're playing. I really only think like a quarter of the cast actually needs a rework. Now, maybe a little bit more than that. And honestly, the only reason that number is so high is it's just because I think that there's so many characters that did not age well in Overwatch 2, and were like really, so we have this combination of like characters that were like not super well designed in Overwatch 2, and then there's a combination with that of like old Overwatch 1 characters that were designed to be noob friendly and yet have remained like relevant in higher levels. Like, for example, like Junkrat, Bastion, like those characters that are just super archaic, Pharah, Roadhog, even Orisa to an extent. So, but yeah, I do think this is true.
Daniel Fenner on that same episode of the Group Up podcast.
I just think that it's okay to have heroes that not everybody loves. As a support player, this comes up with Moira a lot. Like, a lot of people want to see Moira changed. It's like she's got no utility. She doesn't help.
I will disagree with this with one point.
Play. I see that as okay. There's people who play Moira, they like Moira, and they do well on Moira. Like, Moira does well on ladder, and that's fine. I think it's okay that Moira is not going to see time in the Overwatch League if there are people who like playing Moira. I think they should be careful with reworks because, like, people...
My point with Moira has always been that it's not that it's a lower skill character. It's the fact that Moira has no skill expression almost at all, like in comparison to other characters that are also low mechanics. I think that generally victimizes people that want to play the more fun supports and DPS, because it's not like a Winston or a Reinhardt or a Brigitte, or even to an extent a Mercy, where if you make a positioning mistake, you die for it. You have to make choices. You have to play. You don't get punished for your mistakes. The reason that you lose games is because you don't get as much value as you could have. But to me, I think the problem, this goes back to point number 2. The problem is you have to consider the entire lobby when you pick Moira. When you pick Moira and you enjoy playing Moira because you like playing Moira, that's great for you. But what about the bronze Genji on the enemy team? Right? Think about that. What about the bronze Tracer? What about the DPS, the hit scan that doesn't have the aim for it yet? When you think about it that way, you realize that you have a character that it actively discourages other people from playing more challenging, more fun. I won't say more fun, just fun characters. And that to me is my problem with Moira. So it's like the problem with Moira is that it's not like, oh, well, there's not a mechanical skill demand. There's a, positioning skill demand. I don't think the argument that I'm going to do a full project on this. So actually, I might actually start with that tomorrow. So hang tight. I don't think the idea that we need low skill characters in Overwatch 2, low skill across the board mechanics and positioning, I don't think that holds water. I don't think the logic carries through. You need characters to be accessible in terms of understanding the basics of the character immediately. Not everything needs to be 12 steps of nuance, but you do not need characters that are complicated because balance doesn't happen in a vacuum. If you have characters like, let me give you an example. If you logged into Overwatch and you could only play Winston, Genji, Reaper, Lucio, Ana, and those are the only characters that you could play. You could put a brand new player, never played a first-person shooter before, and they would be able to play these characters. They would not play them well, but they would play them, and they would enjoy them. They wouldn't be overwhelmed. These are not overwhelming characters. There is some nuance here and there, but they're not overwhelming characters. The first character that I ever played in Overwatch 1 was Genji, the first game, and immediately fell in love. Never played a first-person shooter before in my life. Not a single game of CSGO, nothing. And the first thing I did was I picked Genji because my buddy told me that I'd like him, and I loved him. First game. Loved it. Immediately. It was just immediately fell in love. And I didn't need to be a good player to enjoy Genji. I didn't need to be a good player to love Winston. Winston was one of the first things that I enjoyed playing, even though I didn't really understand why he was considered good because he didn't feel that good to me. But I loved playing him, right? Same thing with Ana. Ana almost immediately was a lot of fun. Lucio. Lucio was one of the first characters that I played. Lucio was the only other character besides Genji that I played for the first 100 hours of the game. And he's extremely high skill. And I didn't need to understand exactly all the details of how to wall ride and the one-shot combo. In fact, I didn't even fully understood what AMP did. I didn't fully understand exactly how it worked, but I still loved playing him. And to me, it's like we don't need characters like Moira. We don't need characters like Moira. The only thing that you need, and I've heard this argument before, and I think it's a good argument, is I do think that it's good to have low mechanical skill requirement heroes. If every character in Overwatch 2 was a Widowmaker, I probably would not have played it because I didn't have the good enough aim, and that was a barrier of entry to me. But I didn't have to have great mechanics to have fun with Genji. And I know there's also people that have physical limitations as well, that they don't have the capability. They never will have the physical capability through injury or sickness to be able to play mechanically intensive characters. So characters like Winston and Reinhardt and so on, I think it's good to have characters like that to make that accessible to people that want to rely on their brain and don't want to rely, they can't rely on their mechanics, right? But again, Moira's not the example. And Mercy to an extent is not the example. Low skill floor, but high skill ceiling heroes. I think there should be no character that by picking it, you don't even need to turn on your brain. You just need to play the character. I don't think that that's healthy for the game. And my point is that I think that actually hurts lower ranked characters worse than higher ranked characters. I remember being a Plat Genji when Moira was released. I think it was Plat when Moira was released. I remember how that felt. I remember how that felt when Brig was released. And I literally had to stop playing tank because you couldn't play Winston into Brig. You just couldn't. You could not do it. And it took significantly less effort for the Brig than it did for the Winston.
My coordination probably isn't good enough, to say nothing about my control setup.
So to me,
to ever really effectively play Widow or other super mechanically intensive characters.
So to me, it's not about the mechanical accessibility. I think that is where it gets elitist of a specific skill set. But I don't think it's unreasonable to expect every character to have some sort of skill involved in playing. Cheers. I appreciate it, Levi. But yeah. When I talk about Brig, I'm talking about old Overwatch 1 Brig. I think Overwatch 2 Brig right now is actually a pretty skillful character and requires choice and has consequences. There's some aspects of Fakir that I don't love. We've talked about those, but I do think that Brig doesn't really belong in the discussion with Moira. So I just don't love it. I don't love it. So I appreciate Daniel's point, but Moira is the wrong hill to die on for this, because I think it is as close to objectively wrong, because you can literally go remove Moira and watch the low ranks have more fun. Watch the bronze grandmothers, this 8-year-old kids, and the 25-year-old first time to first person shooters like myself. Watch them have more fun in the game without Moira. Watch them. Promise you. Yeah, no, Moira definitely has skill. There isn't a hero in Overwatch that has skill. Moira just has dramatically less so. Yes, I agree. Winston is a good example.
Heroes like playing. I think it's okay that Moira is not going to see time in the Overwatch League if there are people who like playing Moira. I think they should be careful with reworks, because like people like heroes, and if they get reworked, then they might not like that hero.
Pending what Daniel said,
I also disagree with that point, and I think I talked about it in the podcast. It's been a while since I've had this podcast because I was on this podcast, but I also disagree with that to an extent. I think it's okay to have niche heroes depending on their impact on the game. If you have a niche character that has an adverse effect on other people, Moira being the prime example, Mercy's another one, Bastion's another one, then I don't think that they belong in it. Because yes, by reworking this character, you target that niche. But what you do is you do two things. First off, you stop ticking everybody else off that's currently being adversely affected by this. And then number two, you create a new subset, a new population of players that otherwise wouldn't play the character. Love you. Let me give you an example. I didn't like Overwatch 1 Brig because of her stun, her lack of mobility, and I felt like her playstyle wasn't dynamic enough. I never played Brigitte in Overwatch 1. Never. I hated it. Same thing goes for Symmetra. Never played Symmetra in Overwatch 1. Thought she was a dumb hero. Overwatch 2, they reworked the character. They probably took some Brig mains off. They probably took some Symmetra mains off. But you know what they did? They made Brigitte and Symmetra significantly less awful to play into. And I play Brig and Symmetra right now. When I play quick play, when I play with friends, I never played Brig and Symmetra in Overwatch 1. I like playing Brig and Symmetra in Overwatch 2. And there's a lot of people out there that are probably in the same. I don't have hard stats to back that up. But I don't think that you should defend niche characters when those characters actively hurt the rest of the player population. And by reworking those niche characters, you make them more accessible. Not more accessible, but more enjoyable for a larger player base. I think it's a complicated topic. I think I would defend a character like Wrecking Ball to an extent because I do think that he's unique. And I think that he's relatively inoffensive. I know some people don't like Wrecking Ball, but I think compared to some of the other things, he's relatively inoffensive. So we don't need to rework Wrecking Ball that much. Maybe there's some things that we could do to tweak him to make less frustrating, but we could leave the core design fine as it is. But I do not agree with Daniel's point here.
Heroes, and if they get reworked, then
because it's looking at it from only one dimension. And you cannot think about the niche population that enjoys Moira. You think about the population that hates playing versus Moira and that isn't playing Moira that otherwise would be. Yes, I do think that's the case, Arathol. I do think that's the case. I think if you think about characters that do that, you'll often find characters that are not particularly well designed as well. Why are we thinking for the sub? Langu is for the sub as well. I appreciate it. Or no, that's the watch streak. That's not a sub. That isn't it.
I think when we consider reworking a hero, we should also ask, how can we diversify ability interactions without changing the fundamental feel of this hero? Not necessarily making the hero viable in the meta, but increasing the scenarios in which they can be used. So with those rules...
That's true. So if you're not going to fully rework a character, diversifying their interaction and counterplay is what I would call a soft rework, and is something that we try to do a lot in our rework.
Laid out, I have a few specific examples that I'd like to go over. Starting off with rule 1, I'm going to create a broad definition of each role.
Side A, yeah, true. Define each role, okay.
Beginning with something easy and foundational, the DPS role. I think this role is best described as pressure creators, and by extension, space creators. Now you may be thinking, Isn't that the tank's job? Well, yes and no. Let me explain.
This guy's definitely a Smilo viewer. This guy's definitely watches my stuff. It's like word for word.
DPS create pressure through various means, whether it be the off angles a tracer takes.
Yeah. He said the word.
Altering the map geometry like May's wall, accelerating access to a position like Sim's TP, or through the threat of their raw damage potential like Genji. These all effectively create space by forcing enemies out of position. So then...
Nah, he's not stealing it. Yeah, listen. If you put this much work into a video like this and are this articulate and come up with your own ideas and own opinions, you're more than welcome to steal as much of my content as you like. This is not even stealing. Apollo, thank you for the sub.
Tanks differ. I would define tanks as the deniers. Not just space deniers, though most do just that. Each tank denies a specific aspect of the enemy team's advantage. Some tanks like Orisa deny space by being an unkillable wall. Shared between Orisa, D.Va, and Sigma is the ability to deny utility through absorbing projectiles. Tanks like Ball and Doomfist deny both space and angles by literally pushing enemies out of position. Sigma baits utility through long-range damage pressure. He also, along with Ryan and Winston, denies utility, ult charge, and poke damage through intelligent shield usage. You'll note this category is very broad, but you'll also note
one of the ways that the way I define tank DPS and support, and to be very clear, I haven't thought about this too much in detail because I actually don't think it's super important right now, but I think DPS they put out pressure. I think tank puts out pressure, but does so over a longer and more consistent period, like has more direct threat and absorbs pressure as well. So tank can put out pressure and absorb pressure better than a DPS. Supports alleviate pressure while also putting out pressure. So you have to talk about DPS, only pressure. Supports, puts out pressure and alleviates enemy pressure through healing. And then tanks puts out pressure and absorbs pressure as well, so that they're able to take pressure that is meant for other people that are less able to deal with it. That's really the difference for me. I think all of it revolves around pressure, and all of it indirectly then revolves around space. But that's the way I look about it. Supports are the healing allows them to take pressure away. And then tanks are just better able to absorb pressure without dying, basically. Right.
Note that it does not require tanks to absorb utility by taking the full brunt of it.
Mediate pressure, that's a good term. Yeah, I like that, Tom. That's a good one. Provide, mediate pressure, and alleviate pressure. Obviously, tanks and supports also put out pressure as well, but that's what makes them unique, right? Is it tanks do more mediation and management of pressure, and supports alleviate that pressure.
Meta tanks have presence primarily through the threat of their lethality, coupled with abilities that allow them to mitigate the utility that is used against them. All right, now we'll tackle.
I think really though it's not apples and oranges, but it's a tomato. You know, like I'm fine with that definition of the tank role, and I don't think you actually need to nail it perfectly on the head. I think the vision is like I agree with his vision. You know, it's like it's
Tackle
close
is
enough.
Probably the most challenging role to define.
Neil, awkward. I mean, awkward talk is about alleviating pressure as well. Like awkward is about, you know, if your person's about to die, you alleviate that pressure and prevent them from death. I think awkward caricatures himself because it's easier to remember, and it's an easy mantra to apply. But awkward heals. You know.
Fine. Support is extremely diverse. Commonly, they all heal, but that doesn't encapsulate all they have to do in a game. Ultimately, I think the term support is the most accurate descriptor of this role. They prop up their teammates through healing, utility, or damage pressure. Good support players help their team maintain and create space by...
But you notice that what makes this support useful is that they all do this, and not all the DPS do that, right? All DPS have damage pressure. A lot of DPS have utility. Right? Not all of them. I think supports have more utility than DPS, but generally all supports have healing and are more likely to have utility that alleviate pressure.
Sustaining them through the enemy.
Why does everyone say Brigitte? As far I just know what I've been told.
Enemy's pressure. Support
I
players
honestly don't
often
know.
create the openings which allow their team to capitalize on a kill, whether that be through anti-nade, Kiriko or Yari headshots landing a pick, or Lucio speed boosting your team in for an aggressive play. But they can also stabilize a team fight. Take a Lucio speed boosting your team out of danger, or ultimates like Zen's Trans and
Right, that's
Mercy's
the
Valk. I think
alleviation
support
of
is-
pressure, right? Is the speed boost is what allows your team to do pressure. It can enable pressure as well. You could look at support as also enabling pressure as well, not just alleviate. I think alleviating or enabling pressure directly, I guess, would be the way to think about it. It's a tricky balance.
by far the most versatile role, at least in Overwatch 2. Probably why it's the most played. But what they all have in common is the
Also, I wouldn't trust Google Translate. Google Translate didn't pronounce Princess Mononoke or whatever this thing was wrong. I put it wrong, so...
ability to press and stabilize their team's advantage. With all that said, how do we actually use this when discussing balance? To elucidate on that, I'm going to present some of my
Elucidate. Haha, that's a fun one. I think... Let me make sure I'm spelling it correctly. Is it elucidate? Yes. Nice. Make clear. All right, that's a good one.
concepts and
I haven't heard that one
criticisms
in like
about
10
the game,
years.
and I'll explain how they are informed by my 5 rules. Hopefully, my concepts can serve as examples or starting points for your own ideas, which I'd love for you to share in the comments. Starting us off with Rule 3, I have this concept for a rework of anti-healing effects. Now, this comes packaged with a whole lot of other reworks and changes for other heroes, following my second rule. But starting with Ana, her anti-nade would function as a healing absorb rather than a full stop to healing for its entire duration. Where the actual balance numbers lie will take some testing obviously, but let's say 200 for now. This could be displayed in-game with a purple outline on the health bar as it is now, but instead it fills up as you heal through the absorb. After which point the absorb would disappear and any remaining healing would apply normally. To counteract this huge nerf to the ability, the cooldown would be reduced quite substantially, perhaps some 3 to 5 seconds. So how does this change adhere to my 5 rules? Rule 1. Anti-nade no longer acts as a hard counter to Zen's ultimate. Though this matchup wasn't the worst because of the skill involved in baiting the CD, the decreased cooldown on nade should compensate for the lost potential aggression with a renewed capacity to stabilize your own team through Transcendence's duration, thus fitting our definition of support. Rule 2. Another matchup we've
I don't really know if maybe I fail to understand like how the rule 1 applies here. I see how it applies with rule 2, and I think it applies to rule 3, but I don't know how this works around the defining the role here. Where I'm not really talking about the on and nade change. You know, whatever the changes is irrelevant. I'm trying to think about like how is the rules. Each role must be defined and consistent. Wouldn't that apply more to an ability that I think you might have to use a different example of like an ability that doesn't fit the role, but then man, that would be tricky to do. Okay.
diversify.
I don't fully understand his point with rule 1, to be honest. But I'm also a little stupid.
This change is against abilities like Hog's Take a Breather. Whereas before, anti-nade completely shut down Hog's
This is
sustain.
consistent,
Now the
right.
Hog has a choice. Does he use some of his healing to push through the absorb?
This lines
or
up with the
can his
rules.
support recover him? He's not resigned to death or hiding behind a corner now. The Hog has options without eviscerating the impact the Ana has in this matchup. Rule 3. With this rework, we fundamentally changed how anti-healing effects interact with players for the long-term benefit of the game. Additionally, this gives us further options for number tweaks beyond duration, as we can also adjust the absorb amount to either strengthen or weaken the ability as necessary. Rule 4. The impact of anti-nade is lessened, but in exchange,
This
we've
is
made
true.
a more frequent and engaging ability. Beyond just the Ana, the opposing team is now presented with more diverse counterplay opportunities for this ability. Should they retreat to heal off the absorb, or should the BAP use regen burst to stabilize his team? Rule 5. With this change, we have given Moira's healing orb added utility and being a great method to clear the absorb from multiple teammates, all without changing Moira herself. Also, Ana's grenade stays largely the same gameplay-wise.
I don't know how I feel about this. This is kind of looking at things in a vacuum, at least with rule number 5, because you would also have to look at the number of things that are broken or are effective. For example, because it's less of a counter to Roadhog, this buffs Roadhog, which may not be a thing that's healthy or good for the game. It may make Roadhog more powerful. It would... that's the first thing that comes to mind. Same thing with Mauga, right? With a lot of tanks that are stopped by nade currently, you would also have to rework that tank because they would get an indirect buff by the rework to this ability. You kind of see what I'm saying? To where it's like, we talk about the good side of this nade change, where it gives burst healing like Orb an identity, but it also enables heroes like Mauga and Roadhog more. So would it be an overall good change? Maybe, maybe not. But not everything needs a rework. You would have to really work hard to rework to make ability changes that in a vacuum don't buff some annoying aspect of the game. Just as important as soft counters? I'm not sure I understand whether I agree or disagree or not. But I agree with 2, 3, and 4. I'm not sure that rule 5 or rule I fully agree with, and I'm not sure, well, not that I disagree with the rule, but I don't know that it necessarily has anything to do with the on-nade, and I don't fully understand rule 1's and anti-nade's relation.
Barring the more frequent usage.
You try to explain rule 1 a bit? All right, well. Rule 1, supports are usually the ones creating openings. A decreased cooldown makes these opportunities more frequent. I can see that. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. Okay. For some reason, my eyes just blurred over the decreased cooldown and creating openings. I forgot that this is what he described as like the support role. Whether I agree with that or not, whatever, but at least, okay, that makes sense.
On a player should find this change just as engaging as before. Another rework I'd make to support this change to anti-healing effects is to Kiriko's Protection Suzu. This should also mend much of the frustration with the ability. I'd remove the cleanse effect, shorten the invulnerability, potentially remove the intangibility.
Yeah, see, I would agree with that, Star. I do think that tanks and DPS generally are the ones that should be creating opportunities as well, but I think whatever.
And allow
I disagree, Paulify. I think control and counterplay, I think cleanses are the ones that don't have counterplay. I think in many ways, you look at Suzu, nade has more counterplay than Suzu. Naded target uses their mobility. A naded target uses cover. A naded target uses shield or damage mitigation. You can't stop a cleanse. There's no counterplay to cleanse. Strictly defensive abilities that don't provide some sort of value elsewhere have no counterplay. Fortify is a great example of a defensive ability that's balanced poorly but has the right idea. Because Fortify does other things. Fortify provides CC immunity. Fortify also provides an increase to your ability to do damage. If Fortify was balanced significantly better, like I'm talking significant number tweaks that we've talked about previously in stream, there would be a choice about whether you'd want to use the damage mitigation or whether you'd want to use it offensively. But when it comes to cleanses, there is like Life Grip, Suzu. Usually a lot of the time, there isn't a choice about how you want to use it. It's always the same way. And there's no benefit to using it in a different manner. Suzu is like, it only does one thing, and that's the problem.
Barring the more frequent usage,
Yeah.
change to anti-healing effects is to Kiriko's Protection Suzu. This should also mend much of the frustration with the ability. I'd remove the cleanse effect, shorten the invulnerability, potentially remove the intangibility, and allow it to burst heal for 70 or more baseline. Also, to compensate for this considerable...
Removing the cleanse effect entirely, invulnerability period, remove the intangibility effect. So it's basically a heal and short invulnerability thing.
Nerf, I'd reduce the cooldown by some 2 to 5 seconds. If we were to remove the intangibility effect, I would append that with immunity to stuns or knockbacks for the duration. The idea being that Doomfist would be stopped as if punching a fortified Orisa instead of slipping right through them. Alright, so how have my 5 rules informed this idea? Rule 1. Using our definition of support, Kiriko can sustain her team through moments of lethal burst damage with a well-timed Suzu. Rule 2. If we reduce the cooldown of Suzu significantly, I think increasing Swift Step's cooldown by 1 to 2 seconds would help in giving her moments of vulnerability. Her wall climb passive is already a strong evasion tool, and Swift Step is a fun but often annoying ability when on the opposing end. Rule 3. The removal of Cleanse with the addition of a consistent heal diminishes its effectiveness against anti-nade while remaining a strong counterplay when your whole team is hit. Furthermore, Suzu no longer hard counters ultimates like Shatter and Rampage. The latter we'll get into in a moment. Rule 4. The reduced cooldown of Suzu along with the removal of Cleanse produces skill expression through fast reaction times. It is still possible to stop an Earth Shatter with some really good timing or an apt prediction. No Cleanse and shorter invulnerability reduce her impact when teleporting into a 1v1. Increasing the Swift Step CD would also expand the window of opportunity to punish the Kiriko in these situations. Finally, Rule 5. We keep the most fun aspects of Suzu, like timing it to survive a Diva Bomb, negating a Doomfist punch, or avoiding being burned by Ash's dynamite. All of these are still possible with some pinpoint reactions or predictive timing. Finally, let's talk about Queen's ultimate given this healing absorb concept. Very simply, I'd have her apply the same effect as our reworked anti-nade, except this would have a slightly larger absorb. Of course, adhering to Rule 2, we must consider how our reworked Suzu...
I actually don't know if it would need a more healing absorb. Having a 200 HP healing bubble is the equivalent. It might even be more powerful with versus squishies.
would interact with this ult. Seeing as the only impact Suzu would have in this matchup is the burst heal or a potential to deny the ultimate with good timing, perhaps an absorb of 300 would be manageable. Of course, subject to testing. Bring back experimental mode. Alright, now how does this conform to rules 1, 3, 4, and 5? Well, rule 1, as it did before, Rampage still denies healing to the impacted targets, thus fitting our definition of tanks being deniers.
Cleansed. Okay.
3. As this change is largely identical to Ana's, I think the same point applies here. 4. Supports other than Kiriko have gained a dynamic in this matchup as they all have the ability to heal through the absorb. I think Lucio would be the most interesting because he gets the choice between amping speed or healing depending on the situation. 5. Just like our Ana rework, Rampage's impact stays largely the same. Of course, we'll need to test and monitor the absorb amount to ensure the ult remains impactful without being uncounterable. So that was probably my most complex rework idea. Now, I'd like to take a step.
I mean, these are all fine. I know you guys may not agree with every single detail here, and I think that's not really the point here, right? Like, the point is that, like, if you have rules like these, they give you a structure, a framework for how you actually do some of these tweaks, right? So I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I mean, again, you don't have to agree and disagree with every single detail here, but the overall spirit of the changes and the rules make sense to me.
Back and look at just one ability, specifically Baptiste Lamp. This suggestion is nothing new, but simply put, I changed Immortality Field to Damage Reduction Field. Now, I have heard the argument that this doesn't fit the name, but honestly everyone calls it Lamp anyway, ignoring the precise numbers of the damage reduction and lamp health for the sake of the video.
Flood warning, ignore it, y'all.
Let's focus on how this change fits my rules. First of all, the overall function
Okay, I'm waiting for it to finish.
of Lamp being a tool to save and stabilize your team is kept. Second, I want to consider how this affects the sniper matchup. Personally, I often use Lamp to peek Widows, and this is absolutely still possible. However, the Widow is now given a chance to kill me with a skillful set of headshots, or at least force me to back up. Because if I get hit, I know there is nothing preventing me from dying to a follow-up shot. Rule 3. We've removed the most frustrating component of Lamp, the immortality. It is now technically possible to kill a target in a Lamp, though it may be extremely difficult. This leads to Rule 4. We diversify the skill expression of Lamp on both sides. As the BAP, you no longer waste the Lamp if you place it early. There's utility in preventing bursts.
Well, you're in Florida, Paulify, so
support to reload. On the opposite side,
you get a warning just to leave the doors.
Presented with a choice. Do you switch targets to the Lamp and break it, or should you try to burn your target through the damage reduction? Perhaps you have enough.
By the way, this change, I I will. This is straight up from the group up podcast that we did right here with Daniel Fenner and myself. This is me, Samito, and Yeedle, and I think Daniel as well. Like literally on live, figured out a lot of these details and talked about these points through.
Knockback to push them out of the lamp's radius.
In fact, this was something that I was toying with, going back to a support rework, 7 months ago?
Regardless,
and I'm
there
sure
is
it's
more
been brought up
control
before
and
that.
more counterplay. I'd also argue this change adheres to Rule 5. This is not a complete rework of his kit. The lamp still exists to prevent your teammates from dying. BAT players who enjoy him now will continue.
I mean, now we're just
to
playing
do so.
semantics about
If
what a
anything,
rework actually
this change
is.
could allow
Because this
for
is
a
pretty
major cooldown
aggressive.
reduction, allowing for multiple lamps to be used per team fight. Those are just a handful of ideas informed by my 5 rules. But before
I mean, to be fair, being strict with your semantics and stuff like that makes for a better video watching experience. I'm being an ass here. Like I don't think it really matters that much.
Let's return to those questions I presented at the start of the video. So, what is fun in the context of Overwatch? Overwatch is a game with 39 unique heroes, and that roster is still growing. I think, universally, players have the most fun when they master any one or multiple of these kits in all kinds of scenarios. Hero swapping is a fun and integral part of the game, but should never be compulsory. Removing situations where you're forced to swap produces diversity for hero interactions and combos, and allows players to play the heroes that they identify with most. So, how can we craft concepts that solve issues long term? If we keep in mind the 5 rules I laid out in this video, we're forced to consider all the angles and complexities that balancing a game like Overwatch presents. We have the tools to not only craft our own ideas, but to help each other polish theirs. We are an increasingly diverse community of players from all backgrounds and skill levels. It is important that we can all have fun and enjoy this game we've invested so much of our time and love into. So remember to be kind to each other. Can we balance this game to be both fun and competitively viable? Probably one of the oldest questions in gaming in general, and this question is still hotly debated to this day. In my opinion, yes, we can. When we diversify counterplay opportunities, we create more instances of skill expression. Overwatch is at its best in terms of both fun and competitiveness when your skill as a player is displayed in your decision-making and mechanical skill. The most frustrating mechanics in Overwatch are often the least competitive. On the other hand, the most fun abilities are the ones which allow both that hero and anyone playing against them to make inspiring plays that turn the tide of a fight. Also, this type of balancing would improve Overwatch as an esport. After all, the most fun pro play matches to watch are the ones where they pull off crazy combos.
I don't agree, Star. I think that there's some aspects that are complicated, but in many ways that they're not necessarily you're looking at too much of the text on your screen and associating that with complexity. Like look at the Kiriko change. If anything, that simplifies it, right? Kiriko has invulnerability and tangibility, the cleanse, the burst heal, the extra heal if the person is cleansed. There's so many things that also just recently had the boop for a while, right? So if we're talking about complexity of ability, Suzu, if anything, this simplifies Suzu. I think the only complicated change here you could argue is the anti-nade change, the HP bubble. That's definitely complicates things a little bit. Immortality field. I mean, even that is tweaky. Yeah. I mean, I get the critique, but he's also, the anti-changes he wanted. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
And counterplays in novel ways. That is the version of Overwatch we should be vying for. So, what balance ideas do you have? How would your concepts fit the framework I presented? Maybe there's more I should have mentioned? Perhaps you disagree with some of my ideas. This
was a good video. It was a good video. I agree with his approach. I like the way that he communicated, and I enjoyed the video a lot. To me, again, it's less about the changes in particular and more about the general approach to having rules, having a vision. To me, again, that's by far the biggest problem with Overwatch 2 right now is outside of the monetization stuff, which I don't really feel qualified to comment on. But when it comes to balance, is the fact that there isn't a real vision of exactly what needs to be done with the game. And so it's really, it's a little bit like playing, it just feels hard to know exactly what's the purpose of these things. What's the purpose? What is Blizzard's vision for these things? So we're gonna move on to the next video in just a second. Give me a second. Okay, yeah. So let's move on to Take These video. We can keep going here. I do think, yeah, having an active experimental card would be nice. I know they've spoken about like, oh, but nobody played experimental mode. But I think that's such a cop out. I talked about that in the group up podcast. Again, we talked about earlier. That's the biggest excuse. If they want experimental mode to be played, they would get it played. It's so simple. You motivate it through greater XP. You put it front and center. You have it be in the arcade instead of just on the side. You could even have a point in time where there's an alternate quick play where it gives 50% more XP. You could have an achievement. If you wanted to use experimental mode, you could easily do it. It's no excuse. There's no excuse.
There's been a lot of negativity in the Overwatch community recently.
Now, Ticket T is ex-Dallas field coach. I'm not really sure what he's been up to the last few years. I haven't really spoken with him. I don't know him all that well. So I don't really have any opinions on how good of a coach or how good his opinion on the games are equivalent. I know of him, but I don't know anything about him really. So this is really coming from a totally neutral standpoint here.
Revolving around things like hero balance, the state of tanks, and of course, Mauga's release. I wanted to make a video talking about what I think is an underlying issue with the Overwatch team's balance philosophy that I believe is causing a lot of these issues. Mauga's extremely underwhelming character.
Now, you guys all know, if you've watched any of my content, what my opinions on these things are. You also know that I'm open to change my ideas. I think Sumito in particular. Wait, what's happened here? Why is the screen black? Hello? Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, I guess it changed scene. Weird. Okay, that was weird. I must have hit something. You guys know my balance philosophy. You know that I've changed my opinion on some things. I think Sumito has made a couple of videos which have tweaked my opinion. The SVB podcast has tweaked my opinion here and there. But I do have my biases. I do have my opinion of how things are going. So shut up, Warp.
A lot of these issues.
So yeah. I'm going to kind of apply my thoughts on what is being said, unless, something is said that changes my mind here.
Mauga's extremely underwhelming character design.
I like simple changes. Make anti-reduce healing by a percentage, we can find a good amount per hero, and remove the invincibility and allow you to crowd control a Suzu target.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if you can make a change,
this is what I mean by simple.
The more it changes, the more successful quote unquote rework projects that we had were the ones that had the simplest changes, I think. I agree. For me, the anti-nade solution has always been just reduce its duration on tanks. Like just reduce its duration on tanks. Reduce it, make it a burst thing that you have to time well to secure a kill. But yeah, I think whether the reduced duration or reduced percentage, I think that's fine. What is John? It's a Bible verse I like. Yep.
Being covered up by padding him with number-based buffs on launch was the final nail in the coffin for me. In a nutshell, I believe that a lot of Overwatch heroes have become far too heavily balanced around their defensive resources, which makes many heroes feel incredibly safe to play, and makes playing against these types of heroes feel boring and non-interactive since it's very rarely worth the risk of getting aggressive into them. Throughout this video, I'll be referring to this problem as sit back and shoot syndrome. So let's take a look at what exactly this all means. Hi everyone, if you don't know who I am, my name is Tickety. I've been playing Overwatch since beta in 2016 and have worked for years as a coach across many teams, including the Dallas Fuel in the Overwatch League and Team Canada in the Overwatch World Cup. I've been with Overwatch for...
Okay, guys, this little segue, sorry. Does anyone know what the deal is with Jane? Like what he's doing? He's been streaming on YouTube for like 9 days straight. And just it's like a live stream that just has gone on, and like he talks with people sometimes in YouTube chat, and I don't even know what's been going on. I think he's just chatting with people. It's odd. I don't even know where he is. It's just, I'm not sure if anybody saw anything, or maybe he said something, because I'm not sitting in his chat really. Has he said anything? Does he know where he is? Is this like somebody is that like a New Year's thing? Like he made a tweet? Can you link it? I mean, he sleeps, I assume, but I'm pretty sure he leaves the stream up while he sleeps. Chat is disabled right now. Looks like Toronto. Okay. At first I thought it was like a 24-hour stream thing, but now I don't even know like what is going on. Weird. Strange.
So long, and I've seen the game change an incredible amount over the years. The game has been in some awful, and I mean truly awful states in the past, but has always managed to bounce back and keep my attention and keep me in love with the game for so long. I think the move to 5 versus 5 with Overwatch 2 was a great example of these kinds of changes in my eyes. I know not everyone agrees, but I think it definitely made the game feel faster, more individually impactful, and made hero compositions more flexible at all levels of play. But this recent trend of heroes being designed around such strong defensive abilities makes me worry about the direction that we're currently moving in. So to make my point as clear as possible for this video, I'm going to specifically highlight all of the new heroes that have been added since the launch of Overwatch 2 just over a year ago. And in order to explain exactly why I feel like these more recent heroes are posing such a problem, let's first talk about some key design elements that all Overwatch heroes have.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here!
Pretty much all Overwatch heroes are designed around their weapon being their primary source of damage, including supports, by the way. Heroes are also given a mix of offensive and defensive utility to give them a stronger game plan when it comes to finding that damage and an identity when it comes to their overall playstyle. Since utility is a bit of a broad term, we'll define offensive utility as any way to find opportunities to deal strong damage to your opponents, and we'll define defensive utility as any way to mitigate incoming damage. Some examples of offensive utility would be mobility to help get you in a stronger position to deal more damage, crowd controlling effects to make your opponents easier to hit.
You know why mobility rocks? Is because mobility is both of those things simultaneously. I definitely haven't said anything about that before. Welcome to the Church of Mobility, ladies and gentlemen.
And of course, the ever so talked about anti-healing effects from the likes of Anna's Biotic Grenade or Junker Queen's Ultimate. And for defensive utility, we can once again think about mobility as a way to get out of the way of incoming fire, any sort of shields or matrix type effects in the game, defensive cooldowns and all their different varieties, and of course, healing. So let's use this breakdown to take a look at a hero like Tracer, Overwatch's poster child. She presents a very clear but flexible gameplay.
There it is.
She can use her blinks to get up close to enemy heroes, shoot them with her close-range pulse pistols, and then get out safely with recall if she herself takes too much damage. Another way of putting this would be that she can use her offensive utility, her blinks, to make her weapon more effective, and she covers the risk of her low HP pool in short range by having some defensive utility in her recall. Now let's compare this dynamic to all the new heroes added since the launch of Overwatch 2, starting with Sojourn. She has a very strong and simple game plan focused around her weapon and rail shots charging, but she's also given a very strong defensive utility cooldown with her slide. You can absolutely use that mobility to get up close to your opponents, but you really don't need to thanks to the range of her weapon. So 9 times out of 10, your best bet as Sojourn is simply to sit back and shoot at your opponents and hope for a kill while you save your slide for anyone that gets too close. Not exactly the most fun and interactive game.
Why would you describe Sojourn as a character that doesn't necessarily have to get up, down, and dirty? What aspect of Sojourn's kit doesn't force you to get or to utilize your mobility more? A little louder, Star. One more time. Once more. Thank you. Thank you. Railgun. One shot, essentially railgun. The character does not need it to be viable. We've already talked about what changes we'd make in terms of tightening her spread, reducing the time to kill, or reducing the delay from rail to shooting again. Doesn't need it. What if the DPS passive would just apply a healing reduction? I think that'd probably be too tricky to balance. I don't think DPS needs a passive. I don't think every role needs a passive. I don't even think the support passive is needed for some of the support characters. Passives should be used selectively for characters that need them. That's it.
Gameplay. The next hero released with Overwatch 2 was Junker Queen, and actually I think Junker Queen is the one exception to the rule with all these new heroes. She has an abundance of damage, offensive utility from her knife, and some defensive utility with her shout to stay active or to disengage a fight. Note here though that she suffers from shorter range and a squishy health pool, at least compared to most of the other tanks in the roster. So once again, she can use her offensive utility to make her targets more vulnerable by pulling them in close with her knife throw, but she's also got that defensive utility to rely on, and that covers the risk of her having to get within closer range to do most of her damage. Next up is Kiriko, who's probably the most aggressive character on the support cast, but she's also given some of the strongest defensive tools in the entire roster with her teleport and Suzu. And Suzu isn't just your average
Okay, to be fair to Kiriko, the reason why she's the most aggressive is because of her defensive tools. So I agree that the defensive tools with Kiriko need tweaking, but also the reason why she's so aggressive is because she has those tools. If she didn't have those tools, then she wouldn't be aggressive. Right. It's the low risk of Kiriko that allows her to do stupid things. So it's like,
everyday defensive cooldown, since it can also completely nullify some of the strongest forms of offensive utility in the game, anti-healing and crowd control. You can play Kiriko very aggressively thanks to all of this defensive padding in her kit, with both or sometimes
the thing is that you have to play her more aggressively. It's not a fun play style to play versus all the time, but it's exactly what the character has to do to win games.
even just one of her cooldowns available, she can outplay almost any aggressor because of how strong these defensive cooldowns are. But honestly, you don't even need to be aggressive on her to be effective in your—
You do. I totally disagree with that statement. You can change— well, let me finish this thought.
The average level of play, you'll probably get your most value by just, you guessed it, sitting back and shooting healing into your team, fishing for lucky headshots across the map with your projectile, which has no follow-up damage, by the way, and saving—
He's wrong. He's wrong.
Your Suzu for the biggest emergency that hits your team.
He's
Next
wrong.
up is Ramatra, who—
See, this is the thing. This is the thing, is that his points are hinging off of the fact that he's saying that a lot of the new character designs don't force you to use your defensive, so you always have it in your back pocket whenever you want. But that doesn't hold true with Kiriko. It does not. It does not. Kiriko is one of the worst supports in terms of win rate, win percentage, whatever, because she is easily outclassed by characters like Baptiste, Ana, Moira, and so on, by just standing behind tank and healing and doing damage and farming ultimate. So it demands more proactivity, which at the higher levels of play, Diamond even plus, there isn't counterplay to teleport. Suzu is broken. But she absolutely has to use those things. So I think that like he's bending the rules here to make his point. When really I don't think that you can. I don't think the problems of Mauga and Kiriko are the same. I don't think they're the same. I think we're trying too hard to find a consistent theme here, and I don't know that there is a consistent theme here besides incompetence.
who I have to admit has a very interesting hero design with his two forms and how they work off of each other. But his biggest drawback comes from the fact that his best offensive utility, the movement speed and punches he gains from—
Right, I would agree with that, Clups. I also think Sojourn is, like we talked about Rail, but I do think Sojourns also have to use Slide pretty dynamically. I don't think that Sojourn really deserves to be lumped into the same group
are
either.
tied to the same cooldown as his strongest defensive utility, blocking with Nemesis form. It's very difficult to find a reason to push in with Nemesis form when you know you might need that same cooldown to stay alive, and most of the time you'll only get good opportunities to be aggressive after you've already outlasted the enemy defense.
See, this doesn't even make any sense. Like the reason why you push in with Nemesis form is to be an offensive threat, and then to absorb that threat with long bouts of blocking, and then resume, and then if you never use your Nemesis form until you get pushed, you're going to be losing a lot of games because you need to push with Nemesis form so that you can force the threat that allows them to focus you or forces them to focus you, then you block. Again, it feels like he's trying to kind of like, I think he's trying too hard to make his point in like a nice tidy package, and I just don't think it fits. I understand what you're saying, Cordon, but you're putting words in his mouth. Those are your words. Those are not his words.
Difficult to find a reason to push in with Nemesis form when you know you might need that same cooldown to stay alive, and most of the time you'll only get good opportunities to be aggressive after you've already outlasted the enemy defensively with your block. So in other words, your best bet as Ramatra most of the time is to sit back, shoot the little bugs out of your staff at your enemies, and hope to God that you don't get Nemesis form forced too early, or else you might actually die during a teamfight. The next hero released was Lifeweaver. And honestly, do I even need to say anything at this point? This hero, in my opinion, has the absolute worst design in the game by a long shot. Not only does he have extremely strong defensive utility, but he's
now this one fits his criteria because Lifeweaver is completely about basically holding space and taking no sorts of proactivity at all. Instead, just basically denying. But the difference between Kiriko and Lifeweaver is Lifeweaver can win games by doing that, and only that.
actively discouraged to even fire his primary weapon for damage since it takes away from his healing output. He's not supposed to play the game, guys. He sits back and he doesn't even shoot. And sure, there's technically the potential to use his pedal platform creatively, offensively to take new sightlines and things like that. But realistically, the only reason Lifeweaver is played is because of how safe he is, how much healing he puts out, and his abundance of defensive reactions. Next up is Ilyari, who has some of the strongest and most consistent damage output from the support line. And she's able to play for that damage very freely because her defensive utility requires exactly 0 brain power to use. Thanks to the defensive power of her turret and her jump booping back enemies, she can easily survive, if not win, most 1v1 situations. But even if you're not looking to take space aggressively and find those 1v1s with Ilyari, she still finds very strong, easy value sitting back and shooting from behind her team because of the range on her weapon. She takes
Again, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that the range of her weapon definitely helps with that, but I still think she's one of the weaker supports when she's not taking off angles. But I do agree that, again, you do have a support like Lifeweaver that can just kind of play and just sit and don't take any sort of proactivity. Not to be that guy. This is what happens when you combine characters with low mobility demands with characters that have low cooldown dynamics. Well, she's encouraged to sit on an off angle. Like, you do have to take some sort of proactivity. But yeah, I agree. This is what happens when you have characters with low mobility demands with characters that do not have dynamics of cooldown usage. There is no dynamic with how you use pylon. There is no dynamic with how you use pedal or pull, almost at all. There's no sort of creativity with how you use it. It's just the same thing. So there is no dynamic. There is no, one of the things that Sumito always talks about, which I think is a good point, is say what you will about anti-nade, there is a choice about aggressively or defensively. And there's a cost, an opportunity cost. And there's times and targets and who do you and when do you use that ability. But those choices are not made by Ilyari and Lifeweaver. Looking through the rest of the list. Yeah. And then you also have characters that don't really have a lot of positional choices. Ana is a character that does not have mobility, but she makes up with it with having to make choices with how she uses her cooldowns. You have to have one or the other. You can't have characters that point and shoot and do not have to make decisions with their cooldowns. I'm trying to think of a good example here. I think that's part of the reason why people have issues with Zenyatta, right? But at least with Zenyatta, it felt like there was while though he didn't have significant cooldowns, he didn't have mobility, he is punishable. There was risk when playing the character. So as his survivability has gone up, his ability to make choices with his Discord has had to gone up as well. I don't necessarily like the changes that they made. I would prefer him to remain a little bit more fragile, but that's the choice that they made, and I understand. Ashe has more cooldown dynamics, yes. I think Sigma is another one where a Sigma that uses his accretion aggressively generally will pay a cost for that. You have to make a choice with how you manage your shift, your shield, and your rock. Even though Sigma is not a dynamic mobile tank, he does have to make a lot of really important decisions with how he uses his cooldowns.
Takes 0 risk to find that damage. And of course, finally, that brings us to Mauga. He's got a fairly boring offensive game plan of just kind of always shooting at something. He's got good offensive utility tied to his charge, and since he's immune to crowd control for the movement, it can also easily be used defensively.
See, Mauga's a new one because Mauga, it's not so much like your cooldowns don't matter, although you'd say that overrun is maybe not the most important cooldown right now. Your cooldown choice actually does kind of matter. And you do have the mobility to make choices. But the problem is that the mobility is irrelevant when it comes to making choices because the choice that other characters have to make, even a character like Lifeweaver or Ilyari, about who you shoot or who do you heal, that choice is made for you. You shoot the enemy tank and you shoot the enemy tank and you shoot the enemy tank and you only shoot the enemy tank and you only run away when you can't shoot the enemy tank anymore. So whereas we've never seen that before, really. Like even with the Bastion, that this is a new experience where there actually is not any choice about what you do. There's no sort of dynamic with what you shoot or what you go for at all. There's no dynamic through mobility because mobility implies that you're not shooting the enemy tank. There's no dynamic with cooldown management because all you're thinking about is min-maxing your cooldowns to shoot the enemy tank and keep yourself alive. And so through that, it's the same spirit, is that you sit and you shoot the enemy tank, and you sit and you shoot the enemy tank, and there's no thought, there's no brain engaged, you just shoot the enemy tank.
His cardiac overdrive, however, is very situational in my opinion. It either makes him completely unkillable, or it'll be easily mitigated depending on the context.
Every character should have at least one
I agree.
dynamic ability, can be used defensively or offensively, that if you misuse then you should be punished.
I agree.
If you use Nemesis form aggressively but it doesn't get enough
I
value,
agree.
then you get punished. Perhaps you chose to Nem form at a bad
Thank you for the bits. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's the thing, is that there's too many characters right now that do not have the option. Listen to me. I think this may be the most important thing I say today. There are too many characters right now that do not have the option to do something different with their cooldown. And so what ends up happening is that cooldown ends up being only good at stopping other people from doing things, which I think is what Ticketty's point is going to be, is that Illari cannot, Pylon isn't really a great ability at enabling Illari, and she doesn't have the great mobility either to go in and do aggressive things. So they only do the one thing. And the problem with that is it's not just about limitations with that character. It's because those limitations directly counter other characters' choices to go in proactively. If all I do as Life Weaver is stand still, not only do I limit myself with what I can do, my abilities then have to be strong enough to be relevant. And for that to happen, they have to be, because I'm not taking any proactivity at my own, I'm literally directly countering other people's willingness to take risks and do things. Like Life Grip, Pedal, healing the HP, everything about Life Weaver is about denying you from being able to kill him or kill other people. You want to take risk and go for an aggressive play? Life Weaver says no, because he can't do anything of his own.
Choose to either pull or throw someone with Life Grip.
It's insanity, but that's what we'd want to look for. It makes perfect sense. It's probably not a suggestion we'd want in the game, but you have the right idea. Yes. Because the problem, here's the funny thing. Do you guys ever talk about like the whole psychological advantage, psychology of like hurt people hurt other people, right? People that are hurt and hurting generally hurt other people. It applies to Overwatch balance, where you have characters that cannot make plays on their own, that cannot take proactive action consistently on their own, are generally really good at stopping other people from taking action. You guys see what I'm saying? Life Weaver, Illari to an extent, even Ramattra with his inconsistent value from Omnic form. These are characters that are not able to take and make plays on their own. So what do? They are able to stop other people from taking action. They're able to do a better job making you miserable and as incapable and chained as they are. Now, Kiriko doesn't really fit this because Kiriko does a lot of her own plays and playmaking. But even Kiriko as Suzu, her utility is actually more around denying people from getting value out of theirs than it is about it. Because the most fun thing to do with Kiriko is to use Suzu to keep yourself alive on an off angle. But in many ways, that's not the most effective use of Suzu. It's used better to deny things. And abilities that deny, and heroes overall that deny and cannot take proactivity are unfun. Mauga, when I played Mauga in Pugs, we did this in Pugs for a little bit before they buffed him. I think this was his quick play release. Yeah. And we banned Mauga mirrors. We tried Mauga versus a lot of tanks. And when there were maps with like a lot of verticality so that the Mauga didn't just farm the enemy tank, the most fun I had playing Mauga was versus dive comps. Most fun. The absolute most fun, because I didn't have to worry about shooting the enemy tank, and I didn't have to worry about the enemy Mauga farming me. I could run around and go hunt on DPS. Now, Mauga wasn't very good. I could already see limitations versus characters like Hanzo, versus characters like Ana, versus characters like Zenyatta, versus characters like Echo, and so on, right? And Sojourn. But there were moments when it felt really good to run around and slam somebody, crit slam somebody and shoot them down, right? It just felt so much fun because I could actually go and make plays. But you just can't. Unfortunately, Mauga doesn't let you do that right now because the enemy Mauga will kill you or you'll die to something else. You don't get choices. You know? What about Brig? I think Brig has more cooldown dynamics. I think Bash is a great example of a cooldown dynamic. I don't think everything about Brig is perfect, but it's better. But yeah, I mean, it's disappointing because there's aspects of Mauga that would be fun if you were allowed to shoot something other than the enemy tank, but you're not. So you spend because Mauga is a sad, hurt person, you see the pain in his eyes, he hurts other people. Now, he makes other people as sad as he is. And that's the Overwatch 2 problem. Don't you think both types of characters are needed, though? I think if you have an ability that denies other people, that ability should have a dual wield function where it can also be used to go in aggressively. I think Dynamite is an example of an ability. Maybe that's not perfect, but it has aspects where a Dynamite can be used offensively to secure a kill, or you can use Dynamite to take an aggressive off angle to defend you against people that might try to stop you. But there are too many abilities in Overwatch that do not give you that choice. And all they do is deny. Ryan Penn, yep. Ryan Penn is something that can be used for you for your own safety or for your own proactivity. I think you can have your cake and eat it too. And I don't think that there are that many abilities that are poorly designed. I think Pylon is one of those. I think Life Grip. I mean, that's why I hated Life Ears, because this whole thing was packaged. But when we talked about what we would do with Ramatra's block, right? The first thing we did when we reworked Ramatra in our project was trash his block, like significantly nerf his block, but then buff the crap out of his Ravenous Vortex and give him a lower cooldown on his shield. So there was a lot more playmaking that he could do with his Omnic form and still keep the identity of his Nemesis form so that he can still go for aggressive plays, giving him more counterplay with some of the other stuff. To me, it's not the fact that you can't have defensive abilities, but I don't think that you should have unbelievably powerful defensive abilities on long cooldowns that only do defensive things. Defensive abilities should have dynamics. Sleep Dart's another great example. Sleep Dart can be used to defend yourself. Sleep Dart can be used to go aggressive, to get aggressive offensive value. It's a choice you have to make every time you pick the character. And too many abilities don't provide that dynamic.
Since it's effectively just a bunch of healing, it can be easily countered by anti-healing.
Thanks for the sub, mate. I appreciate it. Congrats on the 8 months, mate.
Effects, and since it relies on him hitting shots, most forms of defensive utility, like shields, will deny his damage. So why run the risk of needing to rely on that cooldown when instead you could just, sit back and shoot? I hope the pattern...
Exactly. I mean, that I 100% agree, where it's like you don't get the choice of taking risk because risk involves dying, and you don't have ways of outplaying the risk. Like Mauga doesn't have if I don't heal, then I'll be okay. No, you're not. You're going to die, especially after today's patch changes, which removed some of his armor. So now he has even less sustain without healing.
Trying to draw here is becoming more and more clear to you guys. And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of older heroes who also exhibit these symptoms, these sit back and shoot behaviors, and in fact, you've probably noticed more than a few of them becoming more and more popular over the recent patches. Characters like Soldier 76, Bastion, Sigma, Orisa when she was strong for a little while, Baptiste, Mercy. These are all heroes who
I don't think Sigma, because Sigma has to manage his cooldowns, and his cooldowns have both offensive and defensive identity. Sigma can deny angles. Sigma can enable his own aggression. Accretion is a great example of an ability that can be used defensively and offensively. I think Sigma's okay. I do agree with Bastion, Orisa, because Orisa, Lars, thanks for the sub. Nice try, Sam. I think Orisa is a great example where like the Fortify.
I feel Mercy / Soldier really are not problematic.
Yeah, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too much. I think Orisa is a good example though, because Fortify, the offensive aspects of Orisa are really just defensive, They don't really enable you to go more aggressive. Like the whole gun thing is relatively minor and not that important. And I actually also think Javelin Spin is too slow. You guys know what I think about Javelin Spin. So I won't comment on that. But Javelin Spin really only is mostly for damage mitigation as well. It's not really very good for mobility. So it doesn't really allow you to dive in. It's like a 5-meter dive tool, right? So both Javelin Spin and Fortify really are just deniers, and they don't really enable. Based off of that, then I think, Javelin is, I think, a good cooldown. I think Javelin is one of the better CCs you have in the game if the hitbox is shrunk by a little bit, because again, it can enable aggressive plays or it can deny the enemy team. So I think Javelin's probably the best Orisa cooldown in the game, but Fortify and Javelin Spin, 100%. Only do one thing. Deny. Bastion, only one thing. Deny, the enemy tank. Survive, burn tank, survive, burn tank, survive, burn tank. Don't take off angles. Don't make aggressive plays. You'll get punished from them. You're slow. You're fat. You're squishy. No. Mercy is, I guess, a different animal. Like I feel pocket. You know, you're not allowed to fly around the map, because if you fly around the map, you invoke risk. You're not allowed to use your movement tech as much as you'd like, because, you know, why would you do that when you could just pocket a character on an off angle and just turn your brain off, you know? So,
need to take risks in order to be effective. Or
yeah, I know Fortify lets you shoot longer without overheating, but that's not relevant enough to affect the decisions that you make in game, Seaotter. And that's the problem. If that was a relevant enough buff to affect your decision in game, then Fortify would be a much better cooldown, because you'd have to make choices, and it would allow you to make plays that you otherwise wouldn't be able to make. But it doesn't buff that aspect enough. And so because of that, it has the aspects of a good, well-designed cooldown, but it flops miserably in execution.
Who are so loaded with defensive utility that quote-unquote risks don't affect them the same way. And I wouldn't say that any one of these heroes is particularly problematic, maybe Mercy, but we'll talk about that another time. But it's just the abundance of heroes that fit this model that has saturated the game and made it feel just boring to play. Why would I ever pick a more aggressive hero when it presents far more risk than reward in most situations? Why would I pick up more aggressive heroes that require strong game sense and planning to find their win conditions when I could instead just AFK in the backline and be 95% effective? The idea of a win condition doesn't even properly apply to these types of heroes. They are always winning, and instead they have an abundance of don't lose conditions with all their defensive resources. So what is the solution then? Now, I'm not a game designer. I don't pretend.
Now, this is going to be the real question, because I don't agree with him including some of these characters. It felt like too forced to include the new characters when some of them don't really fit the mold. I talked a little bit about that. I'm curious more than anything else what his solutions are.
I definitely don't think my ideas are perfect, but my go-to answer would be to have more balance focused around heroes that have a strong mix of both offensive and defensive utility. And please.
And do you guys understand why I'm always freaking piping off about mobility? Because this is exactly what mobility is. Exactly what mobility is. It's choice. It's choice.
Please don't make them choose between one or the other at all times, like Ramatra with his Nemesis form or Lifeweaver with his weapon. Look at heroes like Winston, who can jump in aggressively and cover himself with his bubble defensively, or Genji, who can use his dash and deflect to win a duel or to keep himself safe, or sometimes a mixture of both. Or even Ana, who there's also a ton of controversy around right now, but she has a strong choice of either being safe and defensive with her cooldowns or more aggressive to help set up kills. The keys here are choice and downtime. If I choose to be aggressive with my utility, it should present a clear risk that either punishes me or puts me in a weaker position afterwards until I stabilize. If I choose to hold on to my utility for a defensive play, then I should not be doing the same amount of damage as if I were pressing all my buttons. The quote-unquote choice for a lot of these newer heroes is either A, use all my utility to be slightly more effective and more aggressive, or B, sit back and shoot and still be 90% effective, but have all of your defensive bases covered since you'll have all your buttons ready to go. On Mauga, I can run in with all my buttons, hope for the best, but then once they run out, I'm probably going to die, or I can sit back and shoot, never take a single risk, and still do really strong damage. On Ilyari, I can look for aggressive off angles and sustain myself with my utility, or I can sit back, save my cooldowns, and still do very strong damage. On Sojourn, I can slide into the enemy backline and look for a clutch play, or, you know, I can sit back and shoot my gun and still one-shot people from across the map. At this point, it probably sounds like I'm advocating for dive to come back into the meta and for more dive heroes to be released, which I definitely am, but I do think it's fine for these types of backline characters to exist. They just need to be properly balanced. They need to be less effective at range, or they need to be more punishable. Give me more DPS like Ashe, who sure has long range and is very effective.
Hey, we talked about Ashe, didn't we?
But she also suffers from long reload times and limited escape options. Give us more supports like Ana or Zenyatta.
Well, it's also like her cooldowns. That's the cool thing for me is like Ashe, first off, also has mobility, but also has to make choices like how does she use her coach gun for a more aggressive angle? Defensively, does she use her Saver Dynamite? Defensively, does she use it offensively? Because an Ashe without a Dynamite is a very fragile character.
Who sure have very game-changing abilities and do a lot, but also have zero mobility to escape aggressors. Just picking these heroes should carry with it an enhanced.
For example, it's like because Lifeweaver doesn't have any form of mobility or playmaking, he has to have Petal and 225 HP and dash because he just would freaking die instantly if he didn't. You know, that's why a character like Zenyatta has always had relatively high damage because he was, when you get on top of him, he died, you know?
inherent risk because of how simple their game plans are. I don't think a composition like Sigma, Sojourn, Bastion, Baptiste, Yari should have some of the strongest range damage possible and still be able to counter anything that comes their way. We need more fast-paced dive tanks like Winston and Doom, or we need more dueling DPS like Tracer and Genji to be powerful enough to outplay these types of heroes when handled properly. No wonder people feel like supports and healing in general is overpowered because no one is contesting enemy backlines. No wonder people feel awful playing tank right now because there's so much damage coming their way and no one else will run the risk of taking a single step forward. Simply put, this is not the Overwatch I fell in love with in 2016, and the content releases we're seeing these days is making me feel like it might never be the same again. Thank you all for watching.
I think the key thing is that we've always had really, really crappy heroes like Junkrats and so on, but I don't think we've ever had situations where so many of those characters did feel like they could be sustained through characters like Kiriko and Baptiste and Yari's Pylon and through defensive utility. I do think that defensive utility has felt worse in many ways because it's what props up some of the worst that Overwatch has always had, really. Has always had, right? You know, in many ways, heroes like Junkrat and so on. Yeah, I know. I think good video. I agree. I think at points I definitely disagreed, but with the spirit of the video, I do agree. I think I agree with that. Can I give examples of good versus bad mobility? I don't think mobility should make you invulnerable. Would be what I would say. I think mobility should require like anything else should require like a choice, some sort of thought put into it, right? A Genji that dashes is not invulnerable. A Tracer that blinks is not invulnerable. Winston that jumps, a ball that rolls away, you could still shoot that target. I think that's part of the reason why people just hate Kiriko, because there is, she's gone. She's invulnerable, right? She goes right through walls, right? I don't know exactly how you balance that. I've not thrown my hat into that ring because I haven't thought enough about it to provide an opinion. I don't like to generally try to not give opinions on things that I haven't thought about, but I think mobility shouldn't feel like that person just freaking disappeared. And that's part of the reason why like old Sombra Transcator was really annoying, because you couldn't stop her from doing that. And you couldn't catch her and go get her either. Whereas new Transcator has its issues in terms of quality of life, but there's risk involved. Like I think there needs to be some sort of risk involved with mobility. That's my take. Some sort of risk involved with mobility. I think mobility should not be invulnerability. And essentially that's what Kiriko's TP is. Because it's so fast and has no limitations. No real limitations. Whereas every other mobility in the game, almost every other mobility in the game, has some form of limitations. You're shootable, you're punishable, you can mess it up. There's some sort of mechanical demand. Moira Fade, Moira Fade just doesn't go as far. I don't love Moira Fade either, but Moira Fade just doesn't go as far. So it's easier to punish. I also think Moira committing Fade has a little bit more of an impact on what Moira can and can't do. It's the reason why dive is something that's so popular for some of the streamers and stuff is because it's the a wise guy. Thanks for the sub main. Generally, characters that have higher skill, healthier skill curves are characters with some form of mobility. I wouldn't say dive is what we want back necessarily, but characters with some form of mobility, even if it's some soft mobility or cooldown choices. See, Otter, thanks for the sub main. But yeah. I'm here. My opinion is that the best compositions in the game are dive hybrids or brawl hybrids. I think those are the best compositions in the game. Dive hybrids and brawl hybrids. Those are the ones that I enjoy playing the most and watching the most. Brawl hybrid being something like Reinhardt, Zarya, something along those lines with mobile or poke heroes involved. Like Ryan, Sojourn, Tracer, Bap, or Ana, Lucio, a lot of fun. Mobile brawl poke heroes, Ashe, Echo, dive hybrids like, a Sojourn Ashe with a Tracer, with a Genji, with a Zenyatta. I like the hybrids. I like the hybrids. I don't like a full out of any comp outside of dive, and even all out dive could be a little bit limiting. No, you're not wrong, DePriest. You're not wrong, DePriest. That is definitely something that's been controversial in the community for a long time. No, I agree. Ryan's better than Zarya. But yeah, GA cooldown, feeling like it's always available, definitely destroys some of the cooldown management. And many of the cooldown or adjustments to Mercy that have been brought up have been about forcing her to use her cooldown more often or changing how that cooldown functions. I don't think that's a hot take. It's not a cold take, but it's something that's been discussed. But yeah. Hydrate, thank you. I don't have any water left. Give me some water. Give me a second. I would prefer Flashbang just because it has more counterplay option and is more interesting to use. But I wasn't a fan of Flashbang either, to be honest. But I think Flash Grenade is a good example of ability evolving in the wrong direction. Because if you think about it with the video that we just talked about here, if you had Flash, Chris, thank you for the sub.
Magnate shouldn't do a 720-degree turn around corners to hit.
Think about it, guys. Think about what we just talked about. What's the difference between Mag Grenade and Flashbang? Think about it. With Flash has its own set of issues. Let's be honest. But what's the main difference between Flash and Mag in terms of how it functions in game? Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it in the context of this video. What was the problem with this video? Or not this video. When you had Flashbang, what did you do with it? What did you do when you had Flashbang? What did you do with it? You had to choose, didn't you? You could hold it to deny flankers, but if you had Flashbang, you could actually make plays with it. You could go and make plays with it. You could go and Flashbang the enemy tank or go for a flank or go for it. Now, I hated Flash Fan. I'm not going to sit here and put on the rose-colored glasses and rose-tinted nostalgia goggles on here. But there was choice. It gave you the option to either go in. There was motivation for you to make a play with it. There is not that choice with Hinder. There's no choice. It's not a very good offensive ability. It doesn't do enough damage. It takes too long to proc. It's significantly worse. Todd, I don't know why there's no notification here, but thank you for the sub. It's making me a real best friend? No. You have to send thousands and thousands of dollars to be a real best friend. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like Mag does not enable offensive plays. I don't like Flashbang, but at least there was that dynamic that is no longer there anymore. It is purely defensive, Mag Grenade. Purely defensive. I mean, not purely, but 95% defensive. Much, much, much worse at offensive pressure. So that's it. What would you do? You have plenty of best friends anyways. Well, can you share them? Can you share them? Are they rich? What would I do with a Reaper rework? Check out my video on YouTube, DPS reworks, for my thoughts on Reaper rework. Are they rich? Do you offer coaching for console? Yeah. I coach at least 1 or 2 console players every week. What are my thoughts on ball at the moment? I mean, again, I did a rework video on ball actually, so you'll have to check that. That one's more recent as well. So I think he's okay. I think he's victimized by Mauga. I think he has some problems. So. Flashbang was proactive versus reactive with Mag. I think Flashbang was both. It depended on what you wanted, right? A Cassidy that was sitting in his own backline with Flashbang generally was missing the value that Flashbang provided. And so, yes, it would be annoying because you felt like you couldn't go in. But even the Flashbang itself took a little bit more aim to skill to land than Mag Grenade. So I would say Flashbang was both proactive and reactive, whereas Mag is only one. Does a Rift buff make Junker Queen one of the worst tanks right now? Good question. I'm not sure. Possibly. I think also you have to consider like how it feels as well, whereas Hinder feels really bad. Flashbang also felt really bad, but Flashbang at least felt fun for the Cassidy, and Mag Grenade doesn't feel fun for the Cassidy. So it's like a net negative, where it's like, it's not fun for the Cassidy, it's not fun for the person playing versus the Cassidy, or at least in the olden days, the Flashbang at least felt good for the Cassidy. Actually answer a question? Where? Oh, the Orisa buff. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't. Rank hasn't been out for long enough. There's some knee-jerk reactions which are pretty reasonable, pretty logical. Some that I feel like are probably true, but I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, exactly. Anti-mobility will always feel better to be used reactively. Yeah, I'd agree with that. What if you think tanks had used a DR ability that a small window to negate effects on activation? Yeah, I mean, I think most of the reworks that we did involved some sort of counterplay for CC, like parry mechanics, so Doomfist and Ball. Just like my parents in their marriage. I think Tot, you were the problem, actually. If your parents haven't told you that, the reason that they were struggling with their marriage, they weren't sure if they were going to keep you or not. So if you ever wondered if you were the problem, you were. You were the problem. Hot take: Orisa buffs are reasonable and will be balanced. While that is a hot take, I think of all the things they could have buffed, that was what was one of the reasonable ones. But I won't go down that road. Okay. All this being said, I think we've been very negative today. But I did want to do something. Positives of Overwatch 2. So here's what I want to do. You sound like my therapist. I want to do something in my Discord. I'm going to create a channel here. Good things about Overwatch. And we're going to put it at the top of the Overwatch category. I would like to do a video where, with all the negative things to say, yeah, I told you it'd be an hour. Did I not say it would be an hour? What was it, an hour and a half? I would love to do a video where we talk about and list all the nice things about Overwatch. Because if you're in my Twitch chat right now, there's a reason that you're interested about Overwatch. And that's part of what makes Overwatch so bad right now, is because we all see that potential. We all have those moments. We all have that. Well, if they just kind of, it's like that really hot girl you knew in high school that had all the issues. You're just like, I could fix you, That was probably one of the worst analogies ever, but you guys get what I'm saying. So I'm curious, what is keeping you playing Overwatch? What is keeping you in the community? Why do you want to play Overwatch? When you take a break, when you come back, what makes you come back? What makes it unique? I would love to do a list of things like that. Its heroes and their unique abilities leads to endless possibilities of interactions. I think that like that has to be Overwatch's best strength. No, like the fact that it is the most unique first-person shooter. I don't think it's even close. Think about like the number of heroes that we have and with unique abilities and unique feels, unique weapons, unique cooldowns, some well balanced, some well designed, some not. But there is nothing like it. There is nothing at all like Overwatch in terms of like, I didn't like first person shooters because they felt dull. The most fun I ever had playing first person shooters was random gun rollouts on like Call of Duty Black Ops, TDM. And my buddy and he would make random Halo maps and we'd do 1v1s with random weapon rollouts in Halo. And I freaking loved it because you rolled out with random nades, with random weapons. And Halo, I think this might have been like Halo 4 or whatever, I don't remember. And there were a lot of weapons that you could use. And the rolling out with like a different weapon and a different feel and a different grenade and like a different passive. I don't remember when this was. This might have been like 9 years ago. Was really freaking fun. You know, I like the BR. I like the how it handled. But ultimately what made Halo fun for me was the fact that every weapon was super unique. And it was like that on crack with Overwatch. Like every game was just totally different. Every weapon, every hero was totally different. Stockholm Syndrome plus sunk cost fallacy. Okay, sure. The deepest shooter on the market. Yeah. Addiction. Too deep into the rabbit hole, can't get out. I'm stuck in 2016. No other games to me have this much depth. I used to be a top amateur in COD, and there's just 1 billion more things you can learn versus Call of Duty or CSGO. Yeah, I think that through that complexity or through that nuance and what makes the game super unique is also what makes the game super in depth. And so even if you're not like a nerd like me, but like let's say that you are and you like studying the game, there's so much more to learn about Overwatch than there is with any other game out there, with any other first-person shooters. I think I haven't played a lot of League of Legends, but I imagine that League of Legends probably has something to a similar amount of complexity because of how many things that are going on. That's part of the reason why of all the other games that I really enjoy besides Overwatch, I don't play it very much, but I love watching it and studying it, is Age of Empires 2. Because again, it's got all the civilizations, all the nuances, all the unique units, all the interactions, and it's such a complicated game, and that's really appealing to me. Wrecking Ball. I mean, that's it right there. Wrecking Ball. What kind of character is Wrecking Ball? Where would you see that in Apex Legends or Valorant or CSGO? I mean, I remember when he was released, I was like, I literally thought it was an April Fool's joke. I thought that there's no way there's an actual wrecking, like a hamster. It's a hamster in my first person shooter. And that's what makes it great, you know? And I know that that's not appealing to everybody, but it's what makes it great. All the small things you have to explore in a game. Accelerate, freeze, and melee, especially beams enemy. You can activate sticky bombs and they're on cooldown. Find the difference combos and heroes. Yes. A very dynamic game and competitive. More serious answer. It comes from much older games. The game genuinely has a nice polish and the movement shooting feels good. Yes. Very polished game. Even something like the no movement conservation feels like it's a very snappy game. Very quick game. You can dominate enemies with aim and brain. Yeah, it's the MOBA first-person shooter combo that I don't think has really been done before to that level. 0 performance issues, 9 hours of the time is also nice. Unique movement snappiness. Perfect. Great graphic design, polished sound effects, great sense of play. Very polished game. Yeah, I think that's the key thing. Whenever I play other games, even like bigger names, occasionally, I'd realize that man, Overwatch has so many like little quality of life or polished things that make the game so good. That make the game feel so much better in some aspects. The lore is what actually got me into the game. The characters are very likable and interesting. The Genji short, especially at the beginning of the game. Yes, same. I was not a big lore guy much at all, but I remember the first day I played Overwatch, I probably spent 2 or 3 hours watching the shorts and researching the voice actors and looking all that kind of stuff. And that is not me at all. That is not something that I'm normally interested in many ways. I don't think Overwatch has kept me interested in that. So I will say that, but that might be more of a personal thing. But initially, it was very appealing to me. I think that's one of the things that there's a broad appeal of Overwatch. And those dang liberals bringing people of all different colors and all different backgrounds into it is, I think, a great thing. I think that Overwatch almost has a character for anybody, right? Personality, culture. And I think that they do a good job of it. It doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel corporate and, low effort like a lot of Hollywood movies out there. It feels organic and natural and feels legitimate and sincere. And I think that that's something that's the game has really done a phenomenal job at. Hero fantasy, barring any balance issues, being able to not just play a character, but be that character is amazing. Yes. I agree. A lot of options. You have the option to dominate with insane mechanics, dominate with insane strategy, or combination of both. Yes, true. Has the best maps. Other shooters' maps are so boring. That's actually a unique positive. I haven't played a lot of other maps, but I will take your word for it. And I believe it. I think there's a lot of really cool things. All right, let's actually take a look at this list here. Zoom in a little bit here. Can you guys see that all right? Yeah. Spy and I became best friends. Teach. Winston's alt fire. This last year has been the hardest I have ever had. However, the friends I made through this game have been a blessing, especially my best friend Smile. That's sweet, Teach. That's sweet. Joking aside, I mean, for me, it's more of, I guess it's not necessarily unique to the game, but obviously the friends that you made along the way. I think a lot of us are here for social reasons. We all know that. So I'm no longer addicted to the game. The game has this blend of first-person shooters and dynamic abilities. It draws a lot of different players from across genres, first-person shooter games, etc. Yeah, I think I'm kind of in a unique perspective. Might have a unique perspective here because I do. When I coach people, I get to kind of talk of what got them into Overwatch, and that is true. There is a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds that come into Overwatch. I don't really know what to compare that to. I think people in general play a broad spectrum, but it is cool. Winton Beam, Winton. Be cool if you could review some of Shu, because for some reason no one else in this chat on the interrupts. If I maybe get a code, maybe I will sometime. Maybe. We are friends, right? Yes. We're as friends. That is, our friendship goes as deep as your wallet. Deep as your wallet, which goes very deep, right? Right. It's a deep wallet, right? I enjoy the characters and the kits in this game unlike any other game by a significant margin. No one feels the same. Best movement and strategy activity. So I think this is a unique one, which is very pertinent with what we're discussing, but I've yet to find a first-person shooter that has as much dynamic movement involved and has done it as well as Overwatch, right? Talk about mobility watch, right? I know some of the worst metas have been where that has been stifled out, but movement, holy cow, it feels so explosive, Yeah. Titanfall. Okay, that's good to know. Titanfall. But yeah, maybe it's just the type of movement that's unique to me as well. Like the Tracer Blink, the Winston Jump, the Wrecking Ball, the Doomfist rollouts. But yeah. Maybe not the best movement. I'm too ignorant to say that statement, but definitely the movement is great. It's different and it has its stair-tick moments. But since Overwatch 2 came out, changing strategies made games start whatever is less viable. It tends to be a hard one, but how you can make a 3D chess at 200 miles per hour. That's a good point. Yeah, it feels like an intensely strategic game played very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. I joke with my friends. Have you guys ever heard of a game called Dutch Blitz or Nerds? Dutch Blitz is like the crappy version. I've played Dutch Blitz before. It's not as good, but Nerds is played with a normal deck of cards. Yeah, I freaking love that game. And it's super fast paced and super strategic, and you got to be really fast. And I'm freaking amazing at that game. And I swear that Overwatch has helped me to be better at that game because it feels easier to track multiple things at the same time at a high level of speed. I think Age of Empires is another game, like I said, that I've brought up earlier that has a dynamic like that as well. Where high level Age of Empires 2 gameplay is insanely fast paced and insanely strategic, big picture strategy decisions at the same time. And I think that's it's a acquired taste in some aspects, but there really is nothing like the high from it, Yeah, it's a hard game played in a big group. How many people did you play the game with, Chris? Because that definitely will have a significant impact on your experience. Is Overwatch 2 as strategic as Overwatch 1 was? I would say so. approximately so, yes. Maybe not quite so much. The ceiling, just because removing one player does remove the ceiling slightly. Yeah, 6 players is going to make you not want to play anymore. I'm not going to know. I'm not going to lie. Like 6 players is way too fast. I would say the first time player would benefit from playing with 3 people or 4 at most. Because it's too fast paced with 6. I don't even like playing the game with 6. I think 4 or 5 is the sweet spot. Strategic aspects in MOBA, but keeps it casually oriented with basic shooter elements in the game. Either pick up nuance. Yeah, 100%. Lucio movement. Again, something that's so unique compared to other games. Like, here's a question for you guys. What are games that have completely unique hero experiences like Overwatch? Name a game, especially a first-person shooter game, that has a unique character that feels totally different. TF2, yeah. But even TF2, and I've played a little bit of TF2, it felt like there wasn't as much, you know? Like, not with the like when you compare the ceiling of Overwatch 2, I think Overwatch 2 beats everything. Like TF2, like Assassin, for example, Assassin and Lucio is like, that is a big gap. I think TF2 had an early iteration of it, but I think Overwatch took it and ran away with it. Demo Night, Apex, I don't know what I'm saying, Apex, Battleborn, RIP, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, heroes all have interesting lore and storylines. I mate Reinhardt because of main Reinhardt because of the cinematic. The characters are so in depth and amazing to play. Like the idea of the balancing, trying to keep the hero fantasy. I love just not playing the character, but also being that character, right? Shut up, guys. I adore the lore to a degree that even ended up getting the declassified book. No game has drawn me like this. Unlike Valorant or CS, you don't always have to try hard. I like the fact that you have the Junkrat, the Rod Hog. No, guys! It's the Rod Hog! The Rod Hog. Okay, that's disturbing. The more from when you're tired of sweating the game so much. The Rod Hog. Honestly, oh my gosh. The Rod Hog. Oh my God. I mate Rod Hog. Honestly, what keeps me playing is a copium of getting moments that feel like Overwatch 1, nothing scratches the itch in the hero shoot genres. Consistently having hyper diverse characters to increase expand the scope and limitations of the game. Mercy to Lucio to Zen, they all play like completely different characters, and that's amazing. And they were the first supports besides Symmetra, which only adds to the list. Think about the fact that you have Lucio, Doomfist, Wrecking Ball all in the same game. The complexity and speed of the game scratches an ADHD itch that other shooters struggle with. Valorant and Apex feel so slow, then super fast, then done. Yeah, that's true. This is actually really why I never got into the first-person shooter genre, besides the casual aspect of it, because I never even played Search and Destroy and the old Black Ops, Modern Warfare 2 days, because I couldn't stand getting, shot by that one corner that I forgot to check, and then I sit and I watch my team for 45, 60, 70, 80, 90, 102 minutes, right? I just, I'm not an ADHD, wasn't an ADHD kid that I know of, but I wanted to play the game. I didn't want to sit there and watch, right? And I think that that's what a lot of first-person shooters really just did not appeal to me at all. Overwatch provides me an outlet to have superiority complex when I'm telling my friends how to play the game and why they stink. Overwatch is the only game I get to watch Spilo play and see him miss every shot while simultaneously blaming his team. Dang it, Clubs. For Overwatch 2 specifically, I adore the pace so much. The game feels active much of the time. It's one of the only games I feel doesn't have some significant downtime while not feeling super arcadey. Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about. It doesn't feel gimmicky, It feels like there's a consistent flow of action constantly. Doomfist, I think it's almost intangibly slower because the only thing that makes it simpler, in my opinion, is the fact that there's one fewer player on the field. So it's a little easier to track what's going on. I don't think it's a noticeably significantly easier thing. I think Overwatch 2 is still unbelievably complicated and complex. And if anything, many of the hero reworks and designs have added to that complexity. But it's just the nature of reducing 2 players is definitely cleans things up. And it's a good way though. It's not like, oh, it's a simpler game. Oh, it's bad. It's a good, simpler. 6 versus 6 in many ways was complete chaos. But okay. Sound design, map design, the use of color. I'm a big fan of a lot of the heroes as well. Ball, Jungler, and Genji. Streamlines, projectiles, and hit scan weapons for a newbie and first-person shooter. I love the game's mechanical difficulty expression. The fact that it's arguably the hardest first-person shooter game in terms of aim, but aim isn't the main determining factor in skill is appealing to me. All the tiny little details of Overwatch I adore. The game has contextualized voice lines. They take like 4 steps requiring maps, scenarios, character-specific abilities. That's true as well. The voice lines in a lot of ways are a lot of fun. I think the skins are actually kind of underrated as well. Maybe that's just me. I know a lot of people have fallen off, myself included, with passion on the skins because it feels like now it's just like you're not going to get all the skins anymore, so it doesn't really matter. But the skins, historically have always been a pretty cool part of Overwatch 2. Macro is awesome. Everyone's gun is unique. Valorant is boring when everyone has the same weapons. At first, my wife's boyfriend and I didn't get along, but I'm like, okay. No, my son duos with him all the time. Thank you, Teach. The competitive scene seems much easier for new teams from what I can tell. You can go in nearly any Overwatch Discord server and find an LFP post and scrims. I never thought about that. I don't know what to compare it to, but sure. The community in Overwatch League combined with a combination of macro and micro, especially to such a big extent, so many different ways and things to learn and improve on to make it rewarding to get better. The unique characters that I can play a character like Lucio and then switch to a character like Brig. They're both so different, but also similar. Rodhog. This is a play style. There's a play style for everything and everyone. You want to fly in the air, Pharah, Echo. Want a scout type character, Tracer. Dive assassin, Genji. You want to play support, but don't feel like you're heal bot the whole time. Well, you're in luck because the primary proponent of design philosophy for that role is to have heroes that have some sort of offensive utility agency. Heroes like Lucio, Batmana come to mind immediately. Valorant is better than Overwatch. Jump shocked with how much more interesting the characters maps are. Haven't looked back since. Well, a different take, sure. Being able to take suboptimal and niche playstyle characters to the absolute limit feels very rewarding to me. I'm very big on self-improvement, and this game allows people to express what is incredibly high skill ceiling and mind games. That's an arrow. Oh, going from Valorant to Overwatch. Oh, I see. I thought that you meant Valorant is better than Overwatch. Okay. I was like, wow, that's harsh. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I the dash there, that. No more opportunist passive movement abilities and combos, cooldown management and trades, hit scan, bullet mechanics, ultimates, healing sounds, and character voices. I do think ultimates are a lot of fun too. I think ultimates are a lot of fun. I didn't even think about ultimates, but all ultimates are really fun. Yeah. He'd skip the message. I was tempted to, Orb. But you know what? I have a heart. The mix between being mechanically strong with aiming abilities, unlike other games, this server, that's sweet, Neo. Also being able to say good kitty to a teammate I Nano when it pops off fills me with joy. The game sound design is off the charts. Different voice lines for ult in either the enemy or your team. Having so many weapons that sound nothing like each other. The impact of hits feels satisfying, whether it's a fire strike or even something as new as critting with Mauga's charge. Orban Spylo's besties win. I'm not saying anything until I have Orb's entire bank account contents. Then I'll consider it. Do you have $1 million in your bank account? Last 4. I mean, I don't even want the last 4. Just screw the last 4 digits. I'm not getting in trouble with the law. Just send it over. The whole thing. Devote your entire life to grinding cash for me. Yeah, see? No, coward. Nothing but I'm addicted. Please help. Jokes aside. Satisfying mechanics, movement, amazing lore and world building, self-improvement, getting better in so many aspects, aim, macro knowledge, movement, map knowledge, scrimming, and teamwork. This used to exist in rank, but now it's dead, to be honest. In a world where the most shooter were obsessed with how much brown, muscle, and grizzled middle-aged men they could cram into themselves. Overwatch is fun and colorful and happy. All right. Echo is fun. Genuinely good thing about Overwatch was the old off-tank, main tank dynamic that feels unique to me from any other game, and team fighting felt unique to any other game. There's no hard counters in this game. I wouldn't agree with you, but I appreciate the sentiment, and I think in many ways that you're right. In a wide variety of play and counterplay, there's some games where you automatically lose in certain matchups. The wide range of different skills needed. Tracking on Zarya is so satisfying, but I can queue next game and play Moira and have a completely different experience, focus on match grow, etc. Overwatch is a game that finally scratches the good old Quake Unreal Tournament Arena first-person shooter itch in a mess of military shooter games where often it's more about who spots who first. There's so much counterplay and there's so many options. The speed and mechanical demands are crazy fun, and the gameplay is amazingly dynamic. Also, Blizzard art direction, music, all second to none. Right. In my opinion, Overwatch is a way more approachable game from the spectator perspective. Now, that is a hot take. The pacing and action, AI-generated text, facing in action are significantly higher to the average viewer compared to games like League or Dota and the MOBA game, where the viewer has absolutely no clue what is going on the screen due to over complexity, too much screen clutter. And this issue is largely fixed in Overwatch 1, or Overwatch 2, but even in Overwatch 1, it's not nearly as bad as those types of games. It was to an extent easy to follow, and the downtime between fights gave viewers the ability to recognize even those basic levels of, the enemy team has 5 bolts, our team has 2. This is going to be a wash-try fight or a way to clutch up. I think maybe compared to other first-person shooters, other first-person shooters do it better, but I think maybe compared to something like League or Dota, yeah, that's probably true. I, for one, have never played League, and anytime I see League gameplay, I have honestly no idea what's going on. Like, I can't even be like, oh, he hit a shot. I don't even know what's going on. But just, that's not a slight to that game. It's just, especially this past year, communication, I think above all, it makes me still play the game no matter what patch, because even when something I really hate comes through, like whatever Sojourner got today, for example, it never feels like the ambition has been lost. I'll always love this game as long as I feel the ambition is there. Last time I felt it was gone through when this draw happened years ago. Going back here, when I was a child, I literally could not walk, and count at the same time. I had all kinds of coordination issues, and I still grapple with them today. Makes sense. You don't need to aim to be great. Just how to have the fundamentals. It makes the game way more approachable, still looking over the fact that you can play as a wrecking ball in a first-person shooters. Heroes letting you test what skills you want weighed the heaviest is super unique for a first-person shooter. But I can sit and just fine and play Pugsley. Yeah, 100%. The movement is just fun and feels fluid. I played Valorant for the first time. The movement feels terrible to me by comparison. As someone that finds it extremely frustrating to hop in the replay viewer in any game in order to analyze why this and why that happened, only to find out that I lost for the most part due to I missed this shot because I have yet to invest 15,000 hours into an aim trainer. Don't miss the shot next time. In Overwatch 1 and 2, there was always ways to beat people that have previously invested those 15,000 hours, which I find incredibly appealing. In essence, there are some of the ways to make aiming a lot less important than all the other first-person shooters I'm familiar with. Overwatch is some of the best movement mechanics in gaming. Ball, Tracer, Lucio, Doomfist. I know a lot of CCs turn off music, but the music is probably my favorite of many of the shooter games, playing Extreme March, and I would agree with that. Remember, every single map's OST is distinct from every other, and there are a few songs from Overwatch that I actually listen to myself. I actually have an Overwatch 2 song downloaded, and I distinctly I can picture the moment I first heard it. I can almost picture the moment exactly because it was the alpha of Overwatch 2, and you would go into the lobby, and you would. And it was like alpha and all these new logos and designs. And I think I actually have a screenshot of the alpha. Let me actually pull it up really fast. Hopefully I'm not ruining any NDA here. But I see this logging in. And it was like, it's happening, guys. It's freaking happening. We canceled scrims that day because I was with London and we were playing on an Overwatch 1 like custom game to like replicate 5v5. And they said, it's live. It's live. It's live. And so we just like dropped the scrim and everybody left the scrim and was like patching the account and we all got specific invite. And this is what I hear. And it freaking reminds me of like a Disney World or like some sort of exciting, like something really exciting is going to happen. It's like that time you went to Disney World when you're like 8 years old and you're like, let's go, dude. It's freaking happening. We made it, dude. We made it. It's going to be sick. You know? And like all these hero reworks and like, dude, that was a fun day. That was a really fun day. All we did was we played quick play with streamers and with these new characters and it just felt awesome. This is a great song. And I think this song like really captured the Overwatch feel for me more so than anything else. Wow, you know, like you can't. Come on, man, like that's insane, dude. And there's a lot of songs I think that do a great job. I think you guys remember the original Genji song on the first season, right? The main menu. I mean, that was sick, right? That was exciting logging into that and seeing the Genji skin, the synth wave, you know. Crazy, you know, so yeah, anyway, share the download? I think you could just look it up in YouTube. You know, I bought it somewhere. I don't remember where I found it. Flow Overwatch 2 song. Is this it? Nope. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, this is it. This is it. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, great. Flappy Mercy goes hard. Being new characters and new characters can literally dig underground. That's so insane. On average, Overwatch is some of the best quality of life in the industry. It felt like moving into Overwatch that comes with more frequent updates, so it's an easy pill to swallow. So many of the maps are vibrant and unique, and the ones that aren't follow a formula that certain people to enjoy. In your left, middle, right flank maps like King's Row, Overwatch has got map design down so well that people are fond of certain maps as they are heroes. And the only game I can think of like that is maybe CS. Yeah, great track. I'm a big music fan personally as well, and capturing that feel is a lot harder than it looks. You have to be really good at what you do. Yeah, the Kiriko song was pretty good too. This game lets me program custom modes. I can make training ranges back to whatever I want, however I want. Above all, everything else, Overwatch doesn't let realism get in the way of gameplay that feels smooth. Every time I log into another game, there's a mechanic that's realistic that makes the gameplay experience worse. Cheers. Hey, doing great, mate. I'm glad you're chiming in. Thanks for asking. I'm doing fine. It's extremely addictive. No other game is like it. As long as the core of the game is live, there will always be players. It's visually stunning and one of the most complicated games in the world despite its shortcomings. This game will always have a place in my heart. Constant fights while keeping strategy with a mix of mechanics. I feel like Overwatch does a bunch of the little things right, like replay viewer and custom maps during queue. Yeah. Yo, well, cheers, Bugs. We're doing great, mate. Doing really good. Thanks for chiming in. Hello to OCE. Voice acting and sound design are top notch. Yeah. Spylo plays Overwatch. What? Agreed, the Overwatch created a game beyond the game. The community is extremely creative and helpful when it comes to new modes and giving back to the player base with new resources. Like, what would we do without aim trainers and hero-specific modes? I can only imagine how hard it was to improve besides just playing the game as it was for early Overwatch ones. Yeah, it was hard. I remember the time before Deathmatch, guys. Not even the cussing is. I remember a time before Deathmatch. There was no Deathmatch at all. Didn't exist. No custom games, no Deathmatch or nothing. My Lucio VOD reviews helped you get the GM with Lucio. Nice, dude. Congratulations to GM. No pugs. My patch notes reaction at the beginning of stream. Yes. Very, very beginning of stream. Yeah, about 30 minutes in. Yeah, sorry, 30 minutes in. Yeah, because I did a replay review really fast. If only it could help me to get to Grandmaster. Listen, you're just beyond help, mate. You're just beyond help. Not because you're not helpful, but because I really actually do not want to help you. I want to be very clear that we're clear on my communication there. 6 HP, six high HP, Lucy's aim train. Yeah. You had to aim train with bots. Like, remember? Okay, how many of you guys remember the hard Ana bots? The bot, you disable or shut the ability to shoot, headshot only, hard Ana bots. You guys remember that? In King's Row? All the grandmas shuffling around, make grunting noises, and freaking hated that, man. I freaking hated that. I hated that so much. It was so boring. I just wanted to just weep. It was miserable. Mostly because of my connection is Dookie. Yeah, it happens. What is your opinion about Life Weaver flank split against Poke Rush comps, just like Onenberg split and Duke comps? Yeah, I mean, it can work. I mean, Life Weaver doesn't need to be on top of his support to peel. So it definitely opens up options where you can support different angles in your Ana. It's definitely how you would play that combo if you did. You would never stack your supports in that situation. Yeah, no, they definitely, the EDR, I think it's not a surprise. Playing in streamer lobbies is fun, but auto lose SR. The patch itself can be annoying sometimes, but I do really like the guaranteed patch every month. Yeah. I mean, it's not, I will say, yeah. The replay viewer is really good. Valorant still doesn't have a replay viewer. Oof, that's rough. I think the devs have really stepped up the communication. I feel like I understand where the game is heading and how they want to get there. regular opportunities to laugh at the dev team. Yeah, to an extent. I don't understand why they made Orisa immune to mine and Wrecking Ball didn't. You also have the ability. The reason, okay, here's why they did the Orisa change is because it's consistent. It doesn't mean that it makes a whole lot of sense necessarily balance-wise, at least fully to that extent, but it's consistent, right? I agree with you. I don't agree. I agree, but yeah. Is the Overwatch fixable discussion already done? Yeah, I think so. I think so. What I'll probably do is I'll chop up some of the discussion that we had today over the 2 videos, and then maybe make a video going over some of the positives here. Overwatch content creation, specifically on the educational side and resource and improve the game, are so much better than most of the other esports titles. Definitely not saying who specifically, but I think he's a 5.7 beta. Shut up, idiot. I appreciate that, though. I will say that I think we're a little bit spoiled in the Overwatch content creation educational community. I don't really know if it's just the luck of the draw, you know? I feel like Iostux and Jane did a lot of the early groundbreaking. I think even Stylosa did a little bit of the early stuff that really inspired. And then I think, I mean, I will say this. If you're looking to get better at Overwatch, there is not, I don't know if I don't think there's probably a game in the world that has as much educational community, educational. I don't know of a game, like there is so many VOD reviews and guides and coaching things and different approaches, even not even from my perspective, like just me alone. I think I have like 450, maybe 500 coaching sessions for free available. And that's not even including the guides and stuff. And that's just me. That's not even the other content creators out there too. So I mean, it's definitely stacked. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, I'm sure surely League of Legends has something like that. And I imagine Valorant probably has a little bit, right? Let's find out. I don't know I won't be able to judge this content, but League of Legends coaching. This guy's pretty big, right? Surely. I mean, we haven't uploaded in a while, but I think one of the fundamental problems of like the esport and video game coaching is that I don't think enough coaches, I don't think video games lends itself to coaching very well because you're not there in person. And also I think a lot of the people that play the game and get good at the game are garbage coaches because a lot of coaching is like a separate skill set besides just knowing the game. And I think a lot of people are really bad at that because all they do is they play video games. You know what I'm saying? Like even early in Overwatch, right? Like a lot of the coaches, I think were just really bad. Like you needed like a separate skill set going into the game, you know? It's like a very different, unique skill set. So, you know, I like to think that like I have a very strong grasp of the game. I've worked very hard at my understanding of the game. But really, I think what separated me, especially early on, even when I wasn't particularly good at the game, is because I had a lot of experience coaching and teaching. I mean, literally decades of it. I've been doing it since I was literally 12 years old. I was tutoring math when I was literally 12 years old. And so I think like, I don't think a lot of people had that, you know? Do I offer boosting services? Yeah, absolutely. Exclamation mark boosting. There's a known series in the 2000 Welcome to Dota. You suck for Dota for people who are building. Interesting. It's actually, I actually lied, guys. It's actually exclamation mark your mama. Exclamation mark your mama is the one.
Boost me to bronze, king.
I don't know if I can do that, mate. That's a big ass. Bronze 5 or bronze 1? Bronze 5 or bronze 1? What about Valorant? Does Valorant have coaching? Valorant coaching. Isn't there that banana guy? Yeah, this guy. All right. I watched a few of his videos because somebody said I should look up his videos for some ideas. I didn't like his coaching, honestly. Maybe it's just because he was like more of the Twitch streamer guy, but I didn't think his coaching was that good, frankly. maybe the advice is really good because I obviously didn't understand everything that he was saying, like in the in-game stuff. I think he has like, doesn't he have like some like structure where he has like, you don't buy coaching sessions, you like, it's like a gamble thing where you like increase your odds of you getting potentially coached, and then like, yeah, I think that like, there's something like he has some crazy like monetization model through Discord subscriptions. No. I don't take my word for it immediately. It was like some crazy like, okay, I'm gonna actually look it up. I'm gonna pull it up right now. It was like some crazy wacky Discord monetization model, which was like out of total left field here. Oh gosh. I don't want to do this. But it was like, yeah, dude. I mean, what the heck, dude? It was like, you must communicate in game, no filling, you must play consistently. Submission forms. How do I get my VOD review? Get your rank assigned, the rank icon, read and understand acceptable. Submit your VOD to the VOD submission. If you are approved, you can enter the raffles. Yeah, see? It's like a raffle. How much do the VOD reviews cost? VOD reviews have always been and will always be completely free of charge. Discord subscribers get extra tickets for increased odds to win raffles, but anyone can win at any time. You see what I'm saying? It's weird, man. And it's apparently huge. I mean, I'm not one to throw stones, you know, if it works for the guy, but I just, it felt like more like he built a brand, you know what I'm saying? And not like, it was like a business, you know, and I don't know. That's never been my thing. I just couldn't imagine, like, I used to do the roast reviews back in the day, and people are always like, where are the roast reviews? Bring the roast reviews back. And there are times when I would have fun doing them, I'm sure. And I would like to do them occasionally. But I just can't imagine doing like all of my coaching sessions without even talking with the person. You know, like that just seems like, how do you even coach the person? Like, you know, I feel like the more that I coach people in voice, the more I realize that it's not even, it's necessary. You have to. I think you lose so much of the value of the coaching without talking with the person. And obviously it's successful, right? I mean, come on. I remember when somebody first brought me to knowledge. I think he had like 20,000 subscribers on YouTube when I first heard of him. Somebody mentioned him to me and I was like, oh yeah, this guy, like he had some like cool structure of his videos. And I mean, guys, he has like, what is it? I think it was like 100-something thousand people in his Discord. He had 100,000 people. I don't think it's predatory. It's just a, you know, it's a business, you know, he's a brand, you know. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I think at some point you have to make choices when you're building your brand about which is more important, the quality of your coaching or your brand. I have made sacrifices in some extent with the quality of the content on this channel because I needed to eat. I always will lean towards educational priority or interesting priority. That will always be my priority. But for example, what's a good example here? I guess there's been a lot more reaction content, not react content, but like meta discussion, because those videos do well. Whereas if you look, you know, you guys want some full transparency here? I was studying yesterday. Let me get my notes here. Here's what I learned. Let me pull up my notes really fast here. So this is what I've learned. I don't know if you guys can see that. I'll read it out loud. Here's what does well. And I went back the last like year of my stuff. And let's actually go way, way back here. Guys, I want to talk about videos that were really useful. Wow, this is the first video right there. That was it right there. From my Overwatch 1, Overwatch 2 transition from Overwatch League coaching. But like this is I thought was a pretty good video. And I wasn't very big at the time, but it got pretty low views even for one of my videos. I mean, look at this, 84,000 views. I remember when I posted that video and I woke up overnight and had like 25,000 views. I was so excited. I can't even tell you how excited I was. But there's like a lot of videos in here that just, they don't have views. They don't make views. And so it's like, I have to find the ability to put out good stuff that I really think is useful and information and helpful. And then there was a certain series. Where's the series? It was the Man-to-Man series. Yes, Man-to-Man episode 2. And Man-to-Man, where's the first one? Man-to-Man is episode 1. Overwatch coaches discussion about real problems. And guys, I remember posting, I think I posted 5 episodes of these. Man-to-Man episode 3. Where's episode 4? Imposter syndrome, beginner's mindset. And then I think I posted 5, burnout mastery. And I knew this video wasn't gonna get any views. But I posted it anyway because I knew somebody out there was gonna watch that video. Go back to your Lotto roots. You could not, I know, I'm kicking and screaming, no. But I knew this is gonna get no money and like no views. But I really think that there's gonna be somebody out there that needs to see this. So I posted it anyway. So I still do that right now. But the problem is I can't do that with every video. You know what I'm saying? Like if I could, I would. But if I did, I wouldn't be able to do this anymore. You know what I'm saying? So I try to find that balance between like, okay, I can get away with what I've learned is I have to balance between like videos that I have to make because they will get views and money. And then make those videos useful and interesting, not just clickbait, but like actually like give a good perspective, right? I will never ever release a video that's a waste of time, ever. But then I also want to mix in the really good stuff, the really good stuff, the stuff that I think like, I feel like even if they don't get all that many views, will still be really good, like really useful, and I wish more people would watch them, but even if one person watches them, like really, and I really mean that, if one person watched that needs to see that, that's good enough for me. It is a really hard balance to make. But I'm trying to get better at it. But then, and that's looking at it from like a really like, like for example, like for example, where are we at here? Stuff like this. I've realized if I can get a really snappy title on it, it'll get people to watch. And I want people to watch this video because I think the advice is really important outside of Overwatch. So I don't feel guilty clickbaiting you in if you need to watch this. Now, I wouldn't do a clickbait title this misdirectional if it was Overwatch related because I wouldn't feel good about doing that. Like I would never be like, instantly get Grandmaster now, or something like that, or something stupid like that where it implies like, hey, because, but I will never feel guilty clickbaiting people if it's actually good advice for non-Overwatch related stuff. But like very clearly, like there's the state of Mauga, the complete tank rework video. I was pretty happy about this one though. I will say that because this did take a lot of work. All the rework videos, especially the tank one, took many hours. I think it was almost like 30 hours. I think maybe more actually. It took many hours to make that video. So do you have any videos on basics of understanding the value of cover and LOS and developing mindset for using it? Maybe. I think I have a positioning one. The fundamentals of positioning, I think. Yeah, I think this one will probably be useful for you. DPS positioning and then the key to Overwatch 2 positioning. But yeah, I think there's always disappointing ones. Like, I think, there'll be videos like, I don't know. Some of these videos that don't pop off immediately that feel a little bit disappointing. This one, for example, I knew it wasn't going to do well, but I felt like it was a good thank you to many of the people that were involved in the Overwatch community. But you kind of knew it wasn't going to do well, so it's kind of disappointing. But it is what it is. This one as well was one that I knew wasn't going to get a lot of views because it's almost 4 hours, So, but I think that was a really good discussion. We had a lot of fun, and I hope people got something out of it. So yeah, I think for me, the tricky thing is like finding the balance between long form and short form content, and what actually makes sense. So actually, let me show you what I learned. So Hammer Time short form videos are really good. So if I basically when I wake up in the morning, if I see some Reddit post and I'm like, what is this trash? Or wow, that's actually a really good point. And I make a video on it, like a quick short form discussion, something hot, something controversial. Those videos generally do pretty well. Topical spicy, the Mauga thing. Very especially if it's a spicy topic, generally does pretty well. Super spicy title face videos, right? I try to do one of these about once every 2 weeks or once every 10 days where I have like a topical discussion. And I generally try to because they're more educational videos that are like not Overwatch related, I really crank up the clickbait. By short form, I mean under 10 minutes or 15 minutes generally. I already do the YouTube shorts. But like these, for example, you need to lose. Don't be a one trick. Very important. Not my best. The key to success. That one flopped, which was kind of sad, but it is what it is. Why flaws are important. That one also flopped, which is kind of sad as well. But it is. Stop trying to carry. Awkward and toxic masculinity. I think these are all pretty important videos, but those generally do okay if I can get the title good. Patch discussions generally do well. Strategic macro stuff packaged well. So why you're failing not that one. Where do I want? The war, the secret struggle of Overwatch 2 strategy is okay. It's doing okay. Swap, a guide to Overwatch 2 counters. That one was a big project that we did. The truth about counters, communicational fundamentals does okay. They do okay. If I can package the vegetables well, they do okay. Clean package Overwatch 2 fundamentals, rework projects, YouTube specific video projects. So like, where are we at here? Like just YouTube specific, like Be Selfish is one that was edited up a decent amount. The stuff that I've learned is the specific hero guide stuff. So let me give you guys a good example. It's not the hero guides. It's the specific within the hero tips that I don't do well, which kind of saddens me because sometimes I'd like to do stuff like this actually didn't do all that well. Pro Moira tips from the best Overwatch 2 Moira. And it doesn't do bad. Like it's still 10,000 views. I mean, that's still crazy to me, 10,000 views. But this video took a lot of work, more work than it looks like. And 10,000 views. Well, you say that, Lars, but if I named it Pro Moira Guide, I guarantee you this gets at least 2,000 or 3,000 more views, if not 5,000 or 6,000 more views. So it's like you have to but I don't want to put Pro Moira Guide because that's misleading to the content. So it's like this weird quandary, even a character like this, Bastion, nobody cared about Bastion by the time you're not wrong that the fact that it's Moira definitely affected it. This one, Shield Bash Guide. The only reason this one even gets 11,000 is because it says the Overwatch 2 support quote that everyone gets wrong. So it's got a clickbait title. It's the only reason it even gets. If that was the Shield Bash tip guide or whatever, it would get 6,000 views. At maybe half. If you're thinking about making a playlist on the channel of your best work that you're the most proud of, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll make a note of that. Although this comes across egotistical, but I mean it. I do think that it would be hard to make a list like that because I really do think that like a lot of these things I really put a lot of work into, and I think that there is used, like, for example, just on your screen here, right? I think this was a really cool discussion. I had a lot of fun on. I think that was important. I think this project was really important. I actually think that this video was super underrated. I wish more people would watch that video in terms of the advice. This Life Weaver video I worked really hard on as well. Dive things, so it's kind of hard. But if I really tried, I could. I could. It is really hard picking. It's like picking my favorite child exactly. What else for this? The specific hero tips. I was talking about that. Like even this one, Pro Iliari tips carrying Overwatch 2. The views are actually really bad because this was a brand new character at the time. And my views at the time, you could look at the views around it. It's actually on the lower end, right? This would be a video that I would probably expect to have 20,000 plus, but it's something about the tips. It's inconsistent. If it's a specific hero tip, it generally doesn't do as well. The owl POVs actually don't do very well. It's funny, the match analysis don't always do so well. So like they're a slow burn. This one is a pretty bad one, but most of my owl POVs or owl analysis or match analysis do okay with time, but the POVs don't do so well. Yeah, which is crazy because the analysis of this is actually pretty high level and I actually think fairly useful even for lower rank people. But you know, it is what it is. The RuPaul one I released, that's why I'm really concerned about the POVs that we did recently with Kevster and stuff. I hope they do well. I really don't know if they will. Because I feel like there's a lot of really good information and I felt very fortunate to be able to have access to those codes. And I hope that they're going to do well, you know? But I mean, look at this, 4.4 thousand views. That's pretty bad, you know, all things considering. You know, obviously that one is a classical. Spilo sinks children's charity causes coach to croon classics. That was fun. I knew that one was going to do well. I didn't care. It was just fun. Pro-life tips, 3.3. So yeah, I think like a lot of, like this is another one. This one right here with JQ and Ponk, less than 6,000 views. And this is one that you'd think would be a slow burn, like over time, but it didn't. And the video is really high quality. It's edited down. It's with one of the best Junker Queen players in the world at the time. Has a lot of really good advice. Didn't matter, you know? So it is what it is. And then LPOVs, collabs.
Hi.
Hey, thank you for the sub. And this stuff I'm not so sure on is like the game analysis. Like the owl analysis one is hard to read. This right here, for example, the USA, the NA Flash Hops Grand Finals review, really bad start, but these generally slow burn over time and do okay. And they're also more long form, so it's okay. I just can't do a lot of those. New hero tips they have to be timed really well. And then these generic videos, like why you're failing in Overwatch 2. Where's another one here? The Overwatch 2 hard stuck solution. This is kind of generic advice stuff, which is sad because it's useful. Doing more is doing less, the laziness of hard work. Those videos don't do as well. But yeah, it is what it is. Apparently, tips is the boogeyman word. You have a lot of really good thumbnails. Thank you. I try to make my thumbnails weird, like unique. You know, like like you guys can clearly see which of these thumbnails Baggins does and which of these thumbnails I do. But even when I'm the crappy thumbnail editor guy, even when I do a thumbnail, I try to at least make it pop. It's not going to be good. It's just it's going to pop. Like, gee, I wonder if this was professionally done. I wonder if the same guy that did this professional thing did this one. Gee, I wonder which one was Spylos. Guys, does anyone know? You know, but at least this pops, right? You know, it pops. I'm trying to think, what are some of the thumbnails I thought were pretty decent? I thought this one was okay. You know, I mean, I thought it did the job okay. I did the Orisa one. Are we queuing quick play in a bit? Nice try, Orb. Nice try. No, freaking this one. I actually thought this one was all right. The please fix was it fit. Sometimes I think my thumbnails are a better fit for the video than Baggins are. Baggins are way more professional, but sometimes the topic, it's not good to have a professional thumbnail, I don't think. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's just scuffed. Sometimes Spylo just scuffs it up. But sometimes I think it's actually good to have it on. And sometimes I'm creative. Like, I think this is kind of cool. You know, this one fits like this. I think this video is like, what if I could make a video like this once a week, I would. It's got a great title, if I do say so myself, because it's very provoking. It's very simple thumbnail. It's even got the stupid white border. It did a crappy job of cutting it out, but it catches, you know. This one's okay, although it's too hard to see exactly what's on the dice, so it kind of flops. This thumbnail's okay. Baggins is so good at these. Like, some of these are just so clean, you know. Very professional looking. This thumbnail's so bad. This thumbnail is actually awful, and the video did pretty well. It just goes to show that I guess that sometimes just popping is good enough, you know? You like the 4v5 thumbnail? I'm trying to think if there's... I actually thought this was a pretty cool thumbnail, but you know, it didn't matter that much. But it felt good putting it out there, you know, because that's a toxic thing, and it's like, you know, I made this thumbnail as well but it's hard to see. Not enough big red arrows, yeah. I thought this one was okay. The 2-fight rule, I did that one too. There was one of them that I thought was really, really pretty cool. If I can find it, the 4v5, yeah, that one was pretty good. What was he cooking? Reinhardt with worst roll immediately, yeah. Yeah, basically the inside joke is if it's a white background, it's a Spylo thumbnail. Chill Zarkara. If it's a white thumbnail, it's a Spylo thumbnail. 99% of the time. That's funny. This is like one of those simple ones that works out because it's negative on the title. I thought this thumbnail was okay. It was unique. Not well done because it's my video, but it's good enough. I thought this one was fun too. I don't know if you guys can see that that's a record player. Hey, Intrepid Monkey. More consistency would be easier to tell if it's yours. I have no doubt in the past I scrolled past one of yours because I didn't know it was yours. Yeah, it's a fair criticism. Yeah, it's a fair criticism. I don't know enough about. See, that's the problem is like, is it good to have a consistent thumbnail design or is it good to mix it up and keep things popping? And I don't know the answer because I've heard it both ways. And I'm sure one of those is objectively true, but I don't know enough to know. So I really don't know. Have a little watermark so we know it's a certified Spylo video. I mean, that's honestly not a bad idea. Have like a little watermark. Like just have like my butt cheeks in the top left corner, you know? Maybe that's not the best idea. But no, but having like some sort of a watermark would be nice. Consistent color, yeah. Where's the video? I wanted to. There was one I thought that like it was really simple, but I thought it was kind of a fun idea. Oh yeah, this is the one right here. I thought this one was a cool thumbnail. This is a pretty important video too. The tempo one. Max vibrancy red is one. Yeah, just red. Just white and red. My favorite part about my videos is sometimes I'll get comments where people will be like, you know, when will you make a DPS guide? Or no, they'll comment on the DPS guide and be like, when will you make one for tank and supports? And I'm like, my brother, please, please. Jeez. Please. I'm begging you, please just take 5 seconds to research. Oh man, these are the old thumbnails. Oh, these are the old ones. Wow, these are old, guys. This is the Spylo lore. This feels so much longer than 2 years ago. Like this feels so much longer than 2 years ago. Don't be a failure. Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this video? We might have to watch this video in a second. That's a classic. This is when I actually posted Ask Spilo on the main channel. People, you guys want to know what? People ask me, why don't you post Ask Spilo on the main channel? Look at this, brother. 139 freaking views. 139 freaking views. 100. Even at the time, that was low. Oh, man. Look at that. 2.4 thousand views. Super Genji review. Oh, have you guys seen the Malahari video? Oh, man, there's so many little nuggets back in here. Oh, my gosh. And now we're getting dangerously close. Oh, there's the coaching the children. Bro, I made these thumbnails myself. This is when I coached Cinder. I coached the 8-year-old, 9-year-old kid, which, by the way, I'm still friends with to this day, and I still play Overwatch with her. She's like 13 now, and I have her face on my refrigerator. I'm sorry. I get Christmas cards every year. I've known her for like 5 years. It's crazy. But dude, check these out. We had so much fun. These are really fun to watch. I thought these thumbnails were cool. I did not do these, to be very clear, but I thought they were fun. Baggins did a great job. I've known Baggins for so long. Yo, have you guys seen the buff hardtack? Gold to plat? Oh, you guys have to watch freaking buff hardtack, bro. Buff hardtack is a Chad. You guys have no idea what you guys are missing out on. Is there another buff? There might be. I think there's 2 episodes of buff hardtack somewhere. I might have missed it. This is back when I wasn't sure when I was going to be, what kind of content creator I was going to be. This is like a random Overwatch video. It's just like a highlight. Look, do you guys remember Hanzo and the mystery of the left nipple? Did you guys remember Hanzo and the mystery of the left nipple? If you don't, you're not a true Spilo fan. Oh, and the Lord of the Rings days, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this 8.2K views. Look at these thumbnails. White boy, black work. If you've not been a fan of, you're not a real Spilo fan unless you remember white boy, black word. You just aren't a fan. Resurrection. Oh man, that's a classic. Sleepwalker. Oh my gosh, that's a classic. All this back when Spilo was a troll, PvP troll. Okay, wait. Here we go.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. I was busy engaging my gluteus maximus in the maximum number of contractions I could possibly push out. You should be pushing your maximuses to the max. My name is Buff Hardtack, and I'm here to give you a little bit of a pep talk. In life, we often come across circumstances where we reach a wall and we understand, are we going to be able to break that wall down? Are we going to be able to persevere and push through?
Great music.
What is better, to deal with some slight discomfort for a period of
There's
time?
Amari, by the way.
Live in the agony of being an overwhelming disappointment to your parents, your friends, and your other family. In this situation here, for example, that you had sworn yourself that you'd go outside and get fresh air every day without fail. But something happened. You had no shoes.
Take note.
You had no socks. What would you do? Ladies and gentlemen, the obvious discomfort of potentially stepping on a rock, burning your feet on the hot asphalt, all of those are completely irrelevant when you have the overwhelming agony of being a failure to your friends and family. In fact, it's important that we push through these difficult circumstances. For example, perhaps if there was to be a sharp rock on the floor and I were to step on it. Ouch! Immediate discomfort, but it's temporary as opposed to the permanent pain of being a failure. Ouch! 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 Ouch. Temporary. Something I could push through and survive. In the long run, ladies and gentlemen, my last message is this. Push through the pain, push through the discomfort, otherwise you're a failure to your friends and family. I'll see you next time.
It wasn't that cold. I mean, it's not that bad if it's like you're not out there for too long, but yeah. Dude, it was literally like 3 feet. It was like 3 feet of snow, 3.5 feet of snow. I was back when I lived in New Hampshire. Okay, have you guys seen this one? Oh, this is and you'll find it. But it was awesome. It was awesome. Oh man, this is. It's like that at my funeral.
Oh.
Oh gosh, we'll have to skim through this one.
I didn't see you there. I was busy exercising my culinary expertise in that final frontier for all that is masculine. The kitchen. I assume you're here for my 3 steps to climb from.
Oh gosh.
After long, I was number 1. Climb from gold to platinum. Limit your hero pool. That 3 was heroes. I fill a lot of roles. However, abilities may every warrior into.
I had so much fun making these as well.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. I was busy cogitating on my porcelain latrine. Bessie and I have had many a great idea. I suppose you're here for my second step on climbing from gold to base.
Wait, this is... Cheers, Blurb.
This time, not to rank sat down play. I would play anymore. Calm. Hello, I didn't see you there. I was busy engaging in recreational mental gymnastics with my imaginary friend, Fuzzy Woo Woo. I assume you're here at step number 3 of my 3 steps to climb from gold to platinum, and I'm here to help. My suggestion is
I'm sorry.
this
I'm wearing Little Mermaid pants.
ways of fixing. If you're looking about throws or games that.
We had so much fun making these.
Thank you for watching my video on steps. I advise all the advice I give in this video. You will get there too. If you like TV cool.
Anyway, but you haven't seen the first one. Yeah, Fuzzy Woo Woo is still with us. He's still around here somewhere.
Oh, hello there. My name is Buff Hardtech, and I'm here to help.
True story. So you guys see that sign on the bottom right? It isn't a race, but there are losers. That was something I used to say all the time in my fitness coaching. I would run a lot of fitness classes for women, and I was like the edgy, sarcastic guy, right? And I would always be like, come on guys, listen, it's not a race, but there are losers. And it was like the funny joke, you know. It was like one of the ladies actually knit, and she knit that sign for me, and gave it to me. So I still have it somewhere. But anyway, that was funny. What did I wear there? Like 180.
To mix competitive silver.
See if
Get before that I didn't see. With equal footing of the.
Oh gosh.
Using
Cheers, Raji.
and a slight advantage. Securing an
And that is not my handwriting. Let's be very clear.
fight. You win. You fight. Be old.
Okay. Okay.
I see people of all. Leaving the team. Working folks. Plainly with pocket. What caused that to happen?
Anyway. I'm trying to see if there's any other golden ones. Maybe I could find a roast review.
Words, Magic Man.
Thank you for the sub, Conk. Oh my gosh, those were the days. That was fun. Eating isn't a choice, but Buff Hardtech can't stop me. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else fun down in here, down in the basement. This is, if you think about it, it really is like the the basement, you know? You know, you go down there and it's mostly trash, but every now and then there's something fun. This was back when I did something with SVB. This was a fun video. It's like how to get good at Overwatch. An unfinished project that I kind of like wrapped up. This is when I roasted IOStux. I didn't know who he was. Somebody submitted an IOStux code for coaching. Hey, look at that. Landon, way back in the day, before he was even with really anything. Initial reaction to 5v5. Oh, this was fun. This was fun. So we did a roast Spilo one time. I might actually do that again.
All right, here we go. Oh, gosh. I'm nervous. I'm really scared, chat. Okay. Golden CO3. Imagine being so needy for attention you ask strangers to roast you, lol. Okay, so we're with the challenger role, okay. Hello, Coach Spilo. What sort of raccoon? Raccoon, okay, here's that. Looks like Hurricane Mitch. Hurricane R. Whatever that disturbing troll face. Your mom. I know who you are. Says, Spilo is the kind of guy who knows the names of the blue wizards. Rings. Used to plug my nose. Ugh. Ooh. Oh, okay. Linus Kid from Shark Boy. Okay, alright. Didn't say. Where's the pincer? Okay, he's just making fun of my coaching. Screw you. Gerb with the red Gyarados. All right. Why pay for a review when you could just flip a coin with sides pocket aggression and take high ground and off angles?
Not much has changed.
Ouch. Okay, Virgin Wizard. My name is based on. Okay.
Guy's name was Virgin Wizard, and he says, my name is based on Spilo's lifestyle.
Alright. My name
I moved my face. There you go.
Lifestyle. Way back times. He probably clicks on all those obvious phishing scam links that he gets in his text too. Yes. 2-inch press. I just realized that 2-inch press is to impress, like impress. Okay. It's hurtful. Sips Crow. Spilo isn't even worth roasting. Chickens are much tastier when cooked.
Yeah, so some of these are funny. I'm gonna find a few, see if there's any of these that are funny. Wait, what is this one?
That's what. Okay. All right. I do anyway, like a stubborn brat, demand attention.
Wait, was there anyway? So yes, that was that. Yeah, it is what it is. There's Egoist Cat, there's Faustus, there's Major Midget back before he was Cager. Trying to think if there's anything. Oh, do you guys remember the Angry Llama? Do you guys remember the Angry Llama? You guys ready for some PTSD?
I had a course. It was all about learning the Rubik's Cube. You couldn't pass my course without actually doing the Rubik's Cube segment.
Do you remember the Angry Llama? No, he's not around anymore. There was some discussion on that. Yeah, anyway. Ever done something with Coach Hayes? Yeah, a long time ago. True story about Coach Hayes. I love the guy to death. But here's a true story. So Coach Hayes, we had a collab where I coached his Tracer on King's Row on stream, and he coached my Ana on Temple of Anubis on stream. And I remember being absolutely thrilled because I baited him. Guys, I'm not joking when I saying that I played like an almost perfect game. Because he's like, all right, I'm gonna post it on YouTube. So I'm like, all right. I played probably the best Ana game I've ever played ever. I was like Grandmaster at the time, And I did not make a mistake that entire game. And not only did I not make the mistake, but I got really lucky with my sleep darts. And guys, I think I had a 95% sleep dart actually. I'm not even joking. I hit every sleep dart on blades, tracers, everything. I just dominated the lobby. So I gave him that code to troll with him because I wanted him to coach me when I played almost a perfect game. And it turns out, unsurprisingly, there were still a few mistakes, and it was a big funny thing, and he gave me some advice. But I was gonna post it on YouTube. But he's like, no. He's like, I want to post it on YouTube. Let me post it on YouTube. Let me post it on YouTube. Let me do the funny, like you're coaching my tracer and I'm coaching your Ana. Let me post it on my YouTube. Guys, he never posted it on YouTube. He never posted it on YouTube. I was like, oh no, views, I'm scammed. So the thing to learn is that first off, don't send in an ego VOD. It never pays off. Second off, don't ever trust the British ever for any reason, with anything ever. That's what I learned. Actually, you know what? I can one up that twice. The second thing happened. You guys remember the Scarcity collaboration? Do you guys remember Scarcity the collaboration? Were you guys around there do you guys remember that? This was a long time ago. This was like over a year ago. Not that long ago. This was like Spylo 2. Spylo's since this video, right? It was like the coming back of Spylo. So I had a really great discussion with Scarcity. It was a lot of fun. We talked about a lot of the complicated feelings around Mercy and potential rework ideas. And then we did a collaboration of coaching, and it was awesome. It was actually a really fun stream. And again, she's like, I'm going to handle it. I'm going to edit it. I'm an editor. I'm going to post it on my YouTube. She never did it. She never did it. So I never used the footage of our collaboration for YouTube, which I would have done pretty well, at least certainly for the time, because this was like around here when I wasn't getting a lot of views, and she never used it. I'm sitting here, my bank account is draining faster than like water into sand, and she never used it. So Kay scammed me, Scarcity scammed me, and I can one up that. I can do you one further. Do you guys remember the Jake collaboration? The interview, the Junkrat coaching, the Overwatch League discussion, his whole discussion on his past. We had a full 3-hour collab with Junkrat coaching, with his time in Overwatch League, his transition from player, his meme, the fact that he has a freaking Wikipedia page. And he wanted to use it for his Overwatch, his YouTube channel, and he didn't use it. And so I never got a chance to use it. This was like again around the same time as the Scarcity collab, and we never used it. I was like, please, no. I don't even think I can get them anymore. I think that maybe they're buried somewhere in Spylo 2. Maybe they are buried on Spylo 2. Let me actually see if I can find. I was like, no, please. I'm taking food out of my mouth. Wait, where is it? Maybe it's in here somewhere. Maybe. I don't think it is. Ha 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 ha! There it is. We found it. Aha! We found it. There it is.
Stay in cover.
Let's go slowly. One
Pretty
mistake. Outside.
And
right.
then have that. So a lot of Mercy skillful.
See? It's there. Now, the Jake one has to be in here too, right? Right? Aha! 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 Okay, it wasn't 3 hours, but it was 2.
There's a couple versions of it. Depends on what offering and you're gonna play. I'm saying that to.
Right?
I just don't like it's all right, you know. Shooter.
Wait, maybe it's not. Maybe it's only an hour and a half.
That's true.
Yeah, there it is.
Your brother. You named both your kids the same thing.
Okay, true story.
You see?
Were you involved in a lot of activities as a kid?
Something in invite. I knew.
Yeah, see?
It's like
nothing. It's gone. It's gone. Aww. That's okay. You never Junkrat and Mercy players, man. But see, Hayes did it too. I don't know, man. How Cajun meal deal or boneless meal deal? I think Cajun has more potential, but also has more downside if it's done wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it's the Cajun is the risk taker. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? I think it's the risk taker. You got to make your decisions. You got to be smart. You got to be smart. I think we need more content. Let's queue up. You know what, Orb? You get one game. One game. I'm going to go Orisa. If we lose, I'm ending stream. If we lose, I'm ending stream. You got me? You guys ever talk about like that analogy of like the dog chases the car, but the dog never knows like what's it gonna do when it actually catches the car? You know, like what are you gonna do, right? Well, we're gonna find out what happens. What's gonna happen? Send me a friend request. Cheers, Matt After Dark. I appreciate it. Good luck, mate. Good luck, mate. A lot of those things in that DPS guide take time to implement those. So good luck on your process. I will not decline it this time. I will resist the temptation. Remember, if we lose, I'm ending stream. When I first started your channel, I wasn't sure how to categorize you, but I listened to the coaching channel box, so just knew you were cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that was definitely one of my initial struggles, is especially with the roast coaching. There was like a lot of an edge, you know. But I hope people know that that's that. At the time, that was actually kind of depressing for me, because that was the roast coaching was what kept coaching fun when in a dead stream, bro. Right? Because it was hard back in the day, you know, being a no viewer streamer, and you know it's still hard at times, but like you know, so keeping that energy high was like really helpful. But I appreciate the kind words. You know, Orb, it's really not polite to keep a car waiting. How do you get the Lego Widowmaker profile? I don't know, actually. I honestly don't know. Seriously, what a wuss. Typical Lucio player, am I right, guys? Can't trust him for anything. You're my favorite streamer? Well, Wingstop is my favorite restaurant, so. I don't think it shows up since you declined. Oh, is your battle tag in the sub pugs thing? Drop it in sub pugs again, Orb. Drop it in sub pugs. Or okay, that works well. Guys, spam Orb with friend requests. Definitely using my powers as a streamer for good. Accept. Where are you? Yeah, it's a Qualify, guys. Look. Qualify's famous. Okay. All right, Orb, join voice. Join any voice. I'll drag you. Any voice. I'll drag you over to the secret boss chat. You're done. You're cooked.
No, I'm not.
No, you are cooked. It's over. We're not winning. I'm actively going to throw the game because I'm picking Orisa.
Dude, you can't throw the game because you want to end stream. You gotta try.
Well, okay. Well, obviously I was joking. I can't possibly throw a game. I'm too good at the game. I could not try and I'd still win.
There's no possible way we'd lose.
Right. Okay, wait a second. I walked into that.
There's no universe.
Well, okay, there is a world where you could make me lose. You are that bad.
Watch, you're gonna get booped off the map. Just don't play a tank.
Oh, I'm playing a tank. I'm not even gonna give you the opportunity to bump funny streamer off the map. Okay, fine. Who do you want me to play then? Who do you want me to play? Who do you want me to play?
Play Widow.
Widow? Oh, you're funny. You're such a funny little feller. Wait, hang on, my frames are awful. I have to go full screen. If I had lost, there would have been frames. See, that doesn't count. I was fully away from Cupid. That's not a start. Do you want a bad start? Is that really what you want with what we're doing?
You're right. That's a different Widow. Dipped nonetheless.
Yeah, killed him killed her, so obviously it wasn't me. Bad news, Fingus Balls left the game.
What's up?
No. Oh, you rat. That was mine? No!
No!
That was a 1v1 you would have lost. It was over.
Yeah,
it was
that's-
over. I turned on the aim hacks.
That's the power of me.
I did. No,
That's the
no,
power
no.
of me, dude.
No, it's not. No,
You
it's
get
not.
distracted.
It's just not.
By
It's
me.
not.
That's why.
Of course I'm distracted.
Distracting you. Yeah.
Congratulations, you're distracting. Is that the best compliment that anyone's ever paid you?
No, it's what I'm supposed to do, right?
Yeah. But you're supposed to distract then finish the kill. You did neither. Okay, actually, no, you did one.
Where's this Cassidy? Keeps dipping me on you.
I'm using my grapple indiscriminately just to show that I don't even care about cooldown management. My aim is just that good.
Your apple?
Okay, all right. Come on, you rat.
Oh, the Zarya liked it. Alright, we'll get a game soon. We'll get a game soon, surely.
Okay, we're in.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know
dude,
what headset do I
This
use.
map sucks for wall riding.
I don't know what headset to use. Give me a second. Remind me afterwards.
This map sucks. If we lose,
Oh.
it's because it's a bad map. It's also a bad map for Orisa.
Attack Orisa and New Bonnie. No, it's a perfect map for Orisa.
It's
No, just trust.
How does she
Trust.
get up to high ground?
Fly.
What if you get knocked off?
Fly. Don't get knocked off.
You just fly.
You just
Yeah,
fly,
okay, you're
and you don't
right,
get knocked off. It's pretty simple. It's flowchart Overwatch.
agree.
Fly to high ground, don't get knocked off, win. Or profit, depending on the way you want to look at it.
We'll go
Okay.
to high ground. We'll go to high ground. I won't throw your kick.
Wait. I need to decide which spray better represents my current mood. What do you think?
I'm gonna give this game to you for a VOD review.
I'm gonna block you in every form of social media.
No, dude, don't do that. I'll give you money.
Oh, the magic word. Oh, maybe maybe I should reconsider our relationship. Oh,
Yeah,
see, no, that's
I
not.
also-
That
I also have
doesn't
a friend sub
count.
for you. I already give you a
That
friend
doesn't
sub.
count. That doesn't count
Yes, it
either.
counts.
It's
Friend sub
$2.50.
counts. Bezos bucks.
Oh
It's
no,
Bezos
I
bucks.
don't want Bezos
Every
bucks.
month.
I want. It's not near enough. Okay.
Consider it an investment.
We have a bastion up top. I'm gonna go underneath. Where are we at?
There's a flag. Hold on.
Wait, how are you
That was-
already
I'm warming
dead?
up. I'm warming up. I'm warming up.
How are you already dead? How do you do these
I
things?
gotta. Ariana's gone.
Okay.
She's on main.
Listen, Anna close. Where is the Anna? Am I just blind? I'm blind. I might also be dead. Anna's one.
Oh,
You'll
oh God,
surely
there she
finish
is.
that kill. You'll surely finish that kill, right?
Surely. Support is
Surely.
balanced.
Ah!
Support is balanced.
Okay,
The
well,
Moira
we're
just heals. I can't do anything.
You're letting me down. The bar was already set low, and you've like. What is the thing? What is the stupid Roomba, Lumba, Lumba, Rumba? What do they do when you
Roomba.
duck? No, the game where you like duck under the pole. The Roomba, the Rumba, the Hoopla, the Lumba,
Limbo.
the
It's a
lumbar
limbo.
spine, Limbo. Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's get silly on the hike. Okay.
I am
We didn't have the
dying
same idea.
frequently. I did not have the same idea. I should not have done. I should have gone high. Yeah, Limbo. So the good news is that we only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left
Okay,
before I have to end the stream.
This game, hold on.
No,
hold on, let's
it's
get on
good.
the
It's
eight
good.
and
It's good.
we'll
It's
win
good.
this game out.
It's good. It's good. It's look on the sunny side, always on the sunny side. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking on the positive. This game is going to be over because we're getting dumpstered. Not pointing any fingers, but it is your fault.
We're not gonna win. No, it's not. You die. You're one.
Okay, look,
I
I forgot that our Ana was in spawn. That's my bad. See? We're good. We're good. Okay, no, we're not good.
No, we're not. They have a bastion. He presses it. They have Okay, to be fair, they do have Mauga, and he's still busted.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But you're also playing a hard counter. Come on, Mr. Streamer.
Well, maybe, yeah.
I got her. I did it. I did it. Alright. I'm gonna play the game the way God intended.
Not playing Lucio?
See,
'Cause
I'm
I'm
on
pretty
the
sure that's
objective.
what he intended.
heroic.
Well, that was awesome.
We did it.
We have 5 more minutes before this game is over. Thank goodness.
Ah.
Nice boop. No deflect. He's 1. They all have good spawn care. About to see you in the death. Come on, show up at the kill feed. There it is. There it is.
No, hold on.
No,
Dude,
it's okay.
hold-
You're
okay.
predictable. You're
Okay,
predictable. It's good. It's good. It's good.
Fine.
Being predictable is not a bad
I
thing.
didn't have room. I didn't have a pole. If I had a pole to hide behind, dude, I would have been cooking.
You almost got the Mauga actually there.
I do have B.
That's great. I
You
don't
want to
think
get
it's gonna have any. Let me.
We could just run on the
yeah.
bastion.
Do it. I just walked out of it. I forgot that I could do that. Oh, we almost got him.
He trapped me in the cage behind the bus. I couldn't get the bastion because the cage grabbed me before I could act. Like, I think I LOS the cage.
How are you on 5 deaths already? I thought I was feeding.
How are you? Wait, okay, hold on. Wait, no. That can't be right. We're seeing things. It's a shared hallucination.
So you see it too? I don't think that's how that works.
No. Yeah, no. I don't see it. I'm carrying it.
Crap.
Oh, I almost pooped him back into it. Oh, see, I'm carrying. I'm speeding. You're
speeding? I don't know if you're carrying. Oh, no. I can't hit this Genji.
It's huge. You see all that speed?
I am a little washed with this character, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, sure, yeah. Nobody was on.
Chat says, did you see the 5 deaths? See?
Chat doesn't. No, this just says it's on your screen.
No.
It's on your.
Well, no, but no. It works. You're not allowed to shift the goalposts like that. We have no ultimates besides Riptire. I think we're probably dead here. I don't. Oh, how are you dead?
Okay, to be fair, dude, she has an aimbot. She has an aimbot.
I know, and you know that too.
Okay, still, it's an aimbot.
Oh, I can't. I actually want to win this game now. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's fine.
See, you don't want to end stream.
Well, I want to win. Okay, I want to win. Okay. I actually have walked myself into a philosophical quandary. I don't know. How are you already almost dead again? How do you do this?
I just get a little silly sometimes.
Sometimes. I don't think you know the meaning of that term.
Okay, Junkrat's getting silly.
There we go. A little saucy with it. Now we kill the Mauga. Now Mauga's 1. Nice team. Wait a second. Do I want to win this game? I'm experiencing some severe psychological confusion at the moment. Why do I clarify psychological confusion as opposed to physical confusion? Okay, let's go.
My God. I do want to know the MMR of this lobby, because sometimes it's kind of hard to tell how much I can get away with. You know.
Well, whatever you're doing right now, you're not getting away with it. Just so we're clear.
Yeah, but it gives me something to go off, you know?
Right. So if you have 12 deaths per 10, it's probably time to scale it back a little bit.
Okay, hold on. I do have B. You want to get silly with it?
No, I want to wait for Cart to go first. Maybe in a second. I think the Bastion's too far away. Just.
Oh,
I'm gonna save their ultimate for their ultimate because I think it hard counters.
We're going after this terraform. Or I can use it on Blade.
Oh, what amazing cooldown management. No. I should not have ulted that.
Yana!
No!
How you doing? Oh shit,
I wanted it to work. Right.
We got him! Oh, the support is down.
Bastion killed me. Freaking Bastion. I shouldn't have done that with Bastion turret. That was my bad.
This character got nerfed, right? Certainly did. Arana's up top!
Welcome. I need to wait for my cooldowns because we have nothing. Okay. I'm bad. Oh, he's feeding. I have Fortify. We can kill him, I think, actually. Like, actually, he's killable.
Support is balanced.
Oh, no, you got him. Oh, please, please, please. Oh, thank you. Nice.
Who's spawning right now? I'm gonna get a bit.
Probably Mauga. Mauga and Bastion. Gonna fortify to make sure we finish the kill. There we go. Side again. Oh dear, mechanics. Oh no.
We won. Let's go.
Oh no. Okay. All right. Surely we lose this next one. Surely we lose this next one, right?
No. We don't lose the next game.
How do you have 7 deaths? How do you still have?
Hey, how did both of the enemy DPS have 7 deaths?
Because they lost. They're not playing Lucio. They're playing Bastion.
That was all me, dude. I made them look at me, which instead of looking at the top.
Yes, they went. Look at that idiot. That's what they meant. Okay, we're gonna lose this one. We're gonna lose this one. We're gonna lose this one.
You think we can lose this one?
No, we're definitely gonna lose this one because it's how this map works.
Okay,
the game is like, wow, this Orisa is crazy good. Unbelievable how he's able to deadlift that Lucio. Wait, what?
If it's Ilios, you have to play. If it's Ilios, you have to play.
But it's not gonna be Ilios. It's not gonna be Ilios.
It's gonna be Ilios.
It's not gonna be Ilios. There's like 5% chance that it's Ilios.
And you're gonna be able to keep streaming. Oh, this guy's a gold player. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kill you. Is what I'm gonna do. Where are you? What are you playing?
Where are you?
What's up, nerd?
Now look at that! Look at that javelin! Oh my days! How does he do that? Oh no! No!
Get away from me, you freak!
No!
Oh my god!
How did I choke that so badly? It's not gonna be Ilios. See?
Come on! No! This map also kind of sucks. It's only that one.
Yeah, just a new set of codes. Ready to play, Maddie? Should be all you need.
I don't like that one. Oh, it's Mika. It's our Ana from last game.
Oh, is it? I feel bad for them.
No, they don't. They won with us. We're gonna win.
I don't use the term us. Just so we're clear. I think it should be more of like, I won the game last game. You were
you didn't.
Not even. You were not even a spectator. A spectator implies that you were watching and just like had no negative or positive impact.
I just realized
it's negative impact. What?
I only got 1 beat that entire last game.
Oh no, I remember. Trust me. We all saw every agonizing second of it.
Damn good. I completely shut down.
Thank you for the gifted subs, Gregor. Are you doing this to make me feel better about myself, or like why are you doing this to me? Thank you. Okay.
They have a wrecking ball.
Okay, we're gonna win. I don't know why I rolled out right and then go left, but there's that.
Hey, Widow! How you doing? How's it going?
Okay, I was gonna say, I think I juked my Ana. I think he might be dead. Nope. He's low, though. He's actually one. There you go.
It's a res?
Good.
They're all on me, dude. A little help.
Kirko lowish. Walking. Trying to say, well, that's a familiar...
Okay, I got shit on by Kiri.
That's a familiar sight.
She hit 1 headshot, and I just died.
Sadly, I have to fortify it. No! How did I choke that?
I haven't swapped off Widow. This is great.
Well, we still have point, so it's a little bit of a... I don't think I could pick a worse comp to play Orisa into, so that's good.
I'm not a piece of cake. Your mercy expanding this line.
Funny. Widow's on main, I think.
She is, and she's just out.
I think we kind of have to wait. Because we gotta wait for our Sombra. Well, the good news is they're just dumping damage at me, so... Oh! No! I don't even...
She copied me? Oh, Bozo?
Oh. I am bad. I'm literally failing to kill.
Who's better?
Okay. I can't tell who's worse. Me or our DPS. That's actually unreal.
So can we blame the DPS this game? Surely.
No, because you're still here.
What do you mean? That's not a negative. The Widow's popping off. I think I should just go and dive her.
The Widow's sitting on point.
It'll work.
There you go.
No way that worked. See, my playstyle works. It's valid.
Yeah, if they just ignore you for the first 10 seconds, it's like a game of hide and go seek. If they don't know that you're there for like 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 seconds, then it works. That would also imply that you actually have the skill to actually execute on that playstyle, which you don't. So it's overall just a massive L.
Guys, I'm holding them hostage.
Nice, guys. You're no.
You're
trapped in with them.
Dude,
You're trapped in.
No, I'm not. I know I'm not.
No.
Oh my god.
Wait, the ball
I
was
enable
like...
your feeding.
Get down, Mr. President, that one?
No! I wanted to kill the Widow.
I think our Ana hates us, honestly. I think our Ana's like, why are we pushing up, guys? We should play around the objective.
Just play on the point, guys.
Little do they know that I'm desperately trying to salvage this. Is it even worth like... Oh, it is. It definitely is.
It's only me here, and I have to camp on Cassidy.
There's a Widow above us. Widow above us. Widow 1.
He copied me again.
I might be seriously dead. I just also tripped a Venom mine. How are they still not flip point here?
God,
we were
Oh, they changed to Ash. It's so boring.
I'm trolling. My bad. That's okay. We can touch again. We don't have an ultimate though. Can you sped boost me? Actually, maybe you need to stay aggressive.
Oh.
We will need you to touch at the last possible second. You don't need to stay on point though. Yeah, they're stuffing. You can touch for free. You can touch for free.
She actually kept me off.
There's 4 people. There's 4 people here. Yeah. They wasted an ultimate as well. Nice. Their Kiriko messed up. She's dead. I'm coming in. You don't need to worry about touch.
No! Oh my god. The Ashe was 1, but she couldn't die because of the fucking Moira ult. Oh my god, it's bad.
Oh, crap.
Surely I touch it.
Okay, so, well, congratulations. You have somehow miraculously managed to keep the same amount of deaths as everybody else, despite being a ridiculously hypermobile support with a support passive amp and wall ride.
It's Genji. We have Genji and Ana. He bladed, and he got shut down or something.
They tend to do that, yes.
It's not my fault.
They tend to do that, yes. Right? Yes. No, definitely not your fault.
Yeah, you agreed. You just agreed.
Once. It's called throwing a bone. As in, oh, I feel sorry for you. Also, that's crazy. You broke the glass and the thing on my end didn't even register. They just disappeared. Like, all of them just disappeared. All the, like, cola things.
That's what we call a ping div. Okay. Check this out. Look, I have the Pixel Lucio.
What does that even mean? Is that the wall ride boop achievement or something?
Yeah, you have to get 3 boop kills while wall riding.
Did you do it in Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2?
I did it in Overwatch 2 without even noticing.
You're going to Suzu or TP. Oh dear. Ashen 1. Alright, I'm going to point.
Oh my god.
Hang on, I'm on point. I'm not with you. I'm not with you. Do your best to not do the thing that you do.
Yeah, no, I got out. I got out. I've got schmoots. I've got schmoots. Or Genji doesn't.
Widow.
El Bozo. Dude, this Moira is such a fan. Leave me alone.
She has no. Okay. Where's our Ana? Where's our Ana? Ana. Whoa, whoa. Not sure what happened there.
No.
I think our Reaper.
Aimbot Moira. She's just running around for free because her DPS can aim.
Oh, that was sad.
Okay.
I watched my Reaper
just
spectate the
popping
fight,
on.
and then my Ana. I don't even know what my Ana was doing.
See,
I have ult.
Lucia's not the hardest throwing.
That's true. You were. All's lowish. Oh, Widow's low. You can hear it.
Low. Say less.
Okay, we're good. It's just very strange cap. Their ball keeps trying to trade with me. I don't even know what the plan is. Like, he keeps shooting me. I'm like, oh, well, I will shoot you back, and I do that thing better.
Widow's
I have
on the
a-
back ledge thing where she can't see
Oh,
anybody.
nice. Way to go.
Dude, there's no way. Hey, you got like Genji.
Guess point. Crap! I can't even know. I don't even know what to shoot. Oh, there's something to shoot. Ashe is really low up in the Widow spot, by the way. Like up here. Like she's pretty low.
Her ball is 1 HP.
How does our Genji die to that?
Okay. Okay.
I don't even know what we died to. I don't even know what we died to. Like what happened?
Oh.
Well, that's fine. I really hate when you giggle like that. That's my job.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
Alright, where are we at? Ashe is coached up to here. She's half-ish.
Stay low. Oh my god, the Bastion got jumped. That's what you get for playing Moira, you rat!
I did not mean to do that. Echo. Ashe.
She wants to touch! She wants to touch! No! Dude, no! Support, by the way.
Oh, no.
Man. I don't think you can do more.
Oh, well, we're gonna win. We're gonna win.
Wait, they only have 50%.
We just won.
What?
Okay. Winnable.
Or DPS
Winnable.
popped off for once.
Winnable.
Dude, that was sick. Alright, I have a genius idea.
I don't like where this
I
is
think
going.
I can pull it off. You know how they got some really good players over there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something about it. I'm gonna make them bad players.
How so?
You'll see, you'll see.
What am I gonna see in the
It'll be
kill
awesome.
feed? Like one of those things where you're on the
gonna
right
see it-
side
you're
of
gonna
this
see it
side?
in
of
the
the-
VOD review. No. You're not gonna see me in the kill feed. My idea is going to work flawlessly. I assure you.
Oh. Try and
I don't
choke
think
out
I've died in
Junkrat.
this. That's a Junkrat and a break.
And a
Hold on,
break,
I
yeah.
almost literally exploded.
Alright, why did I? I have a Reaper as well. They have the javelin as well. Reaper 1, no Wraith. Reaper, a Junkrat pretty low. Where's my Ana here? Healing
Nope,
here.
okay,
Ana.
Wow.
Ah. So what did you do? Just question there.
The Ana didn't mean to shoot me. I wasn't able to do the cool thing. You just wait,
I see. Could you try doing the cool
It'll
thing?
happen. It'll happen eventually. Hold on.
Let me know. Let me know.
I gotta warm up.
No rush. You know, it's not like we're on a timer or anything.
I gotta warm up a little more. I gotta warm up.
How? All right. Are you ready? Are we ready?
All right. Bam.
How to use Fortify. I don't even know where my Ana is. Genji is dead too. Total Mayhem.
This Ana's a fan of me. I swear. I swear. I swear. I swear.
I actually have to back off here. Missing every javelin.
Watch, I'm gonna flip. Brig's not even gonna notice. Oh my god.
Made and packs.
Okay, I'm on pretty high ping, so like the ping is.
I'm trolling.
The ping is throwing me off a little bit.
I'm still trolling. Trap. I'm trolling.
I'm such high ping.
Our Ana is AFK.
My god, dude. Dude, can we get Gregor on our team?
No, I don't
think
want
somebody
Gregor.
like Gregor would be able to carry our team. Can we get Tetris? Tetris can carry us.
That's gonna kill somebody. Oh no, he went back! Dang it! No, you're gonna have to touch.
Oh, yeah. My boop doesn't do that. I wish my boop did that. Jesus fucking Christ, I wish it did that.
Can we even touch? Maybe. No, we shall not. Well, bad news. Bad news.
No.
Bad
Okay.
news.
That was a bad game.
Surprisingly, my 8 and 14 Lucio means we didn't win the game. I don't know how.
No,
like
no,
honestly,
it wasn't even my fault.
No. It's not saying it's you. I'm just saying I really don't know how. I don't know. I have no idea.
I know, right, dude? I know. That was like.
I have no idea. I would have no idea.
I think it was a DPS. I think we should watch the VOD and see. DPS.
That's a great idea for another time. For another time. Wait. Sorry, my connect. My connect. Oh shoot! I have to leave, guys. I have to cut off stream. Quick. All right, chat. I love you. I'll see you guys on Thursday. Elo Master Call. All sorts of fun stuff. Love you. That is all. Bye. Wait, how do I end stream? Crap.